It goes to 37 now, and the lead, well, it's climbing slowly, but Wagner has just kept going and going and going. Tireless, really, hurling that ball into the pitch and then pitching it on fuller to Jadeja, finding the edge. Now, Ashwin seems quite keen to take the short ball on. And, well, you feel there's going to be one winner with this field. If he keeps taking it on, it's a short leg, a ring of three catching. In goes Wagner, bowls, and he gets right across to the offside, plays that really cleverly. Got across to the offside and steered that away down to third man. There's no one anywhere near it. They'll come back for three. Really well played. He knew it was going to be short. If he'd been leg side, I think he'd have taken it on. But he got himself right across and ran it away through the empty slips down to third man. Punt back on strike again.
Yes, that is exciting. All these runs very, very important from the Indian point of view. But he had got across, back and across, almost outside the off stump. Because that's the line that is looking to play the pull shot. He's going to play the pull shot for sure, Ashwin. We saw that in the previous over from Wagner.
Wagner again runs in, bowls to Panther, goes for the pull. Doesn't get much bat on that, just trickles away for a single down to fine leg. He played the reverse pull earlier on, a shot I hadn't seen before. Remarkable, isn't it?
Amazing. I mean, that is cheekiness.
Reverse pull.
I mean, he did that to Jimmy Anderson in India. He played that reverse sweep when Jimmy Anderson had the second new ball.
Right.
Remarkable shot.
He is incredible. He's got some confidence, isn't he?
Yeah, these youngsters, no respect, for somebody with 600 plus test wickets.
No. It's what T20's done, isn't it? It's just given the batsmen, I don't know, it's just liberated them completely, all these new shots. Now, what's Ashwin going to do? Wagner's on his way again, bowls short, and he goes for that hook shot, goes down to fine leg, and not necessarily off the middle of the bat, but just gets one. And they're taking it on. They're still pressing on, the Indians.
I think they recognize the fact that runs are also important, not just occupation of the crease. They need to get some runs as well, and which will increase the target for the New Zealanders.
Just looking at Wagner's last 6 overs there, the map has been about 3 in the batsman's half, I think.
Yes.
So he's really been pounding the middle of the pitch. Pant's got 3 out in the deep. Wagner's going round the wicket to him, in he goes and bowls. He takes it on again, and Watling collects it, but no contact with the bat. Pant's got a smile on his face there as he waits for Wagner to turn around and come in again. Certainly more noise from India's supporters now. Pant looks around the field. Still the short leg. It's quite exciting fielding in there with this going on, because all sorts of shots are being played. Wagner again runs in, bowls, and Pant takes it on once more. Oh, he hasn't timed it, but he's got away with it. Just out of reach of the fielder at square leg. It was Saudi. He could easily have holed out there, but he's still taking it on. 154 for 6. Ashwin has 7. Pant has 39. Didn't time that. Probably short leg ducking out of trouble again.
Well, he's going to take him on. He recognizes that this is an opportunity. The ball pitched halfway down. If he connects one, it's going to go into the stands.
Yeah.
And so he's looking to do that. He's hitting it very hard. It's just that the ball's climbing just a little bit too much, and therefore he's not quite getting it in the middle of the bat. But his approach is going to be just to try and score off every delivery. Now, if it's banged in, both these batsmen against Wagner in particular have just decided that if it is halfway down the pitch, we're going to go for it.
Jameson's on his way, bowls, and Pant comes forward. Just plays that carefully back to the bowler. The lead is 122. I think I see Southey loosening up, which that'll be interesting, because Pant knows where Southey's going to be bowling, I think. So while they've had an element of control with Wagner and able to set the field for the short stuff, Pant could play a few shots, I think, at Southey. Might get him out, but I think it gives them a bigger range a bigger range of hitting. Jameson lumbers up and he's there and he bowls short. The punt has nothing to do with it. 154 for 6. Yeah, Southey's definitely loosening up.
Well, see, this was clever. The ball was angled across his body, so he just let it go. He didn't try to play the pull shot. He didn't try to play the ramp shot. There is no third man there. But this is where Rishabh Pant's maturity is now being seen. He's being selective, which ones to play, which ones not to play. Also recognizing that Jameson with his height will probably have a little more bounce than, say, a Wagner.
Jameson again. Moves in, bowls, punt to see. Well, he's well set now. He leans forward. Defensive shot. Bat and pad nicely together. It's fielded at extra cover. And there is no run. But I will be interested to see how he goes against Southey. If indeed Southey is coming on, because they've also got someone flat on their back out there at mid-on who appears to be stretching. It might be Bolt. Change to the field. Cover comes round a bit. So the man out at deep point and deep square leg. Jameson moves in, bowls to punt, very full, punt forward. Plays an immaculate defensive stroke. He had one wild swipe in the over after lunch. But since then, apart
yes.
from the obviously the innovations that he's played against Wagner, he's actually been very circumspect.
He has been. He's been rather choosy.
Yeah.
And which is good to see, because it also shows that he's aware that not only are runs important, even occupation of the crease, but he's not going to miss out on the opportunity to score runs. At the moment, he's looking to defend Jameson. He's bowling well.
Jameson bowls him. It's short. He's pulled this only for one. Mr. Grandon is out on the boundary at deep square leg, but he got onto it very quickly. Jameson, I think, looking a bit tired. Not quite the potency that we saw earlier. He's bowled a lot of overs. He's walking slowly back to his mark. And he's going to bowl to Ashwin with 2 slips of gully. Ashwin waits, he's right-handed. Jameson bowls to him, back he goes, plays that very nicely. To cover. With a genuine all-rounder. Ashwin with hundreds to his name, so there's still support there for Pant. If he gets out, then it starts to get interesting.
Yes, because then the bowlers will be coming in to bat.
Yeah.
Shami will throw his bat around. Ishant can hang around. And Bumrah Bumrah also can try to hang around,
yes.
But I think Shami will try and just swing his bat at everything. So this wicket is important. This partnership is important for India to try and make New Zealand's target just a little bit difficult.
Oh, we do have Southey coming on now. This I think will be interesting. How's he going to bowl? How's Pant going to play him?
Pant's going to go after him.
I think he will.
I won't be surprised if he steps down the pitch and tries to attack him.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, and I think he probably should do as well, the way he's been playing. But he knows that Southey's not going to be bowling bouncers. It's going to be more of a length, and so attackable. Deep point goes out. Williamson has got the issue here of what field to set as well. He's got a long leg, deep square leg, 1 slip and a gully. So at the moment it all looks quite orthodox. But certainly straight is available for Pant. As Southey round the wicket, moves in, bowls to him, and he covers up, thinks about a single, says no. But, fielded at mid-wicket, 155 for 6. And Southey owes New Zealand 1. He dropped Pant when he was on 5, and it wasn't a difficult chance as far as slip catches go.
Yes, I think, but it's been so far a game-changing drop.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, maybe with the way the Jameson and Wagner have bowled, India would have been all out.
Yeah, I think so. Southey again kicks up his heels, moves in, bowls to Pant. Well, that's interesting, because that was quite a wide delivery outside the off stump. That Pant might have had a go at, but he left it.
Yes, I think the way he started, it looked as if he was looking to go down the pitch, but then he saw that the ball was outside the off stump and let it go. But what's been impressive is Williamson's field placing. He still has the mid-on and mid-off in what would be a 30-yard circle.
Yes.
So that is encouraging Rishabh Pant to try and go the aerial route, hoping that he'll miss time and sky it up in the air.
We'll see. Still a slip there as well. It's quite an orthodox field, isn't it? It's what you'd expect, really. Southey again runs in bowls, and again, Pant has nothing to do with it. Well, there's some width there. Not interested. Not interested. He's obviously feeling set now. 40 not out. And also that he's got faith in Ashwin to keep his end up. So he's just waiting for a genuinely poor ball by the look of it. Williamson tosses the ball to Southey. He's on his way again now. Past umpire Gough. Is there any bowls? And Pant thinks of playing at that, and then just at the last moment takes the bat out of the way. A tempting length, that one. But still a little bit of width. Pant's just playing with respect here at the moment. 2 balls remain in the over.
Ashwin's walked up to Pant and maybe told him that two deliveries left.
Southey. Round the wicket. Is there Pant again? Just, calm as you like, just lets it go. He's teasing the New Zealanders here. They must be wondering what he's going to do. A completely wild haymaker in the over after lunch. The reverse pull, another attempted flick over his shoulder to the short stuff from Wagner. A shot of Winston, the groundsman's golden cocker spaniel there, looking very pleased with himself. And in goes Southey, round the wicket, bowls, and Pant drives him. And he doesn't get one, that's all he wants. Nice stroke, just guiding it through the gap in the covers. And it's the end of the over. And a calm over, to be honest, 156 for 6. The lead is 124. Andy.
Neil Wagner's spell was 12 overs, 6 before lunch, 6 after lunch. He took 1 for 36 in that time. Kyle Jamieson has bowled 2 7-over spells today. 7 overs this morning, took 2 for 6 and none for 9 in the 7th since lunch. In the match, 7 for 61 from 46 overs. He's gone at 1.3 per over. In tests in England, of bowlers who bowled at least 25 overs in a match, it's the most economical match at this point since Matthew Hart, New Zealand spinner, bowled 85 overs for 105 at Lord's in 1994, and the most economical by a seamer in a test in England since Joel Garner at Trent Bridge in 1980.
Interesting here, because everyone ran on there with the drinks, and I mean the actual drinks bearers of both teams, and also the ground staff came running on to sort the pitch out, and they were seen off by the umpires, all of them. So they've retreated, a little chastened, and whether it's one more over to go to the drinks break, I'm not sure, but they all came running on, and the umpires saw them off. Double change, Trent Bolt's coming on. He's bowling from the pavilion end. He's bowling to Rishabh Pant, who waits for him, and Bolt bowls, and he let go again. A little bit of a flourish of the bat. Goes through to wicketkeeper Watling, who's keeping wicket bravely. Every now and then he takes that right glove off and has a look at his finger, which he dislocated before lunch. It was nasty. In fact, New Zealand announced that he wasn't going to continue after lunch, and that Blundell was going to keep wicket, but then suddenly Watling popped up. And in comes Bolt, and he bowls and pants down the pitch. He's skied it. He's skied it. Who can catch it? Can anybody catch it? Man from backward point has caught it. What a good effort. Running backwards. Oh, that was in the air a long, long time. And having played so calmly, Pant there had a bit of a rush, and he skied it. To be honest with you, just looking everywhere as to where the ball had gone. It had obviously gone high in the air. Nichols took a really good catch, running back. That was up in the air a long time, and that's a very, very fine catch.
It's an amazing catch because he ran from gully. He didn't take his eyes off the ball even for a second. Never easy, these catches. Absolutely fabulous catch to get rid of the dangerous Rishabh Pant. He was going to, live by the sword or die by the sword.
Yeah.
That's what was his approach right throughout. Rishabh Pant, you can't fault him for that. He scored 41 of 88. And India have lost their 7th wicket for 156. And now the players are having drinks as well.
Oh, right. Well, that was a very fine catch. He was running away. That would have been spinning and swirling and going all over the place. That was a really, really outstanding catch. They're not all about dives and so on and slip catches. Every catch presents its own difficulty in its own way, and that was way up. He's running away from the action. He's taking it over his shoulder, and the ball would have been spinning and spinning, and he knows it's punt, he knows it's vital. All of those things going on. So very, very well held indeed. If you want to see the wickets that have fallen this morning and all the highlights such as that, then you can find them on the BBC Sport website and on the app. If you go to the text commentary, the clips are all there. And just another reminder, T20 tonight, England against Sri Lanka. And that's at 6:30. So the players are now having a drink. And the ground staff have been allowed on with their various paraphernalia. The new batsman, I assume, will be Mohammad Shami, who Sunny has promised us he's going to play a few shots. So we shall see, but that's just the lift that New Zealand needed. The lead, 124. Doesn't feel like it's enough yet, does it? But, well, you never know. Another 30 runs or so. There's what, I think it says 58 overs to go, Andy, I think. You can see on the scoreboard there.
After this one's finished, they'll lose 2 for the change.
Lose a couple, yeah. So there's still a lot of overs left.
Uh, 16 batsmen have reached
had a crisis,
15. Sorry, Agus.
No, don't worry. Phil's had a crisis. He's lost his headphones. Yeah.
A little bit of a crisis. I seem to have mislaid my headphones.
Well, no one else has had them.
No, well, I know. I don't know what's quite gone on there. They had my muffers on them as well. I can't work without my muffers. Not to worry, they'll turn up.
You probably take them to your room.
I don't think I have.
Oh. Well, how about that for a catch?
Brilliant, and that's just, I know, fantastic.
I mean, running away.
The hardest,
the
hardest catch in the book.
It really is.
And immense pressure when that goes up.
Yeah.
Pant has been dropped once beforehand. And
You've got to really want it. You've got to really want that ball.
Yeah.
And there was a fielder coming in too, who would think probably might have had an easier look at it. But Nichols wanted it. He shouted mine.
That's when all those hours in the morning, Agnews, of having those high catches come through, because you've got to, as you say, you've got to have an eagle eye, not wobble your head about and get sort of, off kilter.
Yeah.
Fantastic catch. And now New Zealand, I mean, right on the edge here.
124 for 7, effectively, is how it stands at the moment, with more than enough time for New Zealand to win the game.
Yeah.
But they've got to score the runs, and you lose a couple of quick wickets.
Well, yes. Who knows?
Yep.
Anything can happen. I mean, I didn't think we'd be in this, but I had a little inkling this morning that if you get a couple of the big fish out early on, the likes of Coney and Rahane, there could just be a slight opening. And to be fair, New Zealand have bowled beautifully, and they've pushed that door wide open now.
They certainly have.
They've given themselves a chance when there was going to be... I didn't think there was going to be anything in this Test match, but it's been brilliant. Brilliant day's Test cricket.
Now, how are these two going to play? We've got Mohammad Shami and Ravi Ashwin, of course, down at the other end.
Here are my headphones.
Jeremy stolen them.
What?
What's going on here beside me? Chaotic. In goes Bolt, and he bowls outside the off stump. And, Ashwin, I think, makes it clear there that he's going to have a bit of a go. And an ugly shot into the leg side.
I'm on.
You're on. Thank goodness we can. Normal service resumed. Let's look at that replay again.
Amazing.
The thing is, you can start to rotate if you're not careful as well. You can start to spin round.
Look at the head.
Oh.
The head Aggers, that's what's done it. The eyes and the head is so still. The legs and the arms are wobbling around.
Bolt comes in, edged it, and is caught. Ashwin's out. Taken by Taylor at slip.
Oh, here we go.
2 wickets in 3 balls.
Wow.
Winding up outside the off stump. And a very easy one, that is one of those that you just see travelling very early. Taylor making no mistake there. That's the end of Ashwin, caught by Taylor. And New Zealand on a bit of a roll here.
Yeah, the old lure ball, wasn't it? Left arm across, running it away from the right-hander, full of a length. Ashwin's eyes lit up. Big sort of booming cover drive, just got the sort of bottom edge of the bat, and that's comfortably caught. And India in all sorts of trouble now.
Yeah.
They really are. They've got to, the tail has got to somehow get another 50 from somewhere. I don't know how they're going to do it. I think the best way to do it is by having a bit of a dart, but it's tricky against this bowling lineup. Fantastic bowling by New Zealand. Really forced themselves back into it, haven't they?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Down to the bowlers then.
Yeah, always
Shami and Ethan Sharma.
It's always the bowler's fault.
Out they go. So how are they going to play here? Well, Shami's got a good eye.
Yeah, you can give it a whack.
Sharma's more of a hang-around merchant, really.
Yeah. And that's the one thing that there isn't a batsman there now, so you've got 2 ends to bowl at if you're New Zealand. You've got 2 tail-enders there. You know, if the likes of the Pan had still been there, he might have been able to farm the strike a little bit, but 2 ends to bowl at for New Zealand.
Eventful over this. We've still got 2 balls to go. It's going on a long time. A wicket, a drinks break, and then this wicket. Bolt's on his way. He bowls to Sharma. It's short. Catch it, they shout, and he prods it in the air. It lands between 3 of them, including Bolt, charging through on the follow-through. Wow. It really is terrific how this is all turning out to be. And these Zinger bails are interesting because we mentioned there were different ones to the usual ones, and they're reflecting the sunlight. They're like they're golden, and they're sparkling on top of the stumps at each end.
Wow, it could be a golden match for New Zealand.
Yeah. Bolt's going to come round the wicket. And he's bowling to Sharma. Here he comes, and he bowls to him. It's outside the off stump, and Sharma plays it well, taking the bat out of the way. And that's the end of a double wicket maiden from Trent Bolt, who's not had the best of games. It's a wonderful catch.
Yeah.
From Henry Nicholls.
Yeah, you lose your what's the sort of is it gyroscope? And you sort of you start twirling and stuff.
Well, you're running back and you're looking up.
Yeah.
And everything just becomes disorientated, doesn't it? And there's clouds there, and you've got to try and keep your eye on the ball, which is somewhere over your shoulder.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a really, really difficult catch to take.
Yes, could be so crucial. That could have won them this game.
156 for 8. The lead is 124. Loads of time available. Shami's going to face his first ball. Southey. Well, Southey got all the way there, and then suddenly Shami retreats. He's got his arm raised, so I'm sorry, but well, I presume he wasn't looking up to see that Southey was on his way.
What would your advice be to the tail as you're sending them out there, John? Give it a dart. Get yourself in. Have a look at a couple.
I mean, there is so much time, isn't there, still?
You need runs. You're not going to... Yeah, the time is not the issue now.
Well, the only thing... I'm trying to clutch at straws a bit on this one. And goes Southey and bowls down the leg side. Is that India want time to bowl New Zealand out.
Yeah.
So they're going to need... They're not going to roll them over 30 overs, are they?
No.
So... is in some ways India's best chance of winning the game to get bowled out now, as they've got more overs to bowl New Zealand out.
Perhaps, but yeah, you'll want to, if you can somehow get yourself another quick 20 or 30.
Yes, they definitely want that.
Yeah, 150.
Well, I always had 150 in my mind as being one of those scores that is a bit, it could be tricky. And goes Southey and bowls, and very nicely played by Shami. Stood up there and defended it, and it's picked up in the covers. Isha's blown in.
She is.
Which is good. Enjoying the sunshine rather than the cold out there in your position, I think, Isha, today. And, very windy, wind-swept up there anyway on that television gantry. 1:56 for 8. The lead's 124. Southey prepares to go in again. There's 2 slips there now. Shami's tapping away, waiting. Southey's there, he bowls short to him. He's got a nice shot. He's got that away. He just stood up and slapped it through gully and down to the vacant third man.
Yeah, that's the way forward, I think, for Shami. As you say, he's got a few shots in the locker, got a good eye, and if he can play a bit of a Southey innings,
as
you say, Sharma's the one who's going to perhaps hang around a bit, but lovely, crisp cut behind point.
The lead 128.
Yeah, you always fancy yourself in the game with a 150 at the last.
It's a final. There's pressure on there anyway. Men round the bat. And goes Southey again, bowls, and very nicely played by Shami. That's textbook stuff. And Southey looked at him there as he picked the ball up and turned and walked away. At least Southey will feel a bit better now, having dropped pant.
Oh, yeah, that could have been crucial, couldn't it? I bet he's got a smile on his face now, inside.
Well, a bit of one, but Punt still played very well.
Yeah, he did.
41 from 88. 88 balls.
Yeah, he was the one Indian batsman who could have really hurt New Zealand, but good to see the back of him for them. 2 balls left in this over. In goes Southey, and he bowls a bouncer. Shami's pulled this handsomely. He's pulled it for 4. Well, the crowd will tell you what they think about that. This was predominantly Indian supporters here, the 4,000. I think probably 3,500 are probably Indian supporters. And they're waving their flags, blowing whistles, drums are beating. I think he's been in the nets a bit, Shami, from what I can remember. Yeah. He's come out and played a couple of absolute cracking shots.
That was a very good shot, and a slip's coming out now.
Yeah.
And coming out to mid-wicket.
One back on the pull. Yeah. Might get another one here.
I think he might. Southey again runs in, he's there and he bowls. It's Fuller though, turned away from in front of his pad, out towards mid-wicket, and that's the end of the over. So 164 for 8. The lead's 132. Andy Zaltzman has got something to announce from his shed, and then Isha's coming in here.
16 batsmen have reached 15 in this test. Only one's made it as far as 50. That was Coney, who was out for 54 in New Zealand's innings. It highlights how both of these teams have deep bowling attacks that maintain pressure. In Test cricket over the last 4 years, these teams from over 50 onwards have the best collective average, and their seamers, India's averaged 20.8 from over 50 onwards, and New Zealand's 21. They keep up the pressure better than any other teams in the Test game. Isha.
Thanks, Andy. Yeah, they've been outstanding. Bolt comes again then from the pavilion end, bowling to Ishant Sharma, who crouches back in his crease and work it down to fine leg off the hip. So he's off the mark with 1. And 133 is the lead now for India, 165 for 8. Bright sunshine here in Hampshire, blue skies above. There's a few clouds dotted around. There's plenty of atmosphere and buzz around the ground. The Indian fans getting behind their team. Mohammad Shami just marking his guard at the moment. But, well, we expected it to be a roller coaster today, didn't we, Tuffers?
Yeah.
Bolt is through, bowling full to Shami, who keeps it out, just to squeeze it out to mid-wicket, no run.
Well, that first session blew it open, didn't it?
It did. Batting conditions, batter-friendly conditions.
Yeah.
And New Zealand bowled beautifully to pick up those 3 wickets. Crucial ones as well. The big guns all gone.
Yeah, yeah. And once you just get that feeling as a bowling unit, once those big guys start going, that you can sort of start making inroads, and they've done it beautifully at the moment. Just need to finish it off.
Left arm Bolt. And again, Shami pushes to the offside off the back foot. Out to deep cover for 1. He'll come through for a single. That lead now 134, 166 for 8, India.
But it doesn't look, this is when as a tail ender you've got to throw yourself behind the line and try and get your team out of a bit of trouble. And Shami's come out and looked $1 million. He looks aggressive. He looks to put bat on the ball, and that's exactly what India need. Just another 20 or 30.
He's a shot maker, isn't he? We talked at tea. I was with Michael Atherton and Dinesh Karthik, and we had a little chat about what the potential scenarios could be. A lead of 134 at the moment as Bolt is through. Swipe from Sharma, who misses it.
Why not?
And BJ Watling dives to his right to take the ball. He's wincing in pain behind the stumps, BJ Watling, having fractured a finger.
Oh, yeah, did you see that?
I didn't know.
Well,
I missed
no,
it.
it was nasty. Yeah, the old head was away and pulled it out again.
Oh, no.
Tricky. But he's a tough cookie. He wants to be out there. He don't want to let someone else take the gloves, that's for sure. He wants to be part of this.
Bolt steaming in. Sharma onto the floor after getting up on his toes and working at leg side.
I'd have one there. And so it's orthodox square leg. I'd have one just not perhaps a short leg, just a yard or two further back, just for that. Because he does stand up tall, doesn't he? Tall man. I'll just poke it in there. Bring him in. He's not going to clip one there, is he? Or I don't think he's going to play a hook shot either.
He's just sending square leg out to the boundary.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
So this one's going to be full then, is it, Tuffers?
No.
The bluff?
Yeah, it could be, but I can't see him hooking.
Sharma, open stance, is full. It's driven. That past Bolt, but he gets something on it as he parries it back to Neil Wagner, running round from mid-on, no run.
It's been cracking test match.
It has.
Even, we've seen this at Sharma and the tail for many years over here, just sort of like, but you can see the determination levels and the bravery levels and everything just have been raised today. It's been cracking to watch.
Yeah, with the showpiece event, I guess that's what you get.
Well, yeah.
134 runs ahead then, India.
Yeah.
It's been a low-scoring affair. India 217 in their first innings. Rane and Coney 49 and 44. Jameson with the fifer. Then in this New Zealand's first innings 249 with Devon Conway, the only half-century maker still of the Test match. Shami coming in with 4 wickets. He's now on strike to Southey, who's in and bowls. That's launched, but it finds the outer part of the bat. It goes in between slip and gully and down to the third man boundary for 4.
Like it. That's the way to play. You're coming in, your team's in trouble. You're not going to block your way out there. You haven't really got the technique to do it against this fine New Zealand attack. If it's up, it's off. And if you get a big, thick edge, it flies to the boundary usually. So I like these tactics by India.
138, India lead by. Shami to 13. And we're into 56 overs remaining in the game. Well, this could be set up for an incredible finale.
It could be. This could be one of the best days Test cricket we've ever seen. Especially if New Zealand come out and lose it 3 or 4 quickly as well.
Well, 141 years of Test cricket that's been played in England. The first Test Championship final. We've got a fly slip now, as well as the slip in the gully. Southey on the approach. Shami goes again, and it could be taken by fly slip. It is! Well, that man was perfectly positioned. Tom Latham has got a huge smile on his face. Shami, in exactly the same style, looks to mow the ball down the ground, catches the outside edge, it goes high in the air, and the easiest of catches. In fact, I don't think he had to move an inch. As Shami now trundles back to the dressing room.
Does it get any better for you as a captain than that? You go, let's just have a little think about it. Hold on, now you come from there and go there, and then the very next ball, it just plops straight in his lap. I mean, take a bow, Kane Williamson, great piece of captaincy. Mohammed Shami, he's done all right there. At least he's given his side a little bit of something to cheer about and got 13 runs. He's got to go 170 for 9 now, India, but if you're Kane Williamson, you're thinking, well, this might be my day.
Yeah, everything he touches turns to gold at the moment. All of his bowling changes. Trent Boult coming in, picking up 2 wickets in an over. 170 for 9, you said. Tuffers, the lead is 138 with Jasprit Bumrah out in the middle now. So
I think that you can only say that a bit of pressure. I know New Zealand have bowled well, but a little bit of pressure as well on the Indian batting lineup.
Definitely.
Can only be, can't it?
Yeah, the Spider Cam pulls away from the scene as Southey is into Bumrah, who's defending back down the pitch. Full lunge forwards, right on top of the ball. As Southey is asking Colin de Grandhomme to come in to not a short leg, but it's almost like a catching mid-wicket.
Yeah, for a sort of a poke more than a bat pad.
Yeah. So Neil Wagner, positioned at mid-off, is just offering his words of wisdom to Tim Southey. 2 slips and a gully in position as Southey pushes away. Here he comes past the umpire on the front foot, leaving outside the off-stump Bumrah. As it goes through to PJ Watling, it is.
It's a good lead. That's a great leave. 2 shots from Bumrah. Beautiful forward defensive, and then the completely in control leave of the away swinger from outside off stump.
Wagner with the ball in his hand, giving it a bit of a shine. So into the 73rd over of this innings. It's still shaping. Southey, wind blowing through his hair as he's through his action. Bumrah defends again, this time to wide of extra cover to his left. Off the front foot, no run. Another good length delivery from Southey.
He tempted to get the big lad back on. I know it's not
Yeah.
just
finish it off.
Yeah, I mean, as a tail ender, you pluck your courage up and you try and get back and across to perhaps the sort of the quicker bowlers, but you get the big fella Jameson coming steaming at you. It's a different game.
White sunscreen smothered across Tim Southey's face as he turns to face Jasprit Bumrah, who taps his bat down now, bat hovering back and across. Edge taken a second slip. That is the end of the innings for India.
Wow.
Jasprit Bumrah goes for a duck. Tim Southey finishes with figures of 3 for 48. India all out for 170. And a lead of 138. 55 overs remaining in the day. So 53 overs with the changeover. And New Zealand have a run chase on their hands, but they will believe that they can win this trophy.
Well, take a bow, New Zealand, and especially the bowlers and the catchers have done well. Amazing. Amazing collapse. You've got to call that a collapse, I think, of India. Even the most experienced players in the world and the best players in the world, I think they've just felt the pressure and collapsed in front of some superb bowling. You've got to take your hat off for this New Zealand bowling quartet and Colin de Grandhomme, I suppose, but amazing day so far of Test match cricket. It's just been on the edge of your seat stuff. Now, over to the Indian bowlers. They'll fancy the chances.
Yeah, well, it's been an incredible day. Tim Southey leaving the field now to much applause from the New Zealand fans that are in the stadium. They're all on their feet. They're taking their jumpers off and swirling them around as the players leave the field.
It's amazing to be part of that. I've been in a couple of situations like that when things just start happening, and that momentum slowly builds and the excitement slowly builds, and then, we can start tumbling. It's a fantastic feeling to be part of, especially in a game like this, the ultimate Test match. And to be part of that out there, slip catches, men diving, even that from the first session. The intensity was there, wasn't it? It was just people legging it around, every diving stop, trying to save everyone. Amazing day so far, this is.
An incredible Test match. And we thought that we wouldn't get a result.
I know.
That extra reserve day, well,
yeah,
what a lifeline that has been.
I'm all for them.
Maybe not so much for India, but top scorer in that innings, Rishabh Pant with 41. Yeah. The top scorer of the game, Devon Conway, going past 50.
Low scoring Test matches are the exciting ones, aren't they?
Yeah,
and it's still got more to come.
Well, it was the 2 openers that were removed last night. Rohit Sharma and Shubman Gill out for 30 and 8 respectively. Tim Southey bowled beautifully in the evening session with the conditions favouring him, but just incredible skill with the ball in his hand, just that wrist position, getting it moving away, moving it in, and it was a challenging final 20 minutes or so for Pujara and Kohli, their 2 most experienced pair. When they walk out to bat today, it was bright sunshine. He felt perfect batting conditions, probably the best batting conditions of the Test match. Virat Kohli went to Jameson early, as he did on day 3, and then Jameson removed Pujara as well. Court Taylor bowled Jameson for 15. Rahane and Pant hung around together for a little bit there. Rahane trying to steer the ship. Rishabh Pant with the counter-attack. Rahane then with a strangle down to the leg side for 15. Court Watling bowled Bolt just before the lunch interval. Rishabh Pant and Jadeja then trying to navigate their way through a tricky situation. 41 to Pant, he kept going. Jadeja, though, caught Watling, bowled Wagner with a brilliant piece of bowling. Short stuff, and then once slightly more pitched up, found the outside edge, and it went through to the keeper. Ravi Ashwin caught Taylor, bowled Bolt. That was Bolt's second wicket. And then it was the massive one of Rishabh Pant.
What a catch.
Caught Nichols, bowled Bolt. Nichols running backwards. 2 wickets in the over for Bolt. That really changed things around, because at that stage, India was still in it. So the removal of Pant was a huge moment in the game for 41. And then the final 2 to fall, Mohammad Shami and Jasprit Bumrah. So it's all set up. 139 runs to win with 55 overs remaining in the day. Tuffers, to you after Andy.
Yeah.
India's tails crumbled rather feebly in both innings. They were 205 for 6 in the first innings, lost 4 wickets for 12. From 156 for 6 today, lost 4 wickets for 14. And New Zealand's tail, by contrast, managed to add from another crucial 57 runs, which in the context of a game like this has had a massive influence on proceedings. Kyle Jamieson finished with 24 overs, 10 maidens, 2 for 30. Didn't concede a single boundary in that time. Also had a catch dropped, and it's the most economical match he's had when you combine both innings. In total 46 overs for 61 with 7 wickets. The most economical innings by a fast bowler in a test in England since Joel Garnett in 1980, and by any bowler since New Zealand spinner Matthew Hart in 1994, counting bowlers who bowled at least 25 overs in a test in this country.
About the same height as well, both of those. Joel might have had him by an inch or two, actually. Amazing. Hasn't been hit for a 4.
It's staggering, isn't it? It really is.
He must be an absolute captain's dream.
So, I reckon in New Zealand they might want to try and set up a crowdfunder to make sure he's just playing Test cricket for the next few years. Stop him from going to the IPL. Keep him, like England have been able to do with James Anderson and Stuart Broad.
Wrap him up in cotton wool.
If you'd like to see the wickets that have fallen today and the other highlights of the day, you can watch them now on the BBC Sports website and app. Just go to the text commentary and the clips are there. Reminder, there is a T20 tonight at 6:30. First game from Sophia Gardens, England against Sri Lanka, and there is a live T20 on BBC tomorrow. That's from 6 o'clock on BBC Two. Looking forward to that one, Tuffers.
Yes. Yes.
Seventh day of cricket in a row?
Yes, I know. Yeah, no change there.
Have you done any prep for that one yet?
Of course.
Yeah,
I've been there for 6 days doing it, watching the rainfall. No, talking to Kumar, he said it's a bit of a sort of scratch side put together by Sri Lanka, so we shall see how it all pans out.
Of course, both teams looking to shape up their lineups ahead of the T20 World Cup at the end of the year, which we still don't know whether the venue is for that, whether it has been confirmed in India or not. So hopefully we'll find out in the next couple of months or so.
India can't bowl New Zealand out for this, can they?
Well, 130. Well, it's going to be a result.
Oh, absolutely.
There's going to be a winner.
Yes. Yeah,
there's going to be a winner.
Who would have thought we'd be saying there's too much time left in the game? After for 2 days we just saw the rainfall.
The interesting thing, Tuffers, is there going to be any turn? Would you get Ashwin into the game early?
Listen, I think as soon as a spinner comes on, they're going to look to plant him. 130 is not quite enough, really.
Would you start him early with a new ball?
You'll have to get him on quick. You'll have to get him on quick, that's for sure, because I think as soon as the Kiwis see a bit of spin come onto bowl, they're going to be looking to get on with it quickly. Take a few chances, because, you know, if you get a couple of overs at 20 or 30 off the spin bowler, you take a few risks, get away with it, the game's gone.
Who would you open with?
Well, I think they're going to go with the seamers. I think Ishan and...
Shami or Bumrah?
Wow, he hasn't been quite as effective as I thought he would be, Bumrah. Might give Shami a blast.
They haven't got much to play with.
No,
so.
And then you've got to get the spinner in quick. There's no point in bringing the spinner on with 60 to go or something like that. You know what I mean? It's his kind of job.
Well, New Zealand, they've been waiting for this moment.
Oh, man, that's an excited dressing room.
Look back to 2019. and how they narrowly missed out on a World Cup trophy. Yeah. And this is their opportunity. There will be some nerves, no doubt.
Oh, yeah.
Because
the start is going to be key, yeah.
They are in the position to win.
Yeah.
And that's probably what India will be preying on, almost.
Oh, yeah.
They'll want to make it known that New Zealand have not won a trophy.
And there'll be that sort of mindset now as a batsman. Well, what do? Do I take a little risk and just try and sort of kick-start the innings, try and get a few fours away early when there's gaps in the field, or do I just sort of, knuckle down, play them in the normal game, but then not go anywhere and give India a chance that if they get 2 or 3 quick wickets, they haven't progressed.
It makes it interesting if there's 2 or 3 quick wickets.
Absolutely. It's going to be a corker if a couple go early.
Well, the players are striding out now. Devon Conway, Tom Latham. Devon Conway, the only half-century maker in the Test match, 54 to him. Tom Latham with 30. They had a good partnership on day 3.
He's played in a couple of good Test matches, hasn't he?
Yeah.
For the start of his career. Devon Conway, thanks very much.
He's taken it in his stride, though, hasn't he? He really, just so relaxed. He looks at the crease. It's got the bat resting against his thigh pad at the moment as he readjusts his gloves at the pavilion end.
Yes, that Kiwi dressing room will just be praying for a nice little 30 or 40 opening stand. But you're right, a couple go quickly. Ooh. I wouldn't rule it out.
I'm just having a look at Virat Kohli. Where is he? He's at second slip. There's Rohit Sharma will come in and slip in next to him. In fact, he's at third. Rohit Sharma at second. Pujara at first. Ishant Sharma will take the new ball from the pavilion end. He'll bowl round the wicket to Tom Latham, who is marking his guard and will face the first ball. Point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and Jasprit Bumrah down at fine leg. Tom Latham just setting himself up, playing a defensive stroke towards the square leg umpire as he now returns to his mark, spins the bat in his hand and assesses the scene around him. Some blue sky above, clouds around, and the Indian fans starting to get behind their team. Here we go then. First ball of the final innings of the ultimate test. Here comes Ishant Sharma. He bowls, Latham defends, nearly misses the bat and hits the pad, hence the appeal. But it was bat first as he plays it to the leg side, no run.
Bowls well against the left-handers, doesn't he, Sharma? From round the wicket, gets that angle in and that lovely wrist position just to shape it away from the outside edge as well. Little inside edge onto the pad.
Yeah, the way it's shaping up looks like it's going to go away from him, and that's where he gets done, Tom Latham. That's where they like to target, at the pads. Ishant Sharma, tall frame, shuffles forwards into his stride now. Latham defends to the offside of a good length.
I think Virat Kohli appealed for that.
He's going to be pumped up, isn't he?
Oh, yes.
Plenty of emotion. We'll be able to read the game just by what he's doing.
Yeah, interesting decision. Who do you go to? Do you go to the guy that your normal gun bowler in Bumrah, or do you think yourself, we bowled so well in that first innings that can't we just let him go again in Shami? Yeah, interesting. First decision for the skipper.
I'd be tempted to go with Ashwin.
Would you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Okay, like it. Out of the box, why not?
I do. I like. Yeah.
2 left-handers.
I think early on.
2 left-handers.
Early on. Latham allows the ball to pass outside the off stump.
Not a bad shout, because the odd one could sort of scuff on.
Just for a couple.
Yeah.
See how it goes, and then maybe bring Shami in, but he's warming up at the moment. Mohammed Shami at mid-on.
Yeah, he could be taking the nearie.
Yeah. He probably will go with him. 4 wickets in New Zealand's first innings.
Just bowled beautifully as well.
But maybe Ashwin early.
He was a bit off, Bumrah. Did you think that?
Yeah.
Just a little bit off?
Yeah.
Didn't get much swing or much seam. I mean, bowled very well, but
Sharma coming in again. Latham taps his bat down. Now drives to a wide mid-off, no run, taken by Shubman Gill into a long barrier position, throws the ball into the stumps. 2 more balls left of this over then. Blue sunnies perched above his cap at mid-off there. Shubman Gill wearing a long sleeve jumper. Jinky Rahane at extra cover. Clapping away the vice-captain, trying to rally his team. And Jadeja at point. Sharma turns now to face us and Tom Latham. It's a gentle tap of the bat, now hovering stump height. The left-handed Latham crouches, then defends. Plays it with a straight bat, back to the bowler, almost a pat with an angled bat. Jeremy Coney's going to come in for Phil Tuffnell. Warm sunshine here in Hampshire. You can feel it coming through. It's been the first time this test match that we've had such warmth. Kane Williamson sitting inside the dressing room. Intense focus and concentration. The bearded captain for New Zealand. Sharma coming again then. Sun on his back as Latham's on his back foot, guiding to point. A good length delivery then to finish off the over. A maiden to start for India. New Zealand, none for none. A target of 139 with 52 overs remaining. Jeremy Coney, what a day so far.
Yeah.
As I'm going to pass over to Simon.
Yeah, well, as I said just before, I think I was on with Eggers, I said that the game just refuses to die. It just keeps on providing interesting moments for us, and now it's collectively over what's been well, it feels, I feel a lot older since we started this game, but it's certainly been able to build to a climax here at the moment. You would think 138 is not a huge total, is it? But in these circumstances, when you divide it by the overs, which comes out at about 2.6 runs an over, which is about what this run rate throughout this whole match has been. New Zealand, obviously, they've got a good chance.
Here's Shami going to bowl his first ball. And it's forced away towards mid-wicket by Conway.
Strange
There's
shot.
no run. It was a strange shot. It was help into the leg side. And the two batters meeting in mid-pitch have a quick discussion after that. So Shami opening the bowling.
Yes, I'm not surprised at all.
After his success in the first innings. Moment of the day so far. What a catch that was by Nichols. Beautifully judged. Big moment. Pant, 41. Skyer out towards deepish backward point or gully. Here is Shami bowling. Turned away by Conway. First run of New Zealand's second innings. Out towards backward square leg. 1 for no wicket in pursuit of 139 to become the first World Test champions.
It's always difficult when you turn your back to the pitch and back to the players and running and just keeping the eye on the ball. He did that very well, actually. He kept his eye and he kept steady, and he didn't start waving the head at all. It left him just a little bit at the last moment, actually, but he had two hands ready, went to his right to take the catch. So yes, it was a big moment for New Zealand. They'd already dropped punt, and he was starting to play dangerously. I think he liked the look of the different length. He'd been facing Wagner and Jameson for the first hour after lunch, and suddenly there was Southey and Bolt bowling a fuller length that he could attack better. So yeah, big moment.
Latham, 2 slips and a gully in. Shami bowls to Latham. Latham lets it go by outside the off stump. I was watching it on my balcony at the end here. I mean, sometimes you're in the box, you don't see, the ball sort of disappears out of view because we've got the lid of the
canopy kind of thing,
of the roof of the room. But I had a really good view of it, and I was thinking, as it was going up there, I was thinking, where's my money? Is it on the ball or is it on the fielder?
Rather him than me.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was thinking ball, fielder. Right at that last moment,
Oh, well, you better go and tell him that.
It was a brilliant catch. It really was. Fantastic moment for him. Here is Shami. going into bowl to Latham, and Latham lets that go. It's quite close to his off stump, and curving back in after the ball had gone past the stumps, which is, in a way, is not much help to the bowler. Wanted to curve back in quite late before it gets to the stumps. Diving save by Pant away to his right-hand side. And then once that wicket fell, and New Zealand working their way through India's rather fragile lower order quite steadily. And then Ashwin out in the same over, big drive caught by Taylor, who barely touched the ball, but when it comes to him, he seems to snaffle them. Took that one at first slip.
Yeah, just a ball running across him from Bolt, wasn't it? Had a big drive.
Yeah. Shami round the wicket to Latham, again quite close to off stump. Again he leaves it, and again it's taken by Pant. Shami, not the first bowler in this match to stand in the middle of the pitch with his hands on his head. New Zealand 1 for no wicket. What has been the run rate during this game, Zaltz? India 217 from 92.1 overs. New Zealand 249 from the 100th over. So I don't think any, and then 170 from 73. I don't think any innings has been at 2.6. But it's a different scenario now, isn't it?
Yes.
You know, the target's in sight.
And we've had 2 days of slightly better weather. Outfield getting faster because it's dried.
Shami bowls to Latham, and Latham is forward, pushing away into the offside towards cover. And there's no run. That is the end of the second over of the innings. And New Zealand need 139 to win the match. We've had 2 of the 53 overs. Andy?
The overall run rate in the match, 2.39 per over. India's first innings, 217, was scored at 2.35. Then New Zealand won it exactly 2.5 an over. And India 2.32 in their second innings.
That shows you how difficult it has been to score quickly, but it's not that New Zealand have to score quickly, they just have to keep their wickets in hand, really. That's it.
And that's why I think we'll see them just start fairly cautiously as they have done so far. They won't be expensive, I don't think.
Here is Ishant Sharma going into bowl to Conway, and Conway lets that one go, leaning forward through to Pant. I was thinking, you talk about 4 results being possible in a cricket match. Start of the day, it felt like the draw was the most likely. Now I think it's least likely. It feels like less likely than the tie. It's bizarre, isn't it, how it can turn around?
It is.
I think you'd go New Zealand, India, tie, draw at the moment in that order. Can't see this being a draw now. Have a bizarre set of circumstances for that to happen, I think. Even though the run rate is 2.6 higher than any time during the match. Ishant bowls outside the off stump. Conway leans forward and lets it go through to Rishabh Pant. There's a knot of New Zealand supporters. They're all sitting in the same section of the ground, out at extra cover with Conway batting at this hotel end of the ground, and they've been making a tremendous noise. I can see an India flag amongst them. There are 2 India supporters sitting among the beige. I think they've got a lot of them have got beige ODI shirts on down there, those old beige ones. Did you wear a beige shirt? You must have done, didn't you?
Yes, I did, yes. Had several beige ones, actually. The first one a little tight. That was in Australia. World Series cricket, remember that?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah. Ishant Sharma around the wicket to bowl to Conway. Conway checks the drive there. I think he was looking to initially minded to force that, but then checked the shot, played it away into the offside, and there is no run. When you were wearing the beige, did you think this isn't quite the real deal, or did you think, oh, this is fantastic, what a lovely kit the manufacturers have come up with?
No, well, not the colour. I don't think it was the... it was better than nipple pink, which was actually the West Indies, wasn't it? Remember them?
Yeah, I do.
Then that canary yellow that the Aussies had as well. So they could have done better with the colours overall, I think. Nevertheless, no, it was great, but it was a great time to play because it was at the start of that one-day game, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, that's all post-Packer time, and
pretty exciting time to play.
Yeah. Man's come across to the offside now. Ishant bowls, and Conway comes stabbing across that front leg there, playing it towards mid-on, straight to the fielder, and there is no run. New Zealand 1 for no wicket. They need 139 to win, and we are in the third over. You must have played in some of those sort of night matches at the MCG
plenty.
SCG.
Yep. just getting used to the timing of starting at 2:30 was quite a difficult thing.
Was it easy to see the ball in those night matches, those early days?
Not during the period when the lights were just starting to warm up and take over. Quite difficult. A lot of wickets fell during that time. But people regarded it as great entertainment. They came along in their droves.
Ishant moves in again to bowl to Conway, wide of off stump. Conway leans forward again and lets it go through to Rishabh Pant. Conway with a 1 run so far in New Zealand's second innings. Email from Mike North in London. He says, interesting to know whether England would go for this.
Well, Mike, I think you and I know the answer.
Yeah. But you make a valid point, possibly. I don't know. Having seen England bat in the Saturday of the second test, I can understand why they didn't go for the Lord's target. India today, they bowled out for 170. Here is Ishant Sharma bowling to Conway. Straight delivery, stretching forward. It's bounced a bit. High up on the bat. Went away into the offside towards backward point. And there is no run. So that's 3 overs gone. Still 50 overs left. It seems ridiculous to be talking about the overs actually at this point. But it's worth just bearing in mind because of the slowness of the scoring in the match. But it's 50 overs left to score 139.
Well, will we get all the 50?
138 now.
Will we get all the 50?
I think so.
Or do we?
Well, I think if we need
very
them,
slow up until the last hour, and then you've got 15 from 5 o'clock or whatever it is. Do you know what I mean? If you're not, do you go until it's 30 or?
Hold on, let's watch Shami go into bowl to Latham, and Latham plays that calmly way into the offside towards extra cover, and there's no run.
Andy better tell us so that we're actually very clear on what the regs are on this.
No, we have to bowl all the overs today.
You must go through the 50.
You must, yeah.
So we'll go into a point, and then we'll have the last 15.
Exactly. Whenever we bowled the 83, that'll
fine.
be it, and the last 15, and then the last hour will start, whatever time that is.
38 plus the 15.
So as long as the light holds.
Right.
And I think, we're right in the middle.
And can the batting side go off? Do they have to go off if the umpires say, look, we think it's too dark?
Yes, they do.
They do have to go.
Yeah. There's none of that. It's in the gift of the batting side anymore. Shami bowls. It's played defensively back up the pitch, and there's no run. So what are you suggesting? Very slow over rate?
Well, I don't know. I mean, if the longer run-up boys are going to be operating, which you think they would... I mean, we might get a few overs of spin there, but I don't see lots and lots of it, do you?
I suppose it depends what sort of inroads they make with the new ball.
Sure, absolutely.
It might be that, Kohli likes Ashwin, of course, but he delayed him, when was it, yesterday, was it? It took a long time to bowl.
The 2 lefties in.
Yeah. Ashwin, of course, took the first wicket of New Zealand's first innings.
That caught Kohli himself, short cover.
Shami bowls. Oh, a swish from Latham to ball outside the off stump, missed it. He was looking to hit that towards the deep forward square leg boundary. It just seemed to bounce a bit more than he expected. Flew through to Rishabh Pant. I mean, there is something there still for the bowlers to work with, and that's the one thing. I mean, it just keeps India in the game. Normally 139, you might chip away, you might pick up 3 or 4 wickets, something like that. If you're on a good day, you might pick up 6, but I don't know. India get New Zealand.
Well,
30 for 3 or something.
New Zealand batting lineup, Simon, you've got these 2 openers who have batted fairly solidly, generally, I'd have to say, and New Zealand rely on them to see the new ball off and then get them away to a bit of a start.
And Shami, crowd behind him, urging him on, bowls to Latham. Latham plays quietly in defence to mid-off, and there's no run.
And then you've got Williamson, who's just come off quite a long innings, even though it wasn't perhaps the most productive one in terms of Williamson's scoring, but 49 or whatever it was pretty decent in the context of this game. But then from then on, there are some questions, aren't there? Taylor not quite the old Taylor that we know, coming out and free stroking and so on. So he's falling across his stumps, and so he's going through a bit of a battle with himself.
The crowd here really getting behind. Shami bowls, moves that one away from Latham, who leans forward and lets it go through to Pan. Those slip fielders think it's the end of the over. They're rushing to the other end. but it's not.
Nichols, who does, gets caught out in the slip cordon quite a lot. So as he was in the first innings, so it's not a certain thing there. And then you get to Watling, who's got a problem with a finger today, and he's got one in the first innings and was comprehensively bowled, playing the wrong line. So there are issues about the New Zealand top order.
Here's Shami again. Into bowl to Latham. It's down the leg side, off the pad. It's going down fine. Might well go for 4 leg byes this. This is a bonus for New Zealand. Indeed it does. 4 leg byes. That takes the sting out of the crowd roar there. Everyone goes quiet again. I just noticed actually that New Zealand's first innings, I just look at how they bat in the first innings, it took them till the 71st over to reach 135 for 5.
They're missing out by 3 runs. Or 4 runs.
Yeah, they were 135 for 5 when they lost that 5th wicket, Watling, in the 71st over. So, there we go. Past events aren't always an indication of what's going to happen in the future, but it shows you how tough it was. Andy, quickly.
I've been looking at chases this millennium between 100 and 170.
Come back to that in a second. It's 5 for no wicket. That was the last ball of the over. Here's Ishant Sharma going into bowl to Conway. He's with him now, and Conway struck on the pad. It's going to be a leg by here, out towards backward square leg. Pant is after it. 6 for no wicket. Andy?
Of 77 chases of that size this man show, and the target to win in the 4th innings has been 100 to 170. The bowling team has only won 4, the batting team has won 73. So not a great deal of hope for India in those numbers.
No.
But they don't really count for much in this game.
No. What it does tell you, though, normally if you're chasing under 170, you expect to win batting last, doesn't it? Yeah. I remember England falling in a heap in the UAE chasing that sort of target. I think they bowled out for about 70. Here's Ishant Sharma bowling outside of Latham's off stump. Latham leans forward and lets it go. 6 for no wicket.
Well, I can remember chasing some pretty low totals. Some 104 against the West Indies.
That 1 wicket victory you were talking about.
9 down we passed them.
Yeah.
Chasing against England up at Headingley, about 120, something like that. And we were 5 down, getting across the line there. So they're not easy. They're sort of very nervy kind of run chasers.
Yeah, especially in a situation like this.
Yes.
This is a massive moment for New Zealand, isn't it?
Oh, yes, it is.
The next 3 or 4 hours, a culmination of so much. Here is Ishant Sharma. Going into bowl to Latham, who tries to turn that into the onside. Struck on the body, ball drops onto the pitch. And there is no run. Just a reminder, New Zealand they've never won an international tournament. They did win the sort of precursor of the Champions Trophy in
Africa.
In Nairobi, wasn't it?
That's
the late 90s, early 2000s.
Chris Cairns got 100, didn't he?
And it wasn't the Champions Trophy then, though, but it did involve all the international teams. So there was,
and they played India, I think, in the final.
So that was one tournament they have won. But of course, they've never won a World Cup. They've not won a T20 World Cup, and they haven't won a World Test Championship. How remiss of them.
Time to do something about it.
Yes, well, I think that's what they feel, and they've got a great opportunity here. Ishant bowls. Latham fends that away, and he's going to get at least a run down towards 3rd. Sliding save. Jadeja hurls the ball in to the wicket-keeper, and they are back for 2. So Latham is finally off the mark. It's 19th ball, and New Zealand are 8 for no wicket.
Probing bowling in the first 5 overs here from India. Ishant Sharma coming around the wicket to both the left-handers, getting some bounce, really. That's the threat that he poses and brings the cordon into play. Difficult for him unless he pitches a lot more full to get an LBW. So, and at the other end, Sharmi's just got a nice rhythm going and getting some steepling kind of bounce when he pitches it just a little bit shorter.
Latham waits, Sharma bowls, that's clipped away. Through square leg for 1, a look for 2. They're coming back for the second, throws on its way. It's a rather feeble return because the fielder there was off balance.
Is that Bumrah? He usually has the... Does he Saw someone anyway wearing those protective sort of bandages, aren't they, around the elbows?
Yes.
That's usually Bumrah.
Yeah. Yeah, it was Bumrah. He was off balance when he threw it there. So they're able to come back for a second. It looked like a really tight second run. Sometimes it's better just to steady yourself, and then you can get more power into the throw. Less haste, more speed. But anyway, they got back for 2. New Zealand in double figures. They knocked off 10 of them. 10 of the 139. You can hear the crowd quiet now. They've been very noisy for most of the day. Here is Ishant into bowl to Latham, and Latham plays defensively into the offside square with a wicket. There's no run. It's the end of the over. 10 for no wicket. We've had 5 of the 53 overs that are available. 139 to win. It's all going New Zealand's way at the moment. Tea is around about a quarter of an hour away, and Jonathan Agnew will take you there.
I can remember one game. I wonder what they're doing up there in the New Zealand dressing room at the moment. But one game we were chasing down at 160 against Australia to win a series in Perth. And we had Trevor Franklin, who wasn't playing in the match and hadn't played in any of the 3 tests, I think. And he marked off down the wall from starting at 160 right at the top in sort of lots of 10 coming right down to where the architrave was at the bottom of the wall. Marked them off as we went.
Shammy's on his way and bowls outside the off stump. Conway ignores it.
And the whole team shouting out, line time for a line, Frank.
Excellent.
Great.
Well, I bet there's some jitters in that New Zealand dressing room now as his runs are
great trenchman.
Off.
Great trenchman, great eater, Trevor Franklin.
Yes.
Oh, loved the lunch. Quite often, actually, when we were Wellington, we're playing. He used to play for Auckland. Played for New Zealand, as you remember, Trevor Franklin.
Yes.
And had
tall.
Yes, he was. That's right.
Batsman.
He was. But I'd get the chap, Ray Archie, his name was, to open the windows from the restaurant area.
Shammy bowls, and that's been pulled by Conway, but only to mid-on. No run.
So Trevor would come out and open the batting for Auckland, and suddenly you'd get this lovely smell of, sausages and things coming over the ground. And sure enough, Nick off he went. Get first to lunch. Good old Trevor.
Well, I remember.
Lovely fella. Lovely fella.
Seeing Trevor play, it was a very early tour match years ago now. We're playing at Napier, a warm-up game.
Yes.
And probably that 91 tour, was it? That sort of time. And
big driver.
Sid Lawrence was playing.
Oh, yes.
Came hurtling in goes Shammy and bowls, and that's played away defensively by Conway. No run, 10 for no wicket, chasing 139. Anyway, about the first over of the match, he bowled a short ball, which Franklin fended away. The short leg was given out caught, and he was very unhappy about this. The local umpire out, so he stomped off. He came back about 45 minutes later with an X-ray from the hospital showing he'd broken his arm.
Wow.
And he's waving at the umpire.
Yes.
Arm in plaster. He was never out, but he
Where's
did break his
DRS?
arm.
Where's DRS when you need it?
It's waving this
Yes.
X-ray plate. In goes Shammy, bowls, and Conway fields for one outside the off stump, full length. Past the outside edge it goes. Oh dear, it's nervous, this, it really is. And I wonder if New Zealand have got in their mind, ideally,
To elevate someone or what?
Well, no, what over they want to ideally
yes.
win by.
Oh.
It's 53 overs. Do you try and pace your innings to win it in 45 or 40 or something like that?
52 will do.
I know it'll do, but you don't want to get too far behind, do you?
No.
It's different when it's a final, as we know too well. Shammy again, rocks his shoulders, scuttles in and bowls, and Conway again allows that to go by. 10 for no wicket. 1 ball to go in the 6th over. They've got 53 to face. I'd have thought they might have thought there's something in their mind, just so it isn't suddenly a horrible last few overs scramble. And when will we see some spin, I wonder, because I think Cooley might have that up his sleeve as well.
Some wickets,
Pressure.
a little clatter of wickets at the top, and then you might see some.
Yeah. Shami. 3 slips, moves in again, bowls to Conway, it's very full. Oh, he's played that very well, driven it straight down the ground. This will come for 4. And that'll just ease a little bit of tension that might have been mounting in the New Zealand camp.
It's a good stroke, isn't it? Very full from Shami, looking to get the LBW into play, but cleverly keeping his feet out of the way. Just moved the feet to the leg side slightly and was able to get the bat, therefore, coming down and onto that ball. Driven very straight on the onside of the stumps.
Yeah. Fine shot. Didn't hit it very hard. He does back leg again.
Yeah.
Something he's going to have to work that out, I think. His back leg was right off the ground again. He played it nicely. It was played very straight. So in fact, the weight from the elevated leg was going forwards, whereas you've seen him get out, and it's dragged him over rather, hasn't it? But there's something there he's going to have to work on. 14 for no wicket. Latham will face Bumrah.
So change of bowling.
Bowled, yeah. He's going to come on from the far end. T is at 25 past, so just under 10 minutes away. That drummer's going to be exhausted if this goes the whole 53 overs. 47 remain from T. 47 overs. I mean, the over rate.
Yes.
Talk about over rates. I mean,
yes.
Really awful. But it doesn't seem to matter today very much. Bumrah then, from the far end, moves in and bowls, and that's steered by Latham, kicked really out into the offside. And there is no run. 14 for no wicket. And all these overs have to be bowled, so, or at least until
darkness.
Until darkness descends, which it might do, because it's going to be, 50 overs in a one-day game is 3.5 hours, isn't it? And there's tea. So
we could end under lights, couldn't we?
It could do. 14 for no wicket. Latham on 4, waits for Bumrah. The sun out at the moment, the light's absolutely perfect. And Bumrah moves in and bowls down the leg side, and it's just helped around the corner by Latham. And Shami throws it back again. One more to New Zealand. 15 for no wicket. Chasing 139 to win. A dramatic day. Opened up by Jameson to start with. He finished with 2 for 30 from 24 overs. He's had a wonderful game. And then Southey as well, chipping in, although he did drop punt. If that had been caught when punt was on 5, it might have been over by now. It wasn't a difficult one at slip. Punt went on to make 41.
But it showed, didn't it, that even if you do play aggressively, your tent is there, it's quite hard to score quickly as well.
Yeah, it is. Bumrah breaks into his sprint, moves in, bowls outside the off stump, a lively delivery which Conway ignores. Taken by the keeper. So who in the New Zealand team, I'm looking at who's going to be a batsman who could come out here and play a little more positively than...
Well,
there isn't kind of a playmaker. I mean, Williams is a wonderful batsman, obviously. But if it does get to a stage where they're going to have to score a little more quickly, will it result in a change in the order? Here comes Bumrah, bowls outside the off stump, another lively ball.
Well, the obvious one is Colin de Grandon, isn't it?
Yes.
Although we did see the lower order from New Zealand just play a bit more aggressively. I mean, Jameson can hit a ball.
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether he can hit the new ball.
No.
Quite so much, but other players. Well, Nichols is very good, but he's better at the horizontal shots, so going different parts of the field, but not the driving.
15 for no wicket. Bumrah. Stuttery start, bowls. Now this is useful. A faint deflection here, and Shami's not going to be able to get it. 4 more. Just straying onto that leg stump, and Conway's got just enough on that.
Well watched, Conway. Obviously, watching outside his off stump is the main issue for him, but he's got a cross, but he's still got bat on that. He kind of also jabs at the ball quite a lot, doesn't he, with one hand, and gets a little run on the leg side. He's as if he's surprised suddenly by either the movement. He's normally a number 3. He's batted number 3 a lot more than opening.
And he's got some shots too, hasn't he? I mean,
yes.
He's an expensive player.
Oh, yes, he is. Yeah.
19 for no wicket. Bumrah once again moves in, bowls to him. Oh, he feels for this. He goes flying through.
What a beauty.
Whistling through outside the off stump. And it's knocked Pant over. 19 for no wicket. And you're in there, there, one wicket.
Yeah.
Come on, boys.
Yeah.
And they know, well, they've got to get amongst them. And really put some pressure on.
It's starting to look like what cricketers sometimes term as a new ball pitch, doesn't it? Where you get some with the new ball on a drying surface. Sometimes the ball stays on the surface and then, bounces a lot higher than you would really like, and it surprises you as a batsman. And that was an example of it there from Bumrah.
46 overs left. New Zealand are 19 for no wicket. They need another 120. They're currently going at about, under 3 again. They're going about 2.7 an over, something like that. Shami bowls, and he defeats Latham now outside the off stump. That lovely line. More gardening. Might be the last over for tea. Possible. See how he goes. Just straight
moving away. Still things happening.
Yeah. Good bounce too on that.
That's where we talked a lot about him just bowling just another foot or so closer to the batsman.
It's challenging. You can't just go there and smack it about.
No, you can't.
19 for no wicket. The target 139. Shami moves in, bowls, and Latham's time allows that to go by. It keeps rather low. That's tickled up Pant now. That's got him on the finger end. I think I really saw Watling with his finger. I mean, we don't know what his batting situation is, do we? He dislocated the ring finger on his right hand when he was keeping wicket. They'll hope they don't get down to him. Bit of banter down there. I think there's some New Zealand supporters gathered. And an Indian's gone along to wave his flag at them. Shami bowls short of a length, defended by Latham, fielded at mid-off. It's all very good spirits down there. It's a beautiful day sitting outside. It's lovely and sunny. What a shame it hasn't been like this throughout the game.
Yeah.
19 for no wicket. New Zealand want 139 to win this match. And they've got 53 overs in which to do it. We're in the 8th. Shami again. Scurrying run is there from round the wicket and bowls on. Latham drives and misses, and Coney there, you can see him through his arms in the air, and Sharma's beating the ground with his hand there at second slip. They just want one just to get that uneasy feeling in the New Zealand camp. At the moment, they're playing a missing going on. Can't find the edge. Polishing of the ball. Shami again, shoulders rocking, runs away from us and bowls, and Latham's on the back foot. Well, he can't penetrate the offside field.
Certainly Shami looks the man, doesn't he? He looks as he did in the first innings, and I wonder whether afternoon tea will come at a good time for the Indians, that he'll be able to refresh himself a little and still be ready to go. Again, they've got to find someone, I think, or an end they can keep attacking from the whole time. Got to keep taking wickets when you've just got this small total to defend.
Shami wearing number 11. He's on his way once more. Bowls another beauty. Oh, my word, that's a wonderful ball. And Latham just shrugged his shoulders and says, well, I'm sorry. Not much I can do about that. From round the wicket, it's angled in. And then moved away and went through at some pace too. So, well, I think India have done their absolute best there to try and break through. They haven't been able to do it. So from New Zealand's perspective, well, okay, we've got through the opening burst. We haven't lost any wickets as they head off for tea on the 6th day, with New Zealand needing a further 120 to win from, 45 overs? I think that's what remains, 45 overs.
Yes.
A lot of cricket still to go.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is. It's been a battle too for New Zealand, hasn't it?
Yeah.
No easy gimmies at all, really. The ball just outside, directed towards the stumps, and then getting some bounce and some indifferent bounce at times, mainly up rather than down. And Shami, the pick of the bowlers so far, because he's getting it to move from the seam as well. Such a good seam presentation from him. And at least he's giving the ball the chance to do some work. But Conway and Latham had a wee bit of luck here or there, but you need that when the ball's moving around.
You're enjoying it though?
So, no, I'm not too bad actually.
No, you're all right.
I've seen enough losses.
You're not going to lose.
We're certainly in the game.
Yeah, you're not going to lose.
In the game.
You've got a great chance of winning this. It's just one of the things, just release the shackles of it, because Kohli's going to keep attacking, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
If you bat the overs, you're going to win. One imagines.
Yeah.
You should do. But, I guess from a New Zealand perspective...
There'll be some stories along the way.
Oh, no, there will.
So that's good. That's great.
Yeah, absolutely. OK, Jeremy, thank you. 120 more to win, then, is how it stands here, with 45 overs remaining. The light is excellent. The sky is largely blue. So there's no problem looming from that point of view either. So there'll be a 20-minute break. And out they'll come for the final session and the 6-day test match, with everything up for grabs. But can India win it? Well, you never know. You just never know in these games, do you? Anything can still happen. And of course, we've got another commentary game on Test Match Special this evening. England begin their white ball international summer with the first T20 against Sri Lanka. That's at Sapphire Gardens in Cardiff. Now, it's a much-changed Sri Lankan squad without Dinesh Chandimal, Lasith Malinga, Angelo Matthews, Uzo Taranga, Tarasa Pereira. They've all gone. They've led the team in recent years. The captain is Kusal Pereira. He's the only surviving member of their World T20 winning side. And the former Sri Lanka player Kumar Sangakkara has been assessing their chances with Simon Mann.
Well, I think it's a side in transition again. I think the selectors have made calls in terms of leaving out the likes of Angelo Matthews, Dinesh Chandimal, Lahiru Thirimana maybe, and brought quite a young side under Kusal Janit Pereira, Kusal Mendes, another youngster as vice-captain. So it's going to be interesting to see how they match up. Quite a few very talented players, 5 openers in all, quite a few of them left-handers, really. So it'll be interesting for me to see how they stack up in terms of a batting lineup. We've got Dushmantha Chamira, and then Dhananjaya Lakshan as well was voted the up-and-coming player of the Lankan Premier League. So quite a lot of talent, good spin attack as well.
So is it the squad, in terms of talent, is it, you say it's sort of developmental, is it a bit thin, or is it?
I think the talent's always there, potential's always there. I think it's about trying to get as many finished articles in terms of players who can really graduate to the highest level of competition and hold their own, and that's going to take a while for them, but it's a good learning curve to play against the best in the world. That'll hold them in good stead as they look forward to the T20 World Cup and beyond.
So if they could take down 6 matches, because they beat England in the last World Cup, didn't they? I mean, they actually really put the skids under England that last World Cup, made them doubt themselves.
They did. Angelo Matthews, I think, scored a wonderful 100, and then Lasith Malinga came in and ripped the heart out of England's batting. No Lasith Malinga or Matthews this time. I don't think the door is closed for the senior players to come back in. I think they just want to make an assessment of bench strength here and kind of decide on which players they would really look at in terms of formulating their final squads for the T20 World Cup. They're also looking at the next 50-over World Cup. It's a good test.
That's Kumar Sangakkara giving the Sri Lankan view. Now, what about England then? There's no Archer. Stokes, although I see he's back playing again, which is good news, or Topley, but Johnny Bairstow and David Malan are expected to be available, and Chris Woakes is back with a chance of playing his first T20 since 2015. Henry Moran has been speaking to the England captain, Owen Morgan.
First of all, Owen, what's the sort of expectation? What are you looking to get from this series?
I think a few things. I think when a T20 series specifically comes so fastly and sort of condensed, you want guys to be on the money from the first game, because there's no breathing space when you play 2 games in 2 days and there's only 1 day in between the following game. It can come at you quite quickly, and when we're playing a side that we don't necessarily know a lot about and haven't played against a lot before, it can present different challenges as well. So the guys are fully aware that the challenges that Sri Lanka pose, but also we need to be on top of our game as well.
Few injuries around. David Malan, Johnny Bester. What's the latest in terms of the strength of your squad injury-wise?
Yeah, both guys are fully fit to play, so they're available for selection.
Jos Buttler spoke about the challenges of the rearranged IPL and international commitments, and with the condensed nature of everything that's happened in the last 12 months, how difficult is it for players, captains, administrators when you've got those sort of pressures and pulls from different directions?
I think it's just a completely different challenge that we've never come up against before. And certainly having been on tour now and in an international team for a long time, you can relate to like really tough challenges about performance or being away from home. But I'd certainly think that this is the toughest that it's been. I think the last 12 months with the isolated bubbles that we've had, the travel restrictions, being away from home, have all culminated in one big challenge on top of trying to perform for your team and your country as best you can. So I'd have to say it's been as tough, if not tougher, than any other year that I've played for England.
In your mind, would the national side and should the national side take precedence over any domestic league?
Yeah, so I think 2 different isolated events. I think when, like as a cricketer, you're obviously striving to improve. You want to play for your national team as best you can. And there are certain leagues around the world that if you're a white ball cricketer, you want to play in because they are regarded as the best in the world. And if you go there and compete against the best, or even go there and experience playing with the best, you will no doubt improve your game. So when you commit to something like the IPL and you are selected or picked up at an auction, given the fixtures the way they were pre-tournament, bearing in mind it's only a couple of months previous to that, I think players should still go. And I think that was a really good decision to allow our players to stay out there, both with their development in mind, but also the T20 World Cup in mind this year. I think when it comes to the rescheduled back end of the IPL clashing with fixtures that have been in place and in the pipeline for 6 to 8 months, I think international duty takes precedence.
Will we expect to see a moment of unity ahead of this T20 and ODI series?
Yeah, so we will be very much aligned with the tests guys. I'm just about to go into a match referees meeting with the umpires, Sri Lankan coach and captain, in which we're going to propose the exact same thing that happened during I think it was just before the anthems in the test series. Yeah. So if there are anthems, we're going to ask them if they would mind that we participate in something that we're trying to do as a team and have been for a long time. But if that doesn't happen, we'll simply show a display of our feelings during a warm-up by wearing our T-shirts.
What have you made of the challenges and the negative press that cricket's had in the last few weeks with regards to historical tweets and social media?
I think it certainly raises your awareness around the roles that everybody plays, not only as a cricketer, but the role within society and how much scrutiny everybody is under, but also when things are either taken out of context or open to interpretation, you have to assume now that they will be, which is a strange existence within itself. But I think the protocols that have now been put in place and the procedure that the ECB are going through is probably one that hasn't been in place before, but now needs to be in place. And moving forward, it's important for us as players to recognise that.
And just finally, what's your message to the players, particularly in the T20 squad, ahead of what's a huge 6 to 9 months? What's your message going into this series?
Yeah, I think this series and the rest of the white ball summer, which is obviously very condensed, is a huge opportunity to stake our claim as a team and as individuals, both to be selected for the World Cup, but also, particularly in T20 cricket, when you dangle a carrot of a number one side in the world on the cusp of a World Cup with very little opportunity in between, it's a huge chance to impress.
Right, that's Owen Morgan talking to Henry Moran. We'll talk to Henry in a second. Just a reminder, there's tea here at Southampton. We've got a terrific game on our hands with New Zealand chasing 139 to win. They've got 53 overs in which to do it. Well, they've reached 19 so far. They haven't lost any wickets. They have had 8, though, of those 53. So 45 overs to go to get to that 139. Then we'll be underway again here in a little over 5 minutes or so. The umpires should be coming out. So, Henry, there at Cardiff, how's it all looking?
It's looking glorious, Aggers. I have to say, blue skies overhead. There's a few wispy clouds. We've got that familiar line of trees behind the stand in the distance. We've got the river beyond that and the park. You know the view very well. But it is, when the sun is shining, it's a lovely venue, this. The only disappointment, perhaps, is we're not going to see quite as many spectators as many were hoping for. We think it'll be around about 1,500. Right. So it won't be quite the capacity and the numbers that certainly Hugh Morris, the chief executive here, was talking about. 3,000 was the feeling before they hadn't had to follow the Welsh Government guidelines, and 1,500 looks the capacity that we're going to see in this game. But either way, it should be a good atmosphere. It should be entertaining. The forecast is set fair, and everything is looking good out there in the middle. There's not a cover to be seen.
We've seen enough of those over the last few days. That sounded like quite typical Owen Morgan, really, sort of quite focused and calm and calculated in the way that he spoke.
It did, and I think there's quite an interesting dynamic going on across these 3 T20 matches. Quite often in English summers, we see the T20s as almost chucked in there, and they're just part of the overall picture without holding that much significance. But these games are important because you've got 2 of the guaranteed starters, if you like, in England's T20 side, in Ben Stokes and Jofra Archer, missing through injury. So there's a massive opportunity in these 3 games for somebody to put their hand up and say, I'm the person that can make the difference when we look to win this T20 World Cup come the autumn, whether it's in India, whether it's somewhere else. So there is a big opportunity for someone to come in and stake their claim. It looks from what Owen Morgan has said that Moeen Ali is going to come in and be that all-rounder. He spoke about how no side really, unless you're very, very good, can go in with 5 bowlers and no all-rounder. So that suggestion is that Moeen will play, which has been a little bit of a rarity, having missed so much of the series in India. So there is this big opportunity for somebody to stand up, get that chance, play a few good innings. And if we remember, it was here where David Malan against South Africa 4 years ago played his England debut, scored 80-odd runs, and since then hasn't looked back. He's now the number 1 T20 batsman in the world. So there is serious potential for somebody or a number of players to really make a bit of a statement. Yeah, and
I mean, Milan's been talked about in serious terms for the Test matches as well, isn't he? So it's a great chance for him just to get his name out there.
Yeah, and there's a number of players that will also be thinking, well, we've seen the struggles England's batsmen have had in the Test format. What a chance this is. We expect to see Johnny Bairstow and Milan back from injury. Joss Butler's playing again, Jason Roy. And so there is, and I know it's been spoken about a lot, there is a real strength to this England side in ways that perhaps the Test format hasn't quite seen. In this year 2021 so far, the T20 side has been pretty much full strength throughout. And you look at the lineup, barring Stokes and Archer, and this is a really strong England 11 that they'll pick. Whoever they pick is going to be a really strong team.
Yeah, and does it feel like a countdown now? I mean, we've been counting down to these big events for ages, haven't we? But with just 6 games to go, does it feel now as if this really is the last path to the T20 World Cup?
Yes, but there is, of course, the uncertainty of where it's going to be and how it's going to work, because, of course, we've also got the prospect of these matches to be played in Pakistan and Bangladesh ahead of the T20 World Cup. But at the moment, there's all these discussions about the rearranged IPL as well and where players will play. And we heard Owen Morgan speaking about how international cricket will take precedence, but also the value of playing in these franchise leagues for getting accustomed to facing the best in the world. So there's a lot of T20 cricket that potentially could be played, but these 6 matches in front of the England sort of management, if you like, and in front of Owen Morgan are going to be crucial. And England will be desperate to go one better than they did in the last T20 World Cup. You think back to Calcutta and the pain for Ben Stokes in that game, and then the joy of the 2019 World Cup. If Owen Morgan, who's now been captain of this white ball side for over 6 years, can ensure that his legacy is being double world champions in white ball cricket, that'll be a huge, huge achievement. And you know what he's like. You've been in those interviews, Agus, that steely look.
Oh, yes.
You know how determined he is and what it would mean to him to get that job done.
Yeah. Go see David Willey back in the squad, talking about pain. You know, I mean, there's the man who, when he was watching the 19 World Cup in tears when England won, because he'd done so much hard work, of course, and you know, responsible to a large extent of England, and the way they completely rebuilt their game. And of course, he was then left out of the squad. So I mean, a good chance for him at least to get back in and hopefully to make the squad this time.
Yeah, 3 ODI appearances against Ireland last summer. That was his only international cricket since May 2019, and his departure heralded the arrival of Jofra Archer. The two were completely linked, and I remember seeing at the time there was that quite moving tweet that David Willey put up of his wife and child and saying, I know that I'm missing out on this World Cup, but I'm ultimately winning at life. And so there was clearly, he was very emotional about having missed out on that World Cup selection, and was quite public about that and the challenges of it. But he'll know that this is realistically, this push towards the T20 World Cup, his last opportunity perhaps to get into an England side in a major ICC event. So he'll be looking to really take his opportunity. He's got the left arm option, no Reece Topley in this squad, so there is the potential, if David Willey can have a good few games, because of the lack of T20 cricket. In fact, it works in your favour. If you can do well in the short amount of time, then you're fresh in the memory, because there isn't then another 12 matches for somebody else to come in and take your place. So this is a big opportunity for David Willey, and I think there's quite a lot of sympathy towards him from within the England camp and from those watching on.
I'm sure. So just last one, no actual team news, I suppose. You're about nearly 3 hours away from start there, aren't you?
So no team news as yet. No. We expect it'll be whether, I suppose, it's going to be Joss Buttler opening the batting alongside Jason Roy, or whether it's the 50-over partnership of Roy and Bairstow at the top of the order. I suppose that's one of the key questions. Mark Wood, where's he going to play, and is he going to play? Because of course, back-to-back matches, how will that work in terms of his workload? So there's a few little questions there. I think the Moeen Ali decision, from what Morgan said, it seems likely he'll play, and that would have been the big one. Chris Wokes as well, not played 20 cricket since 2015. Will he play? Will it be David Willey? So there's a few questions up in the air. You'd expect across the 2 nights here in Cardiff, we'll see all of those names playing, though.
Thank you, Henry. I should enjoy listening to it on our way back from Southampton, whatever that may be. You enjoy the evening.
Thank you, Agus. I enjoyed listening as I drove over the bridge to the Test Championship this afternoon.
Well, it's hotting up nicely. Thank you, Henry. Enjoy this evening. That match starts at 6:30, and of course, full coverage on Test Match Special. The umpires are coming out into the sunshine here and wandering out. They've got the Indians in a bit of a huddle down there on the edge of the boundary, and we've got the New Zealand batsmen on their way. Phil Tuffnell, you're going to tomorrow's game, aren't you? Because that's on the telly, I think, tomorrow's T20.
Yeah, looking forward to that.
Excellent. Well, I'm not sure we'll see much T20-style batting here, but
I think they're going to creep their way there.
Yeah, I was saying to Jeremy, I wonder, you often, when you're talking to a batting team chasing a target, they'll often have a sort of a target over in mind, so they're not aiming to score this winning run in the 53rd over.
No.
But they might say, look, we'll try and do this in 45. Gives a little bit of leeway each way around in there. So I would assume that's the sort of thing that New Zealand might be looking at.
Yeah, and it's funny, isn't it, that sometimes you get off to a nice solid start, and then there's usually a passage of play where someone just perhaps gets a few boundaries and runs start flowing a little bit more freely. The fielding side gets a bit down, on the reverse of that, if you lose a couple of wickets early on, the Finnish side gets up. So
I wonder how Kohli's going to play it as well, because he knows how anxious New Zealand are going to be. So if they do start to get a bit of a few runs in the bank, is he going to? I don't think he can bowl New Zealand out. So there's the thought of having attacking fields from Kohli's point of view is probably
you've got to keep them.
Unlikely. So the pressure that you create is probably through New Zealand actually trying to get the runs, defensive fields, and finding it hard. And
you've got to have catchers. You've got to have the catchers from my mind. Okay, you might have the odd one back on the bounce.
So you think Kohli's still thinking of winning the game? I think you can draw.
Yeah, well, yes. I don't think you can.
You don't think you can?
No, only chasing. What was it? What did they chase?
139.
139.
45 overs.
Yeah, I don't think that you can draw that, John. I think you've got to keep your catchers in. You've got to keep wickets.
Well, we'll
you
see.
Might have the odd scout out. You might have the odd scout out.
We'll see how he does it, because somehow he's got to create pressure.
Yeah.
And at the moment, these two have made a careful start. Yeah. They've got 19 on the board, but there's still a long way to go, and they lose a couple of wickets. I was saying to Jeremy, they haven't. If you look at New Zealand's batting order, I mean, it's solid and it's disciplined, as we know, and it plays well in tricky conditions. But there's not many there who just seize it by the scruff of the neck and go, right, you give me that, just give me this game.
Big Cole might come out and play a few shots.
They might have to put something like that up.
Yeah,
but we'll see. At the moment, it's still 3 slips. He's on the attack.
Yeah, it changes very quickly, doesn't it? Mindsets of batting sides with small totals, as you say, that those first 2 or 3 quick wickets all of a sudden send little shudders through everyone.
Well, Conway's going to face the first over after the break. Bumrah's going to bowl it, and there's 3 slips. And some very voluble Indian spectators who are sitting on the edge of their seats for this, as Bumrah bowls the first ball after tea, and it's a full length which is played defensively by Conway up to mid-off. So 19 for no wicket. The target, as we know, is 139. It started off at being from 53 overs. They've had 8, so it's 45 overs to go to score what remains.
They might need a few of those. They're going to need a few of them.
They will.
Yeah. It's not going to come easy.
No. 19 for no wicket. Bumrah on his way again, bowls outside the off stump, and Conway lets it go. Well, you said you'd ordered a nice shepherd's pie, homemade shepherd's pie for tonight after a week in the bubble. I think he might have to spend. It might be in the oven a bit. I think
might be a bit dried out. You reckon?
Yeah, it might be. I think it's going to be a long process, this, because well, there are spinners in the Indian side, of course.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting decision when Kohli brings in, if he does bring in Ashwin or Jadeja.
Yeah,
because that's then when you might see, someone just try to go, right, I'm going to try and take him down.
Ashwin bowls so well to left-handers.
Well, there you go. It's going to be difficult.
Yeah, there's 2 of them at the moment. Slips waiting. Bumrah bowled very well just before tea. Moves in again and bowls outside the off stump. And again, Conway lets it go by. Paws at the ground. Goes for a quick look at the pitch. Latham's coming down, exchanging a word with him too. Some prodding going on, but it's really just a quick conversation, I think, between the 2 of them.
They won't
push and run.
Get busy. Yeah, you just don't want to be a sort of a static target. No. Do you know? Just leave, because then the bowler gets confidence and starts getting into a rhythm. You've got to have that energy, even if you're not looking to score.
Gaps there in the offside. Just push one. Just rotate the strike around. Bumrah again moves in, bowls, and he gets a bit of a mess here. And it was a short ball, quite a lively one. And it looked like Conway was going to pull that in the end, but it climbed on him, hit him up in the thigh area, and more prodding. It's just done a bit all match.
Yep.
I think it's fair to say that if the weather had been anything like decent, it wouldn't be a 6-dayer this one.
No.
It could have been well, four maximum perhaps.
Well, it would have been a test for the bowlers, that's for sure.
Yeah, it has moved around. Bumrah bowls, Conway's forward. Oh, that's the one where he might have pushed and run, but he's hit it straight to mid-off. Ashwin fields is the end of the over. 19 for no wicket. The target 139, and begins with a maiden. Well, there's 1 ball to go. Hang on, everyone seems to move around there, but
can't be a draw. It can't be a draw.
Well,
it could be a tie.
Yeah,
imagine that.
Yeah.
But, at the moment, New Zealand looking very good.
It's not a super over, is there? Have one of those again.
The ultimate over.
Boomerang once again comes in and bowls outside the off stump, and that will be the end of the over as Conway lets that go through. Latham 5, Conway 9. It's 19 for no wicket, and Maiden kicks things off.
It might be interesting, actually, to go back to your point, that if they do bowl wide of off stump, you can't just spend all afternoon leaving it.
That's my point.
Yeah, you can't just keep going. Oh, another Maiden.
No.
Oh, there's another Maiden. Well bowled, well bowled.
I mean, they've got to try and win this game, and you can really, make it very difficult for them to score. I mean, there's no restriction on wides or field restrictions. Or
hang it out wide, and then the one time that you think, oh, crikey, we better get a bit of a move on, you nick it.
Yeah. We're back to Bulawayo.
Yeah, well, could be. Played in that game. Yes. For old Nick Knight.
He's street hurling it down the leg side, isn't he? Well, I mean, but you can do it in Test cricket. Yeah. Ashwin's on.
Oh, here you go.
Straight away.
There you go. This is going to be interesting. Two left-handers bowls beautifully the left-handers.
Yep.
And you've just got to put some pace on the ball as a batsman, haven't you? You've got to sort of play slightly aggressive when the spinner's on.
Well, he's got a slip, and Mann catching on both sides. So short cover and short mid-wicket. Mid-on, mid-off are up. There's a deep point and a deep backward square, almost long leg really down there, as Ashwin, this jerky approach, moves in, and doesn't let go of the ball. And Pant's laughing as if that was a ploy. Crowd enjoyed that, and Latham's smiling. What's that all about? It's like it was deliberate. Ashwin again goes in, bowls, and Latham's on the back foot, and he'll get a single.
Yeah, see, this might just enable the batsman just to get a few singles and dot around and to tick that scoreboard over.
Yeah, that was all about.
I think it was a bit of fun.
I think it was.
Just to try and break the tension a bit, I think.
Yeah, Latham kicking away a bit of detritus there in Ashwin's footholes as well, moving the field about here. An extra man comes into the offside, so they've got two on the drive in the covers. And a man also at short mid-wicket. Ashwin bowls and Conway leans forward and just taps the ball away. And there's no run. 20 for no wicket, the target 139. Conway, 9 not out. Waits as Ashwin again floats this up. That creeps away off a thick inside edge. Oh, Latham wanted a run there. Conway wasn't really looking for it. Picked up the man running round from mid-wicket. Crowd loving it. Feel the tension. It's almost drumming almost adds to it, like a heartbeat. Ashwin bowls. There should be one there this time, yes. Yeah. So it creeps away off the edge, out to square leg. So a second single from the over.
Yeah, that's what Kohli's just got to weigh up, hasn't it? Because you can just get little inside edges that squirt off to gaps and tick over the strike against the spin bowler sometimes.
What's the average scoring rate in this match, Andy? Let's work out when they're going to knock these off.
Just under 2.4 and over in the first 3 innings. So if we go at that, they'll be about 15 runs short.
So got to go.
Yeah, so there's got to be a little bit more.
Yeah. Extra man catching now as Latham on the back foot plays Ashwin into the covers. No run. So there's a leg slip and an orthodox slip. Yeah, so they've got to up the rate a little bit. The 10th over. They've scored 21. He's down the pitch and he's just chipped that over Ashwin's head, and now scuttling back to his mark because he was heading off for a run there. Well, there's a little example of the jitters. I will suggest to you. Latham dancing down the pitch. He completely mistimed the shot, almost chipped it straight back to Ashwin. He just got it over his head and then set off for a run that was impossible. Jadeja was the fielder. I mean, don't take him on. He had to go scuttling back into his ground. Well, yes, Andy.
Latham's head-to-head with Ashwin. Ashwin's dismissed him 5 times in Test cricket for just 79 runs, so it's an average just under 16 that Latham has against Ashwin. As you mentioned, he's a masterful bowler to left-handers. Averages 19.1 to left-handed batsmen across his Test career. 209 of his 411 wickets have been left-handers. Averages 30 against right-handers. Also more economical. Goes at 2.5 and over against left-handers, 3.1 and over against right-handers.
Right, well, there we go. That's the challenge facing New Zealand then. Conway's on strike, and Bumrah approaches from the far end and hurls this down, and there's that leg going in the air again. If you've been watching Conway back, you'll know what I'm talking about, but his back leg lifts up And he does lose his balance, and that's thudded away off a pad down to fine leg.
I've seen him get out like that.
Yeah, likewise. I mean, he's going to have to... In fact, he hit his back leg.
That is definitely going aerial, that shot, because he's slightly overbalanced, and then he flicks it aerial-wise, how he got out against England a couple of times.
Yeah, he does lose his balance with it, but yeah, got a leg by there. 22 for no wicket. Is he going to take anything at the moment? Latham, stocky, settles into his stance. And Bumrah on his way again. 3 slips, he bowls outside the off stump. Latham ignores it and pants diving there in front of first slip to collect it.
You're going to have a little play at one of those sooner
They
or
are.
later.
Because hanging out there, there's 3 slips. It's like, come on then, you go chasing.
Yeah. It might be worth Big Colin coming in slightly up the order to try and...
But he's the only one, really, isn't he? I mean, you look down...
Southey, but he's a bit here.
Yeah, well, and
or Jameson,
well, he's a bit of a swiper as well, judging by his innings the other day. Watling's got a damaged finger.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Comes Bumrah again, bowls. Oh, he does play at this one. Flashes past the edge. Collected by Punt.
Yeah, it's that India are trying to force that sort of scrambled mind, aren't they?
Absolutely. Just make scoring these runs as difficult as possible.
Yeah.
Real pressure on.
And sometimes by not necessarily, even though that was a magic ball, not by bowling the magic ball, just by bowling that one, as you say, the old sort of the worm in front of the trout's nose.
Because they are going to have to chase it. They want to win. They've got to score these runs.
Yeah.
Bumrah's on his way. Bowls. Oh, goes straight through him. Straight through him. I think Latham's looking a bit windy here. What do you think?
Yeah, well, he's just pushing it. I think it's just sort of... You can see that they're just getting a bit twitchy. You know, solid start. Achieved that. Right now, chaps, you've got to push on them just a little bit.
Yeah, a bit of chirping there. The Indian fielders come in and have a little conversation with Latham. Yeah. Feeling all right, mate? So I think I was looking a bit anxious.
Yeah, a little bit twitchy. You just get the feeling, though, that 3 or 4 boundaries will just ease.
Yes, that's what they need. Bumrah once again. Stuttery start. Bowl. Oh, it's beaten him again.
Beauty.
Well,
3 out of 3.
That's a ridiculous over, really.
Strike, you're out.
Yeah.
In baseball.
Beautiful. Great excitement from the crowd there, of course, behind the fielders. More conversation. Who is that wandering in there from?
It's Coney.
It's Coney, is it?
Yeah, third slip. Or sort of like a 4th slip.
No, mid-wicket, wandering over and talking to Latham.
Is that Shupman and Gill?
I think it is. 22 for no wicket. Ball to go in this over. It's been a great over so far. So I think we finish it off. Crowd really getting behind him. Here he comes, bowls to Latham, who at least makes contact with that one. And defensive stroke, but wonderful over.
Yeah.
Terrific over.
How are you going to get 2 or 3 runs and over off of that?
Well, exactly. Exactly.
Absolutely on the money. Slight bit of movement off the pitch going across the left-hander. You're going to have to take a risk if you're New Zealand.
Yeah.
You can't just get
so you look at that top order, and if you're a bowler, there's good players in there.
Oh, yeah.
But not someone who's going to take you apart.
No. Again, beautifully poised.
Yeah. Who's going to break first here? Ashwin's bowling to Conway.
Yeah, that mid-on just a couple of paces back, almost sort of going, go on, just teasing you.
Yeah.
If you want to take the quick signal, there's a chance for a run out.
In goes Ashwin, then bowls to the left-handed Conway. Defends another one.
Keep doing it.
Playing out to cover. No.
It's just another scenario popping up here.
Which one?
Well, the one that you were talking
the draw.
about. Well, not necessarily the draw, but...
Okay, there's Conway again. And this defends another one.
I know. You can't... You won't be able to do that. You just think, 130, we knock them off. Lovely, go and have a pint. But, with the bowlers that India have got...
Yeah, absolutely.
You're going to have to take the initiative.
Someone's going to have a go in a minute. This is tossed up, and again, Conway strokes it away to covering here. Pant there having a laugh behind the stumps. Come on, lads. You can hear him there. In goes Ashwin. Bowls. He's defended another one. Oh, wow.
haven't seen much of him against spin because England didn't play a spinner.
No.
So we don't quite know how he is against spin. I mean, he looks organised, but can he break out a bit?
Well, the maiden on the cards here. Ashwin moves in, bowls. He's down the pitch and blocks. Down the pitch and blocks. And that's fielded at short cover. Oh, that screws is tightening. Who's going to give?
Oh, spun as well. Good. That was a good shot because it turned. Didn't get to the pitch and managed to smother it.
Last ball of the over, and he's blocked it. It's a maiden. It's a maiden. The crowd love it. It's 22 for no wicket. The target is 139. Overs ticking away, and what India could do here is speed up this over rate a bit and just get those overs in. And the next thing you look up, and think, crikey, we've only got 35 overs left. We've only scored 10 runs.
I mean, Kane Williamson coming in is always handy for you, isn't it? He's got a
Yes.
great sort of game manager.
He's going to be much more expansive than in the first innings, though. And it depends what he's coming out to.
Yeah.
If he's got to come out and he's got to start scoring at 4.5 and over.
You just get the feeling that, you know, if one of these two batsmen just sort of like take the risk and a couple of fours flash away, that's the easing of pressure. But if the first time they do have a flash at it, it goes to slip or something like that. Pressure right back on the batsman.
Current scoring rate 1.8.
Boy, you've got to go for it. You've got to go hard on that.
Bumrah's on his way, and he bowls to Latham. Now there's an attempted drive. He's got it through the gap too. I don't think it'll go for 4, but it should go for 2, maybe 3. They'll get 3 here. Latham turns, taps his bat in, and heads for the far end. And you can see he actually hit through the length of that one. It wasn't a half volley.
No, those were the ones that were whistling past his outside edge, but he's decided just to go right. No. On the up, wasn't it? Right,
nice stroke.
Top of the bounce.
That should make you feel a bit better too, because it was a good shot, that, and he played it well. But across bat. He had to work hard to drive it, actually, through extra cover. But anyway, 3 runs. This breaks the stranglehold for a moment. 25 for no wicket. Target 139. Conway back on strike. Bumrah. Explosion of energy, bowls down the leg side, and that's a terrific stop. No, it's not. He's missed it. It's come rushing down here. Leg bys. I thought Punter got it for a moment. But it's come rushing down for a real bonus, that.
Yeah, that is a bonus.
4 leg bys. He threw himself at it.
Unlucky. Just got a good piece of pad off a Conway or thigh pad. Couldn't quite get it. And
threw himself.
Yeah, that is gold dust. That is gold dust.
10 leg bys already this innings.
Yeah, he's batting well, leg bys.
Yeah, useful.
Flying along.
Bumrah once again, sun behind cloud at the moment. Moves in, bowls outside the off stump of Conway. Allows that one to go through.
It's the trouble with that balcony, because it's right in the line.
I've completely obscured the view there. Yeah, we've got a very annoying rail.
Yeah.
This is absolutely in the wrong place. So I think I'll revert to standing up for this. 29 for no wicket. Conway 10 not out. Latham 9 not out.
Yeah, get it under the 100. That's what the New Zealanders will be thinking. Double figures and just chunk them off. Block by block.
Well, useful over so far. 7 from it. Bumrah wheels round. Goes in, bowls. Oh, beauty of a ball that. Conway played at it and it just flew past the edge. They have played and missed a lot, these 2 openers, and India have had no luck at all. And I guess Gill's coming in for conversation with Conway this time. Unless what he could be doing is being cunning and talking through the batsman to Coley, who's 10 yards the other side, standing at the slips. 29 for no wicket. Bumrah comes skipping in once more and bowls. There's a lovely, elegant drive from Conway. Now that might well go for 4. The outfield's pretty slow, but he has absolutely timed it perfectly. What a good over this is for New Zealand at the moment. The 3 4-leg bys and now a lovely cover drive from Conway.
Quite a good shot.
Yeah, brings 4 more.
Yeah, you've got to make up your mind so quickly. I mean, that's what Bumrah's trying to do, trying to run it across the left-hander's outside edge, and has been doing it regularly. So, took a bit of a risk there, Conway, but beautifully timed, lovely balance.
3 slips. Almost going round the wicket now, so a change of angle. Up he comes and bowls outside the off stump. Conway lets it go through, and that's the end of the over. So, Tuffers, they're off and running again. At, 33 for no wicket. The target 139. 40 overs left. Simon Mann's coming in here. After some thoughts from you.
Yeah, that was a good over for New Zealand. That would have settled the dressing room down a tad. Nip and tuck out there at the moment. You just get the feeling that New Zealand are inching their way there, and with the odd over like that, the odd 4-leg buys or a little clip down the leg side, it just gets you over the line. But still a long way to go, Simon.
Yeah. So what, another 106 to win. And it's going to be Ashwin to continue, to bowl to Latham with a slip and a leg slip in. And Latham goes back and clips this into the onside, but straight to mid-wicket. And there's no run. There are some footmarks there outside the left-handers off stump. He's the 6th day, and he is one of the top spin bowlers in the world.
The other one has just spun.
Latham settles. Here goes Ashwin, and forward goes Latham, playing that away into the offside. And there's no run. I still can't help but feel that India would have been ultimately better served by a 4th seamer in this game early in the match. But I can understand why they went with these two. He's got him. Yeah, Ashwin bowling and Latham coming down the pitch. And whether he was bowled or stumped, I think he was stumped by Pant. And India have got their first wicket. And Ashwin is the man with it. As he did in the first innings, he picked up the first wicket of the innings, and he's got rid of Latham, and it's 33 for 1.
Well, Andy, I think you got that wicket in the stats shed. He's got him a lot, hasn't he? Beautiful piece of bowling. The pressure just told on Latham. Turned, came down the wicket, trying to hit it through mid-wicket, turned and bounced, went past his outside edge, perhaps just trying to close the face a bit too early. And a smart piece of work by Pant behind the stumps. India make the breakthrough.
Yeah, there was a fraction of turn there to take it past the edge.
Great ball.
And it wasn't the niftiest piece of work by Pant, but he caught it and then took the ball to the stumps. So 33 for 1. Something to lift India there.
Yeah, just a bit of pressure told on Latham there. He had a couple of little rundowns at him in that first over, just getting the leading edge back over his head. But then he's almost missed that. He's turned the whole face of the bat to try and hit it too square, I think, and only just had to turn a tad, which it did. Now, New Zealand don't want to lose their skipper quickly, otherwise that will be interesting.
Indeed, yeah. It's amazing, isn't it? With batting, you need quite a lot of balls to sort of make progress. With bowling, you only need 2 or 3. Do you know what I mean? You know, you get two or 3 quick wickets.
Oh, yeah.
As batting, to knock off the 139, it takes whatever it is.
Well, it should be a walk. It should be a walk.
Should be, but you can change your game quickly with the ball.
Oh, yeah, got a bit of luck and a bit of pressure. All of a sudden, things start happening a bit crazy. And that still potentially that is still in the mix.
Yeah, 40 for 3 makes it interesting, doesn't it?
Oh.
I mean, Latham didn't need to do that, did he?
Not really.
He didn't need to do that, but he came down the pitch, he made a mistake.
Yeah, that's the pressure. That's the pressure of the game, pressure of the situation of the game. As it was forced, that shot.
The first time in his career Latham's been stumped or run out in his 59th test.
Stump and bowled Ashwin. Here is Ashwin bowling to Williamson, and Williamson clips this into the onside towards mid-on, and there's no run.
There's a cool head out there now for New Zealand. Ackers was talking up the draw.
Was he? Here is Ashwin then into Williamson. Williamson goes back and cracks this away, but straight to backward point, and there is no run. 33 for 1. How did he get to the draw from here?
Just sort of, hold on a minute, only scored at 2.3 in this test match. Hang it out, make it hard for New Zealand to almost reach the ball, and then if by not, hanging it out the seam as you nick a couple.
Ashwin to Williamson. Williamson dead bats it. I mean, I can see a draw scenario, but it's an unlikely one.
Yeah.
That's the end of Ashwin's over. 3 overs, 1 for 2. It's 33 for 1. And it goes, quite slow scoring. And then New Zealand not going anywhere particularly quickly. And then losing wickets and then finding themselves sort of 70 for 7. Yeah. And then feeling they might have to bat out for the draw because they can't get 139. Something like that. And then perhaps the clouds build up and we go off a light as well. Something like that. Anyway, how many overs have we got left? We've still got 39 overs. It's 10 past 4. Yeah, I think you'd have to have quite a remarkable set of circumstances to get to a draw from here. But in a low-scoring game, with things can happen, and
you can't block your way there if you're New Zealand. You haven't got to go a little bit at it.
But it's 106 to win from 39 overs.
I mean, that should be an absolute walk in the park.
That's why it's hard. That's why it's hard to make a really strong case out for the draw. But you can see a scenario where that comes into play. I mean, in terms of light, we're fine. I mean, it's a bright afternoon, and we went through to 7 o'clock last night. It wasn't as nice a day yesterday as today. Here's Bumrah going into bowl to Conway, and Conway gets the ball down the leg side, trying to turn it away. There's an appeal for a catch, but he looked very optimistic. Kohli tends to lead those appeals, although Pant's still holding the ball up and saying, what should we do? Did it flick something? If it did flick anything, it's probably the pad on the way through, the thigh pad on the way through down the leg side. But India have got one just to lift them. It just needed that, didn't it? To get through and give yourself something to hold on to. Bumrah moves in now to bowl to Conway. And Conway hits that firmly into the offside. They give a quick signal to backward point. They're throwing it to the stumps, but Williamson is past the stumps by the time the bails came off.
He don't miss that fella, does he? Great piece of fielding.
He's quite deep there at backward point, but it was hit straight to him. Then they just took off. Williamson backing up. They got a single, 34 for 1. I mean, there is the nerve factor as well as far as New Zealand are concerned. They've not been in this position before. To win it's such a great opportunity to win an ICC title. I say they haven't been in this position before. I suppose they were to some extent at Lords, but it was getting quite tight at Lords, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, they were favourites going into the closing overs, but they weren't massive favourites. Although those are 4 overthrows.
The Ben Stokes lunch.
That helped a bit, didn't it?
Yeah, they'd won it up until then.
They were in a much better position, weren't they?
I think they needed 2 sixes or something. Or 6 and a 4. I mean, it was amazing.
Here is Bumrah. Goes in now and bowls to Williamson. Williamson stands up and pushes that away past cover. He gets single. He threaded that through past cover into the right of backward point. So Williamson is off the mark, and New Zealand 35 for 1. Needing 139 to win.
What creates nerves? Is it adrenaline, or but adrenaline is the good thing, though, isn't it? But that nervousness. If you're a sportsman and you can handle that nerve, they say that you need some nerves, don't you, to get the best performance out of you.
It's doubt. Surely it's doubt, isn't it?
Yeah, perhaps. Yeah. So it's an inner belief that you can do it. Perhaps is the thing.
Bumrah ball short, pulled away by Conway. It's coming down towards the 5-leg boundary. It's gone for 4. 2 fielders back. He found the gap between them. No chance for Shubman Gill running round. And Shami as well.
I don't think this bloke's Conway's got any, hasn't he?
What, doubt?
No, or nerves, yeah. I mean, great shot. Picked that off his nose. Good sharp bouncer. Right in front of the eyes. No top edge there. Full-blooded hook. Kept it down as well.
He's been called up for the Southern Braves for the 100, hasn't he, Devon Conway? Because a few have dropped out. Warner's dropped out. And he's been included, so this is going to be his home ground for the 100. And he's got a good T20 record as well. He really took that one on. Conway to 19, 39 for 1, 100 to win. Bumrah bowls. Oh, and he takes one hand off the bat there as the ball hits high up on the bat, but he's okay. I don't think it jammed his fingers, and it went into the offside, and there is no run. So 100 to win. 38 overs left after this ball.
Get it off your pads. Get it off your pads. Should be all right.
just seeing the replay there, might just have wrapped the glove a bit, but he's okay. There's no wringing of the hand or anything like that. It's right up on the handle of the bat. Extra bounce from Bumrah. This remarkable action. And Conway drives, but straight to extra cover. And there's no run. Bumrah generating all the pace from his shoulder. I mean, I was watching a bit of Jeff Thompson earlier on YouTube. And Tomo only ambled in as well, didn't he? He just all jogged in. It was all that slingshot action of his. Yeah. And when he was at his quickest, he was some bowler. Yeah. Andy.
It's been a game completely dominated by the bowlers, particularly the seamers, but strangely, there hasn't been a wicket that's fallen in the first 10 overs of any of the 4 innings. It's only the 4th test in England this millennium in which neither side has struck in the first 10 overs of any innings of the match.
That's a niche stat, but an interesting one. That's a good point, isn't it? Normally expect the new ball to do some damage. First up, here's Ashwin bowling to Williamson. Williamson defends into the onside towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. So India all right today for 170. New Zealand working their way through the Indian batting lineup. 139 to win. Ashwin bowls. Williamson pushes forward in defence. Pant comes behind the stumps to pick up, and there's no run. And the wicket of Latham in New Zealand's innings here, losing patience, coming down the pitch to Ashwin. The ball turning past his outside edge, and Pant whipping the bails off at that far end. Ashwin goes in, bowls to Williamson, who stands up and defends towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Picked up there by Kohli. So a leg slip in and an orthodox slip. Ashwin, a clockwork action, goes in and bowls, and Williamson squeezes forward in defence out towards cover, and there is no run. Ashwin has got his part to play here in building the nerves of the New Zealand batsman. Here he goes. Bowls to Williamson. There's an appeal for LBW. It's gone down. Fine's given him out. I was watching the ball. Ashwin's off, leaping away towards point, and several of his colleagues are chasing him. It has been reviewed. I must say, my initial reaction, it felt a bit leg-side-ish there to Williamson. He went for the sweep shot, flicked the pad, went down fine.
For LBW, the
up
original
went the finger
decision
from Michael Goff.
It's a
He
fair
doesn't get
delivery.
many overturned, Michael Goff.
Vision, please.
So, I wonder if this is umpire's call. It's a big decision in the match, a big moment in the game. India desperate for this, absolutely desperate.
Well, it makes a huge difference. It's like Kohli, isn't it? And it's just a question. Did it spin? It didn't really spin that much, did it? It's hit the outside edge of the pads. And Williamson isn't really a sweeper.
To confirm whether there's any bats involved here, please.
His bats come down after the ball is
definitely hit the ground.
This is
Richard Kettleborough. Please keep it rolling through. Keep it rolling through. Bats hit the ground. Keep it rolling through, right the way through to the pad, please. Okay, no bat involved. Go to ball tracking when ready, please.
All right, here we go. This is a big moment. The ball tracking, remember, he's been given out, so umpire's call goes with India here.
Oh, it'll be hitting the stumps, I think. He's gone.
There we go. It's missing.
It's missing.
It's missing.
Pitching in line, impact in line. Wickets is missing.
Yeah,
Going to go back to Michael on field.
I have to say, my initial reaction is it didn't feel quite right to me. But anyway, the umpire Goff gave it out, and it was 2 red lights, but it was spinning down the leg side.
That was going to clip the stumps. Yeah. Just clip the stumps. Oh well, it's a luck for New Zealand. And as I say, it's not a shot that Williamson plays. He prefers to play a straight bat to that and just tuck it round the corner. So he's feeling the pressure as well.
Goodness me, watch that Indian celebration, the wicket. It showed how much it meant to them.
It does.
Yeah.
It does mean a lot. Well, it's they will feel if they can get Williamson out, this is game on. That's how important he is. I think from a run rate point of view, because that will be the things that we'll kind of talk about as well. Just having a think about it, what was the score at T? It was about 20, 19, something like that?
19 off 8.
Yeah, so 19 off 8. So if New Zealand in the next 35 overs after T could get to 100, runs, and that would mean they'd have to score at 2.3 runs and over. From the point they started after tea until the 35th over there, then they would need to be 100.
Williamson goes back and plays that through the offside. There's a nice looking shot. It's going out towards the extra cover boundary. The chase is on. It should be stopped. It's knocked back inside the rope. Look how keen in you're off. There are 3 fielders after that. And you just saw their body language celebrating that wicket. I've never seen it from Ashwin. I mean, he was leaping around and rushing out towards point, and his fielders following him to celebrate with him. But Williamson looked surprised to be given out, and it reviewed it pretty much straight away. And it was turning down the leg side. He was off for the leg by, and then looked up to see the umpire giving him out. His head went back as if to say, "You can't. You must be joking." But of course, with DRS, then the batsman gets another chance, and Williamson did. And again, you see the value of the technology, really.
Well, you do, and Coley couldn't believe that. You see, and quite often, as former players too, you just look and you think, "Gee, was that happening?"
My initial reaction was I thought,
yeah,
I was
but
surprised.
It was full enough. It's kind of full enough to the bet you thought that maybe it could just nick the stumps.
Yeah, umpire's calling me, just brushing the stumps.
Exactly, and he'd been given out.
Yeah. It felt like a tight one from umpire Golf, and again he's been overturned. It doesn't happen very often. 42 for 1 is the score. 3 to Williamson there. He's on 4.
I'm sure the umpires don't like those sorts of things at all.
Want those to be overturned?
Yes.
No, you want to get them all right, don't you? As many as possible, but
well, even hitting the stumps, yes.
Yeah.
You don't want to see them that they're missing.
No. It's going to be Shami to bowl. It's going to be Williamson to take strike. But I think it's probably worse for an umpire if... Here is Shami going into bowl, and Williamson there, struck on the pass. Another shout for LBW, not out. He hobbles away out towards square leg. Perhaps he was just hit on the sort of fleshy part of the thigh, quite high up there. I think it was worse when you stood out there and you'd given someone out, and then there was no DRS, and the technology showed it was missing, and you thought, "Oh, I've given one out there that I shouldn't have done."
That's right.
At least now you can correct them according to the technology. People say it's... I think the technology is pretty decent, but some people are not totally sold on it. I suppose it's better if you've given someone out off the glove and it's actually flicked their shoulder and you can overturn it. That's more definitive. Here is Shami, turned away nicely by Williamson, through square leg for 1. They're coming back for the second. Jadeja is onto it, panther-like out there, and lobs in the return to Pant. 2 more, 44 for 1.
You sense that this is an important spell, isn't it? The Shami-Ashwin kind of pairing for a start seems to be a good one, while there's a left-hander in there. Don't think you'll see Conway coming down the wicket as Latham did. To be really honest, I think coming down and not getting there, it's best to stay home. You're only giving the bowler a chance to get you stumped. And secondly, it's better to stay there and have a bit of a mow than go down the pitch and not get there with the ball turning away.
Shami to Williamson, close to off stump. Williamson leaves. Pujara at slips, got his hands on his head now.
And as a general rule, to go down the pitch, you mean you're attacking the ball. You're not going to be defending it. You've made a mistake. It's the first step that's the big one, and the second one is the adjuster. And I don't know how you used to go down the pitch, Simon, at all, but some people go behind the front leg, but that takes your leg side of the ball and keeps you further away from the ball. I think the shimmy is really just coming up to it and then going again is the better way.
Here is Shami bowling to Williamson. Williamson dabs into the offside and there's no run. Well, if you are interested, I went with the shimmy rather than the...
Very good.
I couldn't understand how you could do that.
Well, you get further. You get further, don't you? Well, the leg round behind, you then your second step can be larger because you've gone beyond your first foot.
It almost felt a bit awkward to do that.
Well, it will with you. Yeah. Look at you. Look at your hamstrings.
We're just practicing in the box actually at the moment. Also, it's much easier just to go like that, shuffle down the pitch.
He was doing it in waltz time too, folks. Very good. And it is a bit like dancing.
Yeah, it is. Shami moves in, bowls to Williamson, who plays a lovely shot, but straight to cover, and there's no run. Hit that sweetly off the back foot, riding the bounce. Comes down the pitch to do some gardening. 44 for 1.
the very best players used to come down the pitch to spinners and their head would remain level. It wouldn't be going up and down all the time. It was like dancing and moving around, you know, keeping the head very central to the whole movement and the balance good. So I think 35 overs, 100 runs, so 110 perhaps. You might spread it somewhere between there.
Shami bowls to Williamson, who tries to force that away, goes up to mid-off. There's no run. It's the end of the over. Shami's bowled 5 overs for 7. We've had 17 overs of New Zealand's second innings. They need 139. They've got 53 overs in which to get them. They are 44 for 1.
And so that would leave it 4s, wouldn't it, for the last 10 overs? And it's a question of wickets, obviously, as well, and those kinds of things. But you would think that if New Zealand was still batting at the end, there was a good chance that they had got there.
I can sense your tension as well, Jeremy.
Well, thinking about it over tea, perhaps, and having a cup of tea and thinking, it'd be nice to win this. Not for me. I mean, but for the players, because I've watched them over the last few years, and they've been on some journey, those guys.
They have. It's been painful for them. It's been a painful journey at
2013, we were 8th. 8th in the world. And since then, they've come right up, these guys. You know, they'd just been thumped by South Africa, if you remember, bowled out for 45. Remember that?
Yeah.
With McCullum as captain?
Yeah. Slight delay because a helmet has been brought out for one of the close catchers. And that close catcher is going in at silly point for Ashwin.
The defence, the forward defence off the shoulder of the bat. That's what he's there for.
Here is Ashwin. Round the wicket to bowl to Conway. And Conway gets a full ball, which he clips out towards straight mid-wicket. It's a tumbling save out there by Pujara to his right-hand side. And there is no run.
So anything slightly short, Conway can go back and either cut it or punch it off the back foot. There's runs there for him off that stroke.
Ashwin to Conway. Conway comes stubbing forward, shout for LBW. This is close, it's out. He's got onto that front pad.
This looks closer.
I agree. This looks as though it could well be out. They are consulting. What's Williamson going to do now? What's he going to say to his partner? He got onto the front pad, Ashwin. From round the wicket, straightening it. Yeah, Williamson said, I'm sorry, I think that's out. He agrees with umpire Goff. And Ashwin's got the first 2. It's 44 for 2. And Conway, LBW for 19. The excitement levels rise among the India supporters here at the Hampshire Bowl.
Yeah, well bowled, Ashwin. He's beaten the bat of Conway, who got it out in front of the pad, but he managed to just sneak it past and into that pad, and I think that'll be confirmed. Also spare a moment, everybody, for Goff, the umpire. He's just missed an LBW to Williamson an over ago, and then straight away, and he'll be feeling bad about that at square leg over the previous over, and then suddenly there's another one. But he's given it out. He's actually believed that was going to hit the stumps, and I think he was right there as well.
It felt out, didn't it? As soon as it's a modern day LBW. The old days, you probably wouldn't give those. You're on the front foot. Tuffers would say, I never got those to the right-handers. But these days, they give them out.
Yeah, the interesting thing is, how did that beat the bat, as I say, of Conway that was out there? Was it just through a wee bit of drift and carrying on? Or did it actually defeat him with length? I'm very interested to just have another quick look at that. I think the impact looked as though, yes, it was going to hit. But how did the batsman actually go about missing it?
Yeah. Ross Taylor and Kane Williamson together. So much experience there. And this is a job for 2 quality experienced players now for New Zealand.
Well, you know, Taylor, we know his issues, but he's a good sweeper of the ball. And that may help him against Ashwin. It'll bring the LBW into play as well, of course, if he misses the ball. But he's got a variety of sweeps. He can give the defensive one just for a single. He can play the big slog sweep as well, and then the orthodox one. So he's got a range of things he can do.
Just trying to think, left-handers to come for New Zealand.
Nichols.
Wagner,
Yes, that's lower down then.
Yeah. But lots of right-handers apart from that, which, in theory should help, although Ashwin is capable of getting the right-handers out as well. Here is Ashwin then, into ball to Taylor. 3 fielders around the bat. Leans forward to his first ball, plays it into the onside. There's a slip, there's a leg slip, there's a short leg. We're just seeing the LBW impact in line.
Just on off. Just on off stump, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he got the foot too far across. That's why he missed it and couldn't get the bat around quickly enough. Just on off stump.
Ashwin in, turned away by Taylor, stopped at short leg, and there's no run.
I thought it was more leg side than that, actually.
Yes, it's a pressure situation for everyone out there, the umpires as well. It's a really interesting point about, having just had one overturned, having the confidence to go with what you believe, all your training, your skill levels as an umpire.
Mind you, that one was hitting. It wasn't just scraping, was it? That was hitting the stump, top of middle.
And I think India would have reviewed that if he'd been given not out, and they would have got the decision as well. So
it's just where the impact was, because he was playing a shot. Was it in line? That was the key part to the dismissal.
44 for 2, 139 to win on this pitch that's been such a struggle for all batters in this game. Scores of 217, 249, 170. Ashwin goes in now and bowls, and Taylor comes forward and plays that towards straight mid-wicket. Coney comes in to pick up. He's bristling out there now, real purpose. He's got a couple of wickets. India teams sense something might be possible. Still want to be in New Zealand's position, but India have got a bit of belief now. Ashwin to Taylor, and Taylor comes forward and plays defensively into the onside, and there's no run. But Ashwin is, he's done his job. He's got the 2 left-handers out.
Yeah.
Got a bit more work to do, though, if India are to get right back in this match. Right, 18 overs gone, 44 for 2, 35 overs left to score the 95 that New Zealand need to win, or 8 wickets for India. And Jonathan's coming in, but we're going to go there via Andy Zaltzman.
A fantastic performance from Ashwin. Dismissed 3 openers in this test. Well, 3 of his wickets have been openers. It's only the 20th time a spinner's got 3 openers out in a test in England, and only the second in the last 15 years. The other man to do so, Ashwin himself, in the first test of the 2018 series against England. In all, it's the 8th time he's got 3 wickets of opening batsmen in a single test, which is an all-time test record, beating Muralitharan's 7. A niche record, but a record nonetheless, Aggers.
That'll do. Thank you, Andy Rush, indeed. Well, what drama. 35 overs left. The target's 139, currently 44 for 2. Your old friend, the wind predictor's got New Zealand at 83% at the moment. It's gone rocketing up. Yes. In comes Shami from the far end, then he bowls, and there's another nasty blow there for Williamson. He's taken some knocks in this innings. Poor old chap is hobbling off all around the same rather delicate area too.
Oh yes, that back leg, that inner thigh on the back leg, the right leg, as the ball's been nipping back. That one comes and hits him on the front leg this time, but not where your thigh pad is. Brushing that and then through onto the back pad.
Real stinger. Well, he's pulling himself together again. He's stretching his legs. Oh dear. He's there crouching. 44 for 2. He's on 6. He was given out once. That was overturned. Shami again has bowled brilliantly. Scurries in from the far end. Bowls to Williamson. It's down the leg side. Pant collects it. Williamson tried to get his little bat to that, but wasn't able to. Shami, 87 miles an hour. He's always up around that area.
And the lovely delivery. I mean, you can see the seam as it's going down the pitch towards the batsman. Always giving himself a chance to just move it this way or that. And that's why someone like Williamson, who usually hits the ball and lines himself up very well, is being hit so many times on the legs.
Yeah.
Wee bit of extra bounce because the ball's still new. Good bowling. This is a testing time.
Really is. 2 slips of gully. Kohli's marching round at mid-off now. He's not in the slip cordon. Shammy roared on by the crowd, bowls short, runs here for Williamson. He's turned it away off his hip, out towards the deep square leg area. They've taken 2. Thinking of the third, they won't get that. It's tossed in from the deep. Nice, neat stroke from New Zealand's captain, who goes to 8. 46 for 2, the target 139.
Taylor's got to keep away from Williamson when they're running. They're poor runners together. I've seen run-outs between these two on numerous occasions. He's got to stay well away from the batsman who struck the ball and just run his own line. Doesn't get in the way of anybody else. Keep well away.
What's Shammy up to? He's moving fine leg to his right a bit. Williamson twiddles the bat. Now he's ready again. Shammy rushes in and bowls to him outside the off stump. Williamson sways out of the way. Through it goes to the wicketkeeper, Pant. Real tension, drama. It's the first ever World Test Championship final. Coley's got a lot to say.
It's been a great game, though, hasn't it, Eggers?
Yeah.
I mean, low-scoring match. 150, you couldn't believe that, could you, really? 150, with all the glittering array of batsmen.
Yeah, a glittering array of bowlers in helpful conditions. In comes Shammy, then bowls outside the off stump. And Williamson again allows that to go through. Yeah, the quality of the bowling's been outstanding. Supported largely, mainly by some good slip catching. There's been a couple of blemishes, but not many. Williamson and Taylor exchange a word. Two old pros and two who really think that New Zealand would put their last dollar on to see them over the line. Williamson looks around. Shammy's ready again. Coley's trying to rev up the crowd. In comes Shammy, is there, and he bowls to Williamson, who meets that with a lovely defensive stroke. Bat absolutely straight. Ball hits it. It's picked up there in the covers. No, Coley's he's like a jack in the box out there. He's all over the place. He really is. Interesting contrast because Williamson is so quiet and unassuming as goes about his business. Coley is just constantly on the move, waving his arms here and there. He's revving up the crowd 1 minute. He's taken himself out of slips, and so he can just sort of marshal everybody, really. I was talking to Ashwin. There's Taylor. He's preparing to face. He's not yet off the mark.
This is a good battle here. Taylor won't mind this, though. He'd rather, I think, go in against a spinner nowadays with the problems he's having with the seamers of the pad in the way. But he's got at least a few shots. He can play the sweep stroke quite nicely. He's got a cut, of course. He's always had that.
And they brought the man in from deep square leg, so the normal sweeping man.
Encouragement. Yeah, encouragement for Taylor.
Still deep mid-wicket, though.
Yes, there is.
Taylor looks around. 34 overs left. Ashwin moves in and bowls to him. He leans forward or rolls back up the pitch, and Ashwin fields it himself. Still Taylor not yet off the mark. 46 for 2. The target 139. Overs slowly ticking away. Ashwin moves in, tosses this one up, and Taylor again is forward.
Well, that was a tempter, wasn't it? That was up there. Taylor not prepared to drive it. He's not really a big driver of the ball now. More leg side player.
93 needed, as that's a flatter one. Taylor again is forward to meet it, playing it away into the leg side. The sun's out again. Well, there's 4,000 people here making a sort of noise that maybe 16 or 18 would.
They're engaged.
Really enjoying themselves, yeah. Ashwin again, and Taylor's sort of, well, he can't get away. He's looking for one there into the offside. I think the thinking was right. Perhaps quite get in absolutely the right place. And Williamson, I think, don't worry, we'll get there. Don't worry about it. He's having a few quiet words.
Well, only 3 on that offside, aren't there? Slip, backward point, mid-off. Big gap in there.
2 catching in the leg side, and an orthodox slip as well. As Ashwin moves in and bowls a low full toss. Oh, he can't get that away. That was a bit of a gift. You don't often get something like that from Ashwin. Very, very full indeed. Again, Williamson comes down, I think, just to say something soothing to Taylor. Don't worry, we'll get there. Ashwin again bowls, and well, there's a maiden. Taylor completes it by again playing a defensive stroke, getting his eye in. It's all right. No need to panic. 93 needed. And now had 20 overs, so 33 remain to score 93.
Yeah, we're still only threes, you see.
But that's not been scored
No, it hasn't.
That's all through the match.
That's right.
Doesn't sound many. And at the moment, Cody's got attacking fields too, so of course he can put men back. They can hang the ball outside the off stump, fire it down the leg side. There's all sorts of skullduggery that could come in to try and make it as difficult as possible to score those runs. Perfectly legitimate skullduggery. 46 for 2. Shami's waving his arms about. Again, it's to do with this man down here to our left at long leg. He wants him a bit finer. And now he's on his way. Williamson waits for him. He bowls now, and it's short and punched away off the back foot, but only as far as Gill, who's fielding at cover. Couldn't get it through. It's been rather the story of the game that it's been a battle for batsmen. That's throughout. It's always been that little bit in the pitch. .93 away from victory. Williamson taps away at the crease there with his bat. Now it's raised. Shami scuttles up, bowls to outside the off stump. One that keeps very low. Pant did well to stop that. It really did shoot through low. Some we've seen climb. Always adding to the uncertainty and just the general awkwardness of batting. But it's as well it's been like this, the pitch, because it's produced a match despite having lost all the time we did. I like to see batsmen battle a bit anyway.
That's good.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Here's Shami in bright sunshine, bowls to Williamson. Has he got that? Oh, no. Taylor set off, but it was clipped very firmly out to mid-wicket. Straight to the fielder's left-hand side there.
That's the one that Williamson's looking for too. It's only mid-on and just forward square. Just got a big gap there, but couldn't quite get it through.
Taylor made to retreat very quickly there.
Yeah.
2 slips on a gully. Nothing off the 3 balls so far. Shami bowls, and that's been left alone too. So there's a maid in the last over. 4 dots in this. 2 balls to go. And you just feel that pressure to start to increase.
Yeah. Everyone has their little plimsoll line where you push them towards if you can, even the best sides.
Just 2 in the last 27 balls.
Yeah.
2 runs in 27 balls. Oh, word. Williamson waits for the barrel-chested Shami. Again bowls outside the off stump, and Williamson has nothing to do with it, and that's again hurt Pant. He's taken a few blows on the hands.
Yeah, that one bounced, didn't it?
Yeah. Perfect seam we see if we look at the replay on our screen there. That ball, it does show it to you. You can see it. I think as a batsman, you can see it, but you've still got to play it. Like people used to say they could see Michael Holding when he let the ball go, but
a little less time
to play it. Yes, indeed. Last ball of the over. I'll be heading for another maiden here. Shami's on his way. Bowls. Oh, it is another maiden. And that was pretty full too. That was half volley length, really. And Williamson just patted it back.
Yeah.
46 for 2.
Well, Williamson's now been in for nearly 30 deliveries. So he's got himself in. And he's got to be able to start to manoeuvre the ball. He's a manipulator of the ball. And he's finding it hard because of A, the situation, and B, he knows how important it is. And see that the ball is still sort of just moving around and new enough to move around as well. Taylor's had 10 deliveries and he's yet to score. I would have thought those 10 deliveries would have all been from Ashwin. And he's got to start to also get going, because you can't maroon yourself for long periods of time, and then the pressure just builds on everybody.
Ashwin has a fine record against Ross Taylor. He's got him out 5 times for 99 runs in Test cricket.
He's trying to do it again now. 3 men around the bat. Ashwin's on his way in, bowls darting this into Taylor. Where's he going to get this first run from? Not there. He's hit it straight to Coney at mid-wicket. He goes marching about, taking up his position. He loves this sort of situation. That melancholy horn sounds again. As Ashwin bowls and Taylor's forward. The ball rolls up the pitch. 46 for 2. Overs left today, 31.4. They're ticking away. Still 93 runs needed. Ashwin darts this one in. Taylor hits it harder, but Kohli can field, still at mid-wicket. And now Williamson's coming down again. I think he just senses that Taylor might be getting a little bit twitchy. Just a reassuring word. Short leg crouches. Ashwin's in, floating that right up, and Taylor just blocks it back.
Well bowled, Ashwin. Sensed the pressure and just tossed it up a little bit higher, gave the batsman a chance. Taylor's not coming down.
2 balls left in this over. A third successive maiden on the cards. Ashwin bowls, and Taylor off, but he clips that to mid-on, and he's set off there for a moment. He's never on. And especially not to Jadeja, for goodness sake.
Yeah, not with Kohli there at mid-wicket either. He cuts across and can perhaps pick those ones up. It's a good field, isn't it, with those two there?
Here's the last ball of the over. 5 dots so far. Ashwin moves in, bowls to Taylor, and that's going to be another maiden. They're playing for the draw, Jeremy.
Well, I'm not privy to the to the conversations at the side. Well, I would think not.
There's going to be a drink anyway, so that'll... the batsmen at least can have a conversation. There will perhaps a message or two from the New Zealand dressing room coming out. Talk maybe about a change in the batting order. We talked about the Grand Dom maybe being promoted, but then in India...
You don't want too many changes,
No, you don't. You don't.
Ashwin's doing a lovely job here for India. And
7 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 5.
Yeah, well, it's just the runs as well. He's adding to the pressure. Every over that he's not giving much away, and yet he's actually using some variation as well. And the batsmen are having to watch very closely what he's doing.
A very good friend of mine. He's he's a cancer specialist, so known very well. He's Kiwi.
Right.
Unbearable, so tense, I can't watch. I want to bring Southey or Wagner in if we could also just tell them to smash it. Is that the way? What would you say to Paul?
No, I don't think so. I think we just can't quietly go about this. They're doing it, and there's no panic yet. There's what did you say? 30 overs left, 20 overs left.
31 overs. They need exactly 3 and over.
Listen, there's lots of deliveries. Yeah. You suddenly have a couple of overs, and the thing just opens up a little bit. That's what New Zealand are waiting for if they get that chance. You've got 2 tough bowlers on at the moment, and yes, India are going through a good period, but that happens. That happens in games. You get little pockets of pressure built up, and the bowlers are bowling well. The fielders are on their toes. They've just taken 2 wickets. And New Zealand just have to resist this and see this through, and then things will happen. Things change. You don't often just have that every over is perfect. We are human beings, and you do drop one down short, and you do drag one, and you do bowl a full toss. And if those are put away, suddenly the runs start coming. 10 come in 2 overs. So that can happen.
It's easier being in the field too, don't you think? You've got your mates with you, and you can chat, and you can really try to ratchet up the pressure on the batsmen who are just out there, the 2 of them together. And the Indians are now still in their group there, having a drink. Lots of chat going on. The highlights of the day will be on the BBC Sport website. You can watch those. There's been lots of good cricket again today. And there's a T20 tonight. England against Sri Lanka, starting at 6:30. I think this game might still be going then. Drinks breaks up And the umpires are ready. I was going to say, I wonder if this will be the final passage of play, but with so many overs left. Not another drinks break yet. Yes. They say 31 overs, Andy.
Yeah.
They will be. That's another 2 and a bit hours. So, yeah, things get tense.
Could be.
Depends how much Ashwin bowls, I suppose, but they don't tend to tick over much more than 13 or 14 an hour.
And that's the other aspect, isn't it? He's bowling his overs, and then the seamers are ready, and they're ready to go. I mean, Ishant will be ready to go now, and so will Bumrah after Shami's had his business.
Yeah.
Shami's bowled beautifully for them, both in the first innings and now in this.
He's bowled 7.
Has he on the trot?
He opens.
T
It's his
interrupted.
second spell, isn't it?
Yeah.
7 overs for 9.
That's right. T interrupted it.
Yeah. So he's probably got.
He's got another 2 or 3 in him.
Yeah, he has.
Williamson, get those thighs ready.
8 from 28 balls, Williamson.
Yeah.
Taylor, 0 from 16. Well, we're underway again, and Shami's on his way. He's bowling to Williamson, who turns that into the leg side, possibly off the pad this. And it'll be picked up by the fine leg fielder coming up. And sure enough, umpire Illingworth does signal a leg by. 47 for 2. 30.5 overs left for New Zealand to reach 139 to win this match. So Taylor on strike. We just get a little deflection on this and get away and open his account.
Well, this is the one, isn't it, for Taylor to actually settle in. It's okay to settle in for him against Ashwin. He hasn't been in too much trouble against Ashwin, but it's this one here that he could be dismissed with the pads.
In comes Shami, and he bowls, and he's rasping cut here. He's smashed it to backward point. He's pulled off a tremendous crowd catch. You'll have heard him there, the reaction as he threw it in the air. Jadeja, of course, with a big smile on his face. But that was a rasping cut from Taylor.
As I say, he loves the cut. This is normally 4 runs, and he's hit it quite nicely, but he's picked out the one man there. And he'll be throwing his head back, you know, metaphorically, and saying, whoa, can't I get a run here today?
Really missed out there. He hit it so well. Shami again, on his way, bowls to the right-handed Taylor, who's forward, wanting a single in the leg side, but it's not there.
Good work, Ishant Sharma. You came up, you prevented that run. Mid-on. Down comes Williamson. Watch out for the run-outs, fella.
Yeah. 0 from 18 balls now, Ross Taylor. Look at that cut shot again. I mean, he hit it absolutely perfectly, but also absolutely perfectly straight to the fielder. Shami's on his way, you can tell by the noise, and he bowls, and again, this time he has got it away through. And that'll be 4. He's off the mark at last. Not so much a cut as a forcing stroke down with a more vertical bat than a horizontal cut shot. That doesn't matter, and a little cluster of New Zealand supporters down there. One chap with an enormous bushy beard, I see, waving his flag. Well played. Taylor's away.
Yep. Just a punch, as you say. Hitting it a little bit later than below, behind his head, in other words, so it goes much finer. But not a cut. That's his area, that kind of part of the ground. He owns that.
Shami on his way, bowls, hits the pad. It's like they're crossed that. I think got a little scratch on it. We'll see what the umpire says, but it sounded like a hard noise. Yep, it's a single. So again, that area is playing around that pad. It was leg side, that one, to be fair. So as we get closer to 6:30, then we will give you details of where you can listen to the start of the T20 from Cardiff. But you'll be able to hear the finish to this match wherever you're listening right now. So there'll be somewhere where you can catch the England T20. But we will be staying with this. That's going to be too good, isn't it? 52 for 2. In comes Shami, bowls, and Williamson is forward. Kept a little bit low this time. Played down the ground to mid-on. And there's no run. 52 for 2. Williamson 8. Taylor 5. The men out. Latham for 9. He just felt that the pressure was growing on him a bit there, and he dashed down out of his ground and was stumped off Ashwin. And Coney was LBW to Ashwin for 19. And that after, India lost 8 for 106 today. Bowled out for 170. leaving New Zealand 139 to score from 53 overs. And here we are, as it stands now. Ashwin from over the wicket, and that's pushed away by Taylor, who's back on strike at that end, down to mid-on. 52 for 2, the target 139, so 87 more runs needed. So much easier when it gets to below 50. Ashwin bowls, he's hit that away in the air for 4. Really good shot, bit of bottom hand, and yeah, I mean, New Zealand need a bit of this.
Yes, they do.
They can't just disappear into
to break
this hole.
this field up a little bit.
Yeah.
Ashwin's got to be kept away from doing anything he likes. And so that's a good stroke.
Yeah.
He's got himself away under the mark. This was the big turner, and he just lifted it over quite comfortably from about off stump.
Let's see if Coney gives a bit here. Yes, he is. He's bringing a man out from short leg because there's so few runs for him to play with. And they're putting a long on back as well, so they're cutting out that shot. Coney just has blinked a bit there. As Ashwin comes in and bowls, it's floated up. Oh, it goes straight through Taylor and through Pant as well. And somehow didn't bowl him, and Ashwin can't believe it. Floated up, beautifully tossed up. It did turn and went straight over the stumps.
That would have been the classical off-spinner's dismissal, isn't it?
It would.
Between bat and pad, enticing the batsman to try and play the cover drive.
Ashwin again floats it up, and he does drive through the offside this time and beats mid off. Now, has this got the legs to go for 4? I think it probably has. Yes, it has. And New Zealand are the ones who are cheering. That group down there at deep point over in the Colin Ingleby-Mackenzie stand. Over to the left, there must be, I don't know, 50 or 60, I suppose, gathered there with their flags and replica shirts and so on. Well, they've been a little bit becalmed recently, but that was an excellent shot from Ross Taylor.
It was. He was given just a little bit of air. The previous delivery had sneaked between bat and pad, so Ashwin trying to repeat that delivery, but he bowled it a little too full. And Taylor quick to seize on the opportunity. Runs have been hard to come by, but now suddenly in this over 2 boundaries.
Ashwin goes round the wicket now, changing the attack, and Taylor's forward. Plays that carefully to one of 2, fielding in a catching position there in the leg side. But there are 3 men out now on this leg side. Deep backward square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on. Of course, there are no field restrictions, so Coney can put fielders wherever he wants. Run-saving positions, as that last one is pushed into the offside and picked up by Pant. So, well, still building up. Williamson 8 from 30. Taylor looking a little freer now, 13 from 26. Target's 139. There's 29 overs left, and New Zealand are 60 for 2. More from Sunil Gavaskar. And then Isha Guha's coming in here.
Well, India have certainly made it a little bit hard for New Zealand. At one stage, it looked as if New Zealand would be able to run off easy winners. But those 2 wickets in quick succession and a little bit of uncertainty on the part of Kane Williamson has given the Indians a bit of hope. Now, these 2 boundaries in the previous over has released some of the pressure. So clearly, I think New Zealand and New Zealand supporters will be breathing just a little bit easy, but it is not yet a fait accompli.
Here comes Shami then, bowling from the pavilion end. 79 required from 29 overs remaining in the day. Still bright sunshine here in Hampshire. I don't think we'll have that threat of bad light later on as Shami approaches Williamson. 2 slips in a gully in position as Williamson defends to the offside. No run. Yeah, 2 crucial wickets for Ashwin. The 2 left-handers removed at the top of the order. 2 experienced campaigners out in the middle, though. Kane Williamson, the captain, and the number 2 batter in the world, and Ross Taylor, the Black Caps leading run scorer, who has struggled against Ashwin so far. You know he's just wanting to get at him and wanting to play that slog sweep to put him away, but he's been defensive so far, as Williamson will face Shami, who defends back down the pitch for the front foot, no run. And actually those 2 release shots were quite good for Ross Taylor because he tends to start slowly, doesn't he?
He does, and that certainly was a good shot because the fielder was in the 30-yard circle, so there was no risk attached to it. And clearly, I think after that, the half volley, the wide half volley, which he drove through the covers for a boundary, those two boundaries will certainly make him feel a lot better. And there's a lot of talk that this could be his last test, so wouldn't he like to go out on a high with a win?
Williamson cuts, but it finds point, no run. Bit of width and offer there from Shami. Just the odd one, he's bowling outside the off stump. The way Williamson was dismissed in New Zealand's first innings, just fending at one outside. This time a little bit more width and really should have been put away.
Yes, even Ross Taylor in the previous over missed out on the opportunity. And India's got its best fielder there, Ravindra Jadeja. So nothing goes past him if it is anywhere near him, within 5 yards on either side.
This time coming wide of the crease and defended back down the pitch once more from Williamson. 60 for 2 New Zealand. Target set of, well, not set, a target of 139 because New Zealand managed to bowl India out. 3 wickets falling in the first session. The big guns, Coney, Pujara, Rahane, brought New Zealand right into this game, and 5 wickets in the afternoon session. It has moved at a good pace. And here we are in the final session of the ultimate test. Williamson bats spinning before he taps it down. Now back and cutting through, out to deep cover, through the infield, and we'll reach the boundary. We'll pick up 4. Too much width on offer there from Shami. Williamson to 12, 64 for 2, and 75 to win.
What a good shot that was. A really tremendous shot from this wonderful New Zealand batsman. Got into position very early and with the ball under his eye line, punches it through the covers. He got out playing a shot to a wideish ball in the first innings when he was on 49. This one wasn't all that wide. And he hit it between the 2 fielders. Beautiful shot.
Shami, final ball of the over then. Past the stumps to Williamson, who's defending a ball that just rises up off a good length. He pats it to the offside end of the over. 64 for 2. Williamson on 12. Taylor 13. And 75 more runs to win from 28 overs. These two just settling things down a little bit, taking the anxiety out of the run chase.
Yes, both very experienced. Taylor, the most experienced of the New Zealand team. And as we've all been talking, that is just going to be his last test. So clearly he's been in such situations earlier on, and he's trying to ease the pressure by looking to play a few more shots than Williamson. Williamson quite happy to play the Pujara kind of role that Pujara plays for India at number 3, just holding one end up.
Andy?
18 runs in the last 3 overs. There'd been just 7 in the previous 7.
Yeah, they've definitely upped it a little bit, and I think that's because Taylor's been at the end that he wants to be, even though he's about to face Ashwin again. So how does it feel? So he's got a deep backward square and a deep mid wicket now, and a man set back at sort of 3/4 of the way back at long on. This is interesting. So wants to make him play, does Ashwin? That's how he feels he might prize out a wicket. Here he comes then, through his action to Taylor, who's on the back foot and defending to mid-wicket, no run. Sort of a good length delivery on the off stump.
Yes, I think there's a long on now. Well, not quite on the boundary, just maybe 10-15 metres inside. There's a deep mid-wicket and a deep square leg.
Mind games. Ashwin bowls. Taylor on the front foot, pushing, but it doesn't beat a diving Kohli at mid-wicket, no run.
Yes, I think what he'll try and do, Ross Taylor, is try and push it to that long on position for a single. But that was excellent work by Virat Kohli.
Ashwin past the stumps. Taylor smothers the ball as he squares up to it and plays it back down the pitch. Spins himself a catch, does Ashwin, as we so often see. He's now getting into his stride. Bowls to Taylor, who's driving out to long on for a single. Past Kohli for 1. Taylor then moves to 14, 74 more runs to win. It's an interesting field, isn't it?
Yeah. The difference is that what Virat Kohli is trying to do is to make it difficult for them to get the boundaries. The boundaries will just take the game away from India. He's quite happy to give the single to Ross Taylor. Now the fielder is back in the 30-yard circle at mid-on for Williamson. Williamson hardly ever lifts the ball.
Williamson on the front foot now into his crease, defending to the leg side. As Taylor just advances down the track. Not sure what he signalled just then, but Williamson comes down to pat the wicket now and looks out to the deep backward square boundary. There is no mid-wicket for Williamson, as deep mid-wicket, as he's forward and defending to the leg side, in fact, at the end of the over, 65 for 2. 74 more runs to win, and 27 overs remaining, if I can get my words out, Sonny.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, because Shami has had a long spell. I think he's been given a breather. It's probably Ishant Sharma who's coming into ball. Ishant Sharma got the wicket of the New Zealand captain Kane Williamson in the first innings, so he's been given the ball. Jasprit Bumrah hasn't bowled too many overs because he's looked a little off colour, but clearly Ishant Sharma now, having got the wicket with the experience that he has, he's expected not just to keep the runs down, but he's also expected to get a couple of wickets.
Just wondered if a burst from Jasprit Bumrah short might be a go, but it will be the tall Ishant Sharma from the pavilion end as he sets off. 2 slips and a gully in position for Taylor, who crouches, looks to cut but doesn't get the width, so ends up heading to extra cover. No run. Almost back foot punch there from Taylor. The 2 most successful players for New Zealand in terms of runs scored: Ross Taylor on 7,531, Kane Williamson 7,190. A phenomenal average of 53 for Williamson.
Yes, and on these 2 remain New Zealand's hopes of winning the first ever World Test Championship.
Taylor crouches, cuts, gets the width he wants, and that is pumped to the boundary. Do not bowl there to Ross Taylor. That is an easy shot for him to play. 70 more runs to win. Taylor moves to 18.
Yes, it's a shot and outside the off stump. That is his favourite shot, along with that slog sweep which he plays against the spinners. Gets right on top of it, hits it between the fielders. Maybe Virat will look to have another fielder down there at deep point just to save the boundary. Yes, he's got one. There he's taken the gully out, and he's got a fielder at deep point, more finer towards third man. So the gully has gone out. 2 slips still in position in case there's a horizontal bat shot, half horizontal bat shot, gets an edge, because Ishant Sharma perfectly capable with his height of getting the extra bounce.
Bustles in, does Sharma. Taylor forward and defending to Virat Kohli, who sprints in, collects the ball and shapes the throw, but doesn't leave his hand. As Taylor and Williamson come together, a little chat to each other before Taylor retreats. What a fine test match we've had, Sonny. Did you expect it to come down to the final session?
Well, with the way these 2 teams had played throughout the last couple of years, with their rankings 1 and 2 barely separated at the points table, I did expect a very, very good match, and that's what it is, but not as close as this.
It is really close. It's coming down right to the wire. The fans are loving it. The bright sunshine here at the Hampshire Bowl as Taylor drives to mid-on, no run. Slightly fuller, aimed at the pads from Ishant Sharma. I referred to it as the Hampshire Bowl. It's the Aegeus Bowl, of course, in Southampton. Nice straight bat from Taylor when he played that shot.
If he had only got it 5 yards on either side, it could have been a boundary, because the fielder there is Mohammad Shami, who must be just a little bit tired after that longest spell that he's bowled. But again, the swing was just a little bit more, so instead of going straight, it's gone just a little wide to mid-on, straight to Mohammad Shami, dot ball. But the boundary will have taken the pressure off. If there had been no boundary in the over, there would be some pressure.
Taylor on the back foot, punching out to deep point. gets up on his toes and picks up a single, moves to 19, 69 more runs to win, 70 for 2 New Zealand. One more ball left of this over, and then it's 26 overs to the end of the day.
Yeah.
Ishant Sharma's not happy with the bowling crease.
He has the foot marks where he's landing. He's not quite happy. He's now looks as if he's going to bowl round the wicket, or no? I think the umpire was signalling for the groundsman to bring that hammer to flatten that area.
Some dark marks that have formed in and around where Sharma is bowling. Williamson steady, fiddly with his bat as he now hammers the pitch with it, stump high. Leaves the ball, allows it to pass through to the keeper. Interestingly, at the end of the over, 70 for 2, 69 more runs to win. Williamson on 12, Taylor on 19, and 26 overs remain. It wasn't spinning his bat on that occasion, Sonny, so it's something he likes to do between every ball, but he didn't then.
No, he didn't. It's just one of those habits which you form from childhood. The one man, which, I just had a very, very sort of brief look at him, and that too from a distance, from the stands. Somebody who used to do that pretty similarly, and even as the bowler was running up to bowl, was Hanif Mohammad, the great Pakistani batsman. The original Little Master, by the way. He was called the Little Master by the English media after he scored a brilliant 100 over a year. I think he got 100 at Lords when he got 167. And then there was another innings which he almost got 100, and when Pakistan was in trouble, he played a fabulous innings to help Pakistan draw the game. And he used to have this habit of spinning the bat, twirling the bat in his hand. But again, this is a young kid's recollection from many, many years ago, and from the square leg stand area, not from the straight stand area. But I do remember, because everybody was talking about it. Pakistan team had come to India after a long, long time.
We have a change of bowler. Ravi Jadeja is into Taylor, who's clipping the ball to the leg side. They'll come 3 for 1 as Ashwin slowly gets to the ball from mid-wicket. 71 for 2 New Zealand, 68 to win.
Yeah. I think Ashwin realised that he couldn't stop the single, so he wasn't too fussed about rushing at the ball. Though Rishabh Pant was trying to make it difficult with his screaming from behind the stumps.
He likes to get stuck in, doesn't he, Rishabh
Oh, yes.
Pant? In a jovial manner.
Yeah.
It's never nasty. As Jadeja is in, tosses it up to Williamson, who tucks it around the corner for another one. So runs coming freely at the moment for New Zealand. The ball gets tossed back to the left armour. Slip in play as a point cover, extra mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Man out at deep backward square, and a leg slip as well for Taylor. No ball signalled as well.
Yeah, he does tend to overstep.
As he's through again to Taylor, this time into the pitch, and he defends back down.
So that's an extra run. In a situation like this, in a tight situation, should not be conceding those kind of easy runs.
66 more runs to win. Less than 26 overs left as Taylor forward covers the ball and defends to the offside. No run. He needs a bit of magic here now, Virat Kohli. He needs something. This partnership is crucial for New Zealand. As Jadeja is in again to Taylor, who's bowled as he know. The bails light up, but it goes past the stumps into Rishabh Pant's hands, and he knocks the bails off.
Beautiful ball. He's tossed it up just that little bit, and ball has dripped and turned. And I think that leg slip should go into a second slip position. There it is, looking for the drive. He's brought him forward, but Ross Taylor has got his foot back, dragged his foot back in time. Smart work by Rishabh Pant behind the stumps, but Taylor was well inside, so no worries there, no wicket.
Bit of turn though, as Taylor now works this off the front foot, manipulates it out to deep backward square for 1. 66 more runs to win.
Yes, and maybe instead of the leg slip, because I don't know whether the ball will go to leg slip for a catch, but where the ball is now going towards the square leg umpire for singles, they've already taken 3 singles there. Maybe move a fielder there so that the easy single is not taken. Now, the deep square leg has been brought in for exactly that reason, to try and stop that single.
Ishant Sharma position there as Williamson this time plays with a straight bat down the pitch, pats it back. The last ball of the over from Jadeja, and over that went for 4, 74 for 2, then needing 65 more runs to win, in fact, off 25 overs. That run rate just coming down ever so slightly after those 2 wickets that fell to Ashwin. There was a period where the scoring rate stagnated, 21 dot balls in a row, but New Zealand seemed to have regained their composure. Andy?
To put Kane Williamson's career into perspective, you mentioned he's gone into second place on New Zealand's all-time run scoring list, averaging 53.6 in terms of his place in the all-time Test cricket pantheon of batsmen who've scored over 5,000 runs, so that the cream of the cream, 97 players. He has the 12th best average, currently nestled between Sachin Tendulkar and Brian Lara. So that's pretty illustrious company. That's from 85 Tests. He has 24 centuries for New Zealand.
He is going to finish up as one of the greats of New Zealand cricket. Rishabh Pant has disappeared off the pitch. Not sure why. So Vrithaman Saha is one. And Ashwin is swung around. So he's going to bowl from the pavilion end. 2 spinners in tandem then. Deep backward square and a deep mid wicket. He's going to try his hand from this end to Ross Taylor, who's marking his guard. Leg slip and a slip in play. There's a deep cover. Pointer's just pushing round at the moment, just questioning where he should be. Mid off and a long on. Pujara at point there.
What is Ross Taylor going to do? Just push the ball around to long on for a single, keep the scoreboard ticking.
That's all he needs to do.
Yes, the mid-wicket is there. Mid-wicket is a lot straighter. Virat Kohli, more wideish mid-on than mid-wicket.
It's an interesting one, Sonny, because as Ashwin has passed the stumps to Taylor, who's defending to mid-wicket, no run off the front foot. That pressure that Ashwin was building, that was creating issues for Taylor. And so you feel like this has been done as a response to all of those dot balls, as Taylor forward presses and defends to the leg side, no run. I just wonder if he could have kept the field in to see if he would try and do something then.
Go over the top, you mean?
Yeah.
But he doesn't have too many runs. That's the only issue. Because if he had another 60 runs.
As Taylor again defends to Kohli at mid-wicket, no run.
If India was defending about 180, 190, I think he would have had the fielder in the mid-on, maybe at the 30-yard mark, which is slightly deeper, inviting Taylor to go over the top.
Taylor clips the ball past Virat Kohli at mid-wicket, who now races round to collect it. They come through for 1. Taylor to 22, 75 for 2, 64 more runs to win, 24.2 overs remaining in the day. I just feel like the way this field is set, it'll be an easy cruise to victory.
Well,
rather than kind of trying to prolong it as much as possible.
Well, things seem to have settled down now with this partnership between the two experienced batsmen. But when Taylor came into bat, things were a little tense.
Williamson on the back foot, punching past point out to deep cover for 1. Just dropping the length short on that occasion. Ashwin allows Williamson to rock back, 76 for 2, 63 more runs to win in 24.1 overs. Ashwin into his delivery stride once more, a bit quicker as Taylor is forwards, patting to the offside, and they sprint through for 1. It's a gentle look up and they come through. So frustration from an Indian point of view. 62 more runs to win at the end of the over. 3 singles from there, 77 for 2. New Zealand, Williamson's 14, Taylor on 23, 24 overs remaining.
Yes, I think the singles will take the pressure of both the batsmen. It's when you're start playing a lot of dot balls that you start to feel the pressure, because your own score is not moving, your team score is not moving, and then you start to feel the pressure in a situation like this where the overs also can be running out. And now that they've got those 3 singles, the pressure will be off both the batsmen. Jadeja has got the odd ball to turn. We saw that in the previous over when he drew Ross Taylor forward, the ball turned, and his back foot was well within the crease, so there was no possibility of a stumping.
The news from the dressing room, Rishabh Pant is feeling unwell. So we'll await more details on that as Jadeja is in to Taylor, who's covering the ball and working it to mid-wicket, no run. Ridham and Saha with the gloves on behind the stumps.
Well, we saw Tom Blundell put the gloves on for New Zealand after Watling was injured.
Forward press for Taylor, who carves it out to the boundary in between point and deep cover. Pujara's on the chase, and he manages to pull it back. So they'll come back for 3. New Zealand, Ross Taylor adding 3 to his score, 26 on the board, 80 for 259 more runs to win, 23.4 overs left.
Well, just a little short and turning away. Didn't get it in the middle of the bat. You could see that it was off the bottom of the bat. If it had gone off the middle of the bat, it would have gone to the boundary. There would have been no chase whatsoever, but very good effort that from Cheteshwar Pujara, saving a run.
Jadeja tossing the ball up in the air. Williamson on strike. Got a long leg. That's the only man out at the moment for Williamson as he drives to Coney at extra, no run. Well, they're in a kind of a weird spot at the moment, India, because those singles are coming. The runs are coming for Taylor and Williamson. If they can get 3s and over, then they're absolutely fine. And you just wonder at the moment how they're going to prize out a wicket. Jadeja bowls, Williamson defends. Just wonder if maybe a spell from Bumrah, a lightning spell from Bumrah, some short stuff.
Yes, I think Kohli has got to try everything, but he's just trying a couple of overs from Ravindra Jadeja. He's picked him in the side as at number 7 to bowl a few overs of spin.
Here comes the left armour again. Williamson back in his crease and plays it away to deep cover boundary. He gets the width he wants, but also the space by rocking back. That's 4 to Williamson, who moves to 18. New Zealand fans are looking slightly more relaxed than they did half an hour ago. 55 more runs to win, 23.1 overs left in the day. Williamson, lovely hands as he played that shot as cover now goes out onto the boundary. He's on 18, Kane Williamson, as he's forward pressing, and that beats the edge. That's the spin, that's the turn that's on offer for Jadeja at the end of the over. 84 for 2, 55 runs to win from 23 overs. Phil Tuffnell is in, and a few words from you, Tuffers, and then it will be Simon Mann.
Yeah, big spin from Jadeja there, pushing forward. Kane Williamson ripped past the outside edge, but only 55 to win now for New Zealand. They've weathered that storm. Huge referral. Kane Williamson on the sweep to Ashwin. The umpire gave it out, Michael Goff, but on review he stayed. And that just seemed to calm everything down a tad, Simon.
Yeah, if that had been out, I mean, it wasn't out, but if it had been out, then the way India celebrated, you realise how much it meant to them, but it wasn't out. It was overturned. Williamson was pretty confident. He couldn't believe he was given out in the first place, actually, but he must have known that there was a possibility of shaving the leg stump, so it had been umpire's call. But because then you get Williamson out, and then Ashwin against the left-hander, Conway, you felt, that was always a possibility. And then another left-hander coming in, Nichols. But anyway, these two experienced players have really calmed things down, and India are under severe pressure now. New Zealand have this game under a reasonable amount of control. 84 for 2, 139 to win. It sounds quite straightforward, doesn't it? But it's been such a slow-scoring, tight game, and the bowlers have been on top, that you feel there could be another twist or turn, but whether it'll be a dramatic one seems unlikely, but you never know. Here's Bumrah outside the off stump. So you never know. We're about to find out, but
Yes.
oh, no stroke from Taylor.
About an hour's time, I should imagine.
We've got, how many overs we've got left? 23 overs left. So plenty of time, 55 runs. We might well go into the last hour. I'm sure we will, actually, into the last hour, which will start once we get down to 15 overs, so in 7.5 overs time. Partnership worth 40 now between these two.
He had a decent rate, 78 balls. They've just managed to up it and score a few boundaries at the right time.
Here's Bumrah. It's got to happen soon for India. Bumrah moves in and bowls outside the off stump. Taylor leans forward and allows it to go through. Williamson has been sort of a model of restraint and defence again. 18 from 46 balls.
Yeah, he's just looked to pounce on anything short, hasn't he? Got 2 or 3 cuts away.
Taylor 26. I think we were seeing Henry Nicholls there, were we? The next batter in, who I think was involved in the most crucial moment of the day.
Oh, the catch.
The catch.
Oh, absolutely. Play of the day.
Yeah, definitely. To get rid of Pan, superb running catch. Here's Bumrah bowling, driven into the offside by Taylor, but straight to cover.
Well, you're right.
No run.
I mean, you stick another 30 or 40 on there, you're probably going to get very tight with the overs now on the wicket.
I have to say, I thought 180 might take some getting.
Yeah, absolutely.
They just couldn't get themselves up there. Pant seemed the man most likely. It was that rather soft dismissal of Rahane, caught down the leg side, and Jadeja dismissed by Wagner as well. That was a big wicket because he was resisting Jadeja. Just followed it slightly, ball across him from round the wicket. Bumrah bowls, Taylor, oh, he's dropped. He dropped at first slip. Bumrah's so frustrated. Well, it was a reasonably sort of catchable one. Pujara dropping it, and India really needed that.
Yeah, that was crucial. Great delivery. Poked forward at it, Ross Taylor. Oh, catchable high. I mean, you've got to be taking them, I'm afraid.
And you see it for quite a long way as well. He just pushed at it and
couldn't get a nicer first catch, really.
No.
Just had to perhaps just lean and go with it around, sort of, chest and tummy high.
So life for Taylor on 26. Bumrah tries again, bowls to Taylor. Taylor pushes into the onside, gets a single. Takes him to 27, and New Zealand to 85 for 2. Well, it was Tim Southey earlier who had the pressure of dropping Pant early on, and every run he scored, India making progress. That feeling of, it's a horrible feeling when you drop someone.
Yeah, I mean, that's a perfect high. As you said, it seems to take for an age to get there. Great amount of time just to see that. You'll be disappointed with that.
Yeah, and it's not a cold hands day or anything like that. It's a pleasant afternoon.
That might have been their last chance.
Bumrah bowls to Williamson. Williamson tries to flick that way into the leg side. Can't get any power into the shot. Goes to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So 54 to win with 22 overs remaining. That's still just about the limit of the run rate in the game.
Just creep over the line.
But yeah, New Zealand have got 8 wickets left. If they do need to give it a bit of umpty towards the end, they've got that licence as well, as long as they've got wickets in hand, of course.
Yeah, you can easily up it, even with men on the boundary. Then gaps will open up.
Yeah.
You would imagine that New Zealand are there, but it's a funny old game. Never quite know. It's turning a bit for Jadeja. You just feel if perhaps he'd have caught that and then another quick one.
Yeah, it needs a couple of quick wickets, doesn't it? And also as well to get the crowd going. You feel that India, they seem a much more potent side when the crowd is noisy, and every ball becomes a huge event for the players out there. But they're quite quiet at the moment. Here is Jadeja. Little sweep shot, shout for LBW outside the line, surely. From Ross Taylor, not out from umpire Goff. Yeah, Taylor had stretched a long way forward there. I'm sure he got the pad outside the line. Are they going to review it? No, I don't think they are. The timer's going down.
Yeah. Don't do a Tim Payne at Headingley. We'll just review that one just because we've got one up our sleeve.
They have not done so. They resisted the temptation.
Yeah.
Taylor waits. Jadeja goes in to bowl to him, and Taylor turns into the onside. He's looking to just nudge a single into the leg side against Jadeja, but that one was too close to mid-wicket. We're just having a look at the replay. Yeah, he got his pad outside the line of off stump, and he was playing a shot, so that should not be given out, and was not by umpire Goff. Jadeja bowls, pushed away by Taylor to backward point.
Yeah, you got that Williamson wrong. We got that Williamson one wrong, which is a rarity for Michael Goff. He's had another excellent game, as has Richard Elliott.
Jadeja to Taylor, and Taylor plays quietly towards mid-wicket, and more on the push. Barely gets there. No run. Yeah, I mean, it was an odd one, really. To me, it didn't look quite right. Jeremy thought it was out. Jeremy thought it was going to be clipping leg stump once he'd given him out, but it was Ashwin ball a little off break. Jadeja bowls, forward goes Taylor blocking into the offside.
See, I thought the thing that might have been in its favour, I thought it was the other one. I thought it was the current ball, which when it pitched, then would have just not carried on going down the leg.
Yeah. Jadeja bowls, and
not out
goes Taylor towards backward point, and there's no run. I thought the giveaway for me was that it flicked the outside of the pad, then went down fine, and they set off the leg by. So I thought, well, that's got to be right on the margin, surely, of being not out. Yeah. Anyway, it was just missing, and that was a big moment. Talk about the Nicholls running catch. That was a big moment as well. That went in New Zealand's favour rather than just being umpire's call on that leg stump. 85 for 2 at the end of the over. 54 more required. Zaltz.
New Zealand's catching in this test. They took 15 of the 17 chances they've had. India have taken 7 out of 9. For New Zealand, Ross Taylor took 3 catches, and he's gone into the top 10 most catches by non-wicket keepers in Test cricket. There were 5 catches for Tom Latham, 5 for Watling as well, who finished in 7th place in the all-time most dismissals list.
Latham, that's a pretty solid bet in that slip corner. Here's Bumrah bowling, driven by Williamson gloriously for 4 through extra cover up to the Shane Warne stand, and there's not much applause for that stroke apart from the few dancing New Zealand supporters in their beige, or some are in beige, some are in blue shirts in a section of the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand, which is at deep mid-wicket. Fine shot from Williamson. Beautiful stroke, really.
Yeah, it's the first time he's looked to really sort of come forward with momentum and really crisply time that through extra cover.
And that was brought about changing the field, but down to a slip and a gully. A slip and a forced slip, really. There's a short extra cover in. And here is Bumrah at 89 for 2, 50 to win. Bumrah bowls, forced away by Williamson off the back foot, but not timed. It goes dribbling out towards Gill, fielding in the covers. And there is no run. 50 to win, and 20 overs available after this. As for the weather, plenty of blue sky and sunshine. It's 5:30, so I don't think light is going to come into it. Bumrah, pitter-patter, and then the arm goes back, slingshot delivery, bowls to Williamson, who guides it down to backward point.
Oh, there'd be a riot.
No run.
There'd be a riot if the old umpires got the light meter around.
Well,
what?
The problem is, of course, is if the light, they've been cloudy and they've taken that reading. What do you do then? I mean,
2 to win.
Off we go.
I think even the umpires wouldn't. I think they wouldn't even dare. But them the rules.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it? Once you set the mark, and it goes down there.
Yeah, but there won't be any problem.
No. Bumrah to Williamson, and Williamson stands up tall and guides it away with an open face, straight to backward point, and there's no run.
I have the concept has worked for me though. With this game, even though it's been plagued by rain and what have you, I have felt a lift in sort of performance and determined.
Definitely.
You know what I'm trying to say there?
Definitely, it's been a real struggle. They've really gone at it.
Yeah.
And in a way, the pitches and the conditions have dictated that, because it's been hard to score. So
yeah, but just real sort of knuckle down stuff.
Everything's been chiselled out.
Yes.
Bumrah moves into bowl. Oh, and he goes past the outside edge of Williamson's bat. I've been reading a few suggestions and people sort of assuming that this was going to be a draw, and people saying, well, what can we do about that? We have 2 years, we have a final, it's a draw, but I don't think it's going to be now. I saw Mark Taylor, the former Australia captain, suggesting a timeless test, but the first innings are restricted to 150 overs.
Oh, like
so
you don't Shield cricket.
So you don't just bat forever and ever.
Yeah.
1939 Durban Test we're talking about. Here is Bumrah bowling, full dug out by Williamson, back down the pitch, and there's no run. So it's timeless, but with a first innings limit.
And so you just can't block.
Exactly.
You need to get some runs.
Exactly. So you say 100. He was suggesting 150 overs. So Andy Zaltzman's giving that the old sort of.
No, doesn't like it.
Anyway, I'm just saying that is a suggestion, and it's we like lots of views, and I know you're a sort of authoritarian.
Is he?
But. Well, all stats people are, aren't they?
Well, what did I used to play in Shield and stuff and grade cricket over in Australia? That was that was first innings points, wasn't it, and what have you, and
first innings lead, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right, and what have you. But
if you head on first innings, well, and of course the Bob Willis Trophy final was settled on first innings lead last season. Yeah, Essex were ahead of Somerset, so the game ended in a draw, and they won it because they were ahead on first innings.
Yeah.
So there's that, I suppose.
Not happy again.
Not keen on that. Jadeja bowls. Taylor comes forward and plays it away into the offside. And
the shed's rocking. The shed's rocking in Stretzer.
Anyway, that was Mark Taylor. Timeless test, but 150 overs in the first innings. And
not a bad idea. I like it.
And then Ian Chappell here is Jadeja bowling, and that's defended into the onside, and there's no run. Ian Chappell was saying, play it somewhere where the weather's going to be good, like the UAE. The only problem with the UAE, flat, and also no spectators.
Well, now, should you imagine if this was full house? This would have been rocking, really rocking.
Jadeja into bowl, and it's blocked by Taylor again back down the pitch. Yeah. So what you've got to have spectators, and England does give you that, doesn't it? There's a love for Test cricket here.
Yes. And this would have been full house every day.
You feel it. The crowd's been very good for this game, don't you? Jadeja bowls, and it's played it quietly into the onside. There's no run. And, of course, if it had been played a week earlier, it would have been a perfect occasion. The weather had been fantastic. It's just you never can tell with the English summer.
And let's be fair, we're going to come to a conclusion on this as well. So
there's a result.
There will be a result. So
Jadeja in, and Taylor plays defensively again. 50 to win, with 19.1 overs available.
I do like the extra day. For it, though. It just gives you that breathing space, doesn't it?
Extra 2 days?
We're pushing it a bit then. No, perhaps the extra day,
Jadeja. Ball turned away by Taylor for a single down towards fine leg, deep backward square. So under 50 now. If you'd like to see the highlights today, you can watch them now on the BBC Sport website and app. Just go to the text commentary and the clips are there. Reminder, there's a T20 tonight at 6:30, England-Sri Lanka. And we'll be there as soon as things end here. And also, there's a live T20 on BBC Two tomorrow from 6 o'clock.
Starring?
It says starring Phil Coffin. Have you got your...
I hope it's not starring.
Have you got your blues? Covers? You haven't got your kit?
Well, I better start warming up now.
Yeah, you only got to bowl 4 overs. Don't worry. Field for 20.
Might be able to just do that.
They won't need you to bat at the end, I should think.
No.
And if you can't watch the TV tomorrow, I think the game's on the radio as well.
We've got it covered.
Yeah, on 5 Live, I think. And 5 Live Sports Extra.
We have got it covered everywhere. Cricket this summer.
90 for 2. Here's Bumrah moving into bowl a new over to Taylor. And Taylor gets the bat down on that and plays it into the onside to chase round and in for Ashwin. And Taylor is able to come back for 47 runs to win for New Zealand. You feel that they've overcome that dodgy patch, and they are moving inexorably towards victory now. Some of the tension has gone out of the game.
Yes, it has. Man of the match, Jameson?
Jameson, yeah.
Without doubt.
Yeah. I mean, his figures are remarkable. They are.
Didn't go for a 4,
in the whole game. They are incredible.
I think that was like a 1-4.
In the second innings, he didn't go for a 4 in 24.
24 overs, didn't get hit for a boundary.
Yeah.
Got a little clip off the legs or something.
Bumrah now bowls to Taylor. Taylor plays back down the pitch and there's no run. Let's just give his combined match figures. Have you got them there, Andy?
Yeah. First innings, 22 overs, 12 maidens, 5 for 31. Second innings, 24 overs, 10 maidens, 2 for 30, so combined 46 overs, 22 maidens.
What?
7 for 61.
What?
Which, as well as the 7 wickets, is the most economical match by a bowler in a test in England, who's bowled at least 25 overs since 1994, the most economical by a fast bowler in England since 1980, who's bowled 25 more overs.
And a nice little 20.
Bumrah bowls to Taylor. Taylor is forward, playing that away into the offside. And there's no run. Yeah, he made 21. I mean, he was caught on the fine leg boundary as well. I mean, it's one of those that they had to get him out pretty quickly. He could have done some severe damage.
Yeah.
I mean, he took it on. But
well, he changed it a bit, didn't he? I mean, another 20 runs. Well, you could all ifs and what have you, but and that Southey knock as well. Yeah. Just gave him a little bit extra.
Well, Southey 30 and 4 wickets in the second innings. Yeah. Really crucial on the last couple of days of this game. Bumrah at 92 for 2 goes into bowl to Taylor. Taylor's clonked on the head by a ball that leapt from nowhere. Wow. And even Bumrah's looking at the pitch there. Goodness me, that just took off and whacked him on the helmet. Ooh. And the umpires are coming down just to check Taylor's okay. There's absolutely nothing he could do about that. It was the most extraordinary incident, almost as if the ball exploded.
Oh, that's maybe feeling a bit rough, actually, because that has exploded. That was an absolute...
Where did that come from?
Ooh. Well, thank heavens he's got a good helmet on there, because he was pushing forward, going forward. He's looking forward, head over the ball, play it late, eyes. And it just hit him straight in the face.
Yeah, well, the physio's out there just giving him a check. And, you know, you think of the days when you didn't play with helmets, and people say, well, batters in those days, they played the ball better and right, but there was absolutely nothing you could do. If you were playing with that helmet there, that was serious problems. Right, sort of into the forehead, really, between the eyes. Right. And it was quite full.
He's going forward. Yeah. I mean, as I say, you don't really... Taylor doesn't particularly look to come forward, he sort of hangs on the crease, but that one was almost a half volley, which he's looking to go forward, and it's just leapt at him.
Yeah, well, that was a remarkable incident. It really was. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before in a professional match.
No. Well, he's all right by the looks of it. He's got a smile on his face.
Yeah. So, anyway, the physio's out there. They're just the ground staff out there as well, doing something to the footmarks at the far end. They're just taking a bit of time here. The score is 92 for 2. There are 18.2 overs left available to New Zealand to score the 139 they win. They're on the way. Williamson 22. Taylor survives on 30. He didn't go down or anything like that, but I mean, it was like being sort of whacked by a boxer, wasn't it? Yeah. Heavyweight boxer. Yeah. Whacked in the face. Anyway, he's okay. Here's Jonathan.
Yeah, dreadful ball, wasn't it? Goes from nowhere. It almost went vertically up. Nasty.
Yeah.
I've seen that once, similar to it. I was playing a grade game in Sydney. Richie Beno's brother, John, was our captain. Yeah. He got that. He didn't have a helmet on, and that went straight. It was really awful. He didn't play again. That was the end of... He played for Australia. He was a good cricketer. Yeah. But, yeah.
Did he play with Richie, then? Did the two Benos work?
No. They didn't. And because John's much younger than Richie.
Oh, right.
Well, much younger, but he's younger than Richie. And I think... are they... Just Andy here. There is some sort of stat about the Benos. Are they the longest time apart that two brothers have played Test cricket or something like that? Is that right?
That sounds right.
You can't say that.
He's been in the shed.
You can't slacken off. Well,
he's in there for 6 days.
I think that's a Benno stat. Anyway. Well, on we go. 92 for 2, 47 more needed.
It's done, isn't it? I guess it's done, isn't it?
Well, it feels like it is.
Yeah.
It feels like it is. But, you see balls like that. You think, whoa, and how is Taylor going to respond to that?
Yes,
I think I know where your eye would be with this ball.
The old back foot.
Where he was tapping there was just a really good length.
Yeah, even foolish of a good length of it.
So how do you get out of your mind? How do you get it out of your mind? And Bumrah's got to try and bowl in the same place, really. That becomes once again. Over the arm comes and he bowls, and Taylor lets that go through outside the off stump, and it whistles through to the keeper.
I think you think of how good the beer's going to taste once you've knocked off these final 47. That's what will get him through. Because that was a brute.
Really was. Yeah, thank goodness for helmets. That's all I need to say about that. 92 for 2 is absolutely fine. 47 more needed by New Zealand to become the first ever World Test champions.
It's got a nice ring to it.
Yeah. Bumrah's on his way and bowls, and that comes cutting back to. He's got another bruise up on the thighs. It really has been an awkward game for batsmen. They've been hit all over the place.
Yeah.
Nothing quite so devilish as that last one, though. And extraordinary. 92 for 2, 18 overs left. And you're welcoming Andy tomorrow night. He's out of his shed, isn't he? I think he's doing a telly tomorrow for that T20 match. Now,
I'm going to be in a different shed. I'm going to be in a truck.
Oh, right, okay. You've got like different sheds for different formats.
Well, I'm sure you'll enjoy it.
I'll see you down there, Andy.
Indians watching on from the balcony there, on through long faces. Ravi Shastri, I see.
Yeah, how do they? What's the Indian perspective here?
Well,
I guess
they got.
You know, lost the toss.
47 is Jadeja bowling quite a low arm. Williamson is forward, playing out to cover. Yeah, I mean they've competed well, didn't they? They've been Jamesoned, really.
Yeah.
Bowled out for 217. Jadeja again tosses that up. Oh, that's spun. Saha's taken that. A lot of excitement there. That really did turn as Williamson tried to drive it. Ooh, that went miles. It's gone straight through the top.
Might have been. I mean, it would have had everything if we'd have played all the days, wouldn't it? 'Cause it looks like it would have turned as well. That pitch, absolutely. What?
That's gone straight through the top.
Yeah, it's out of a foothold.
Yeah.
Trent bolts, I think.
Jadeja again bowls, and Williamson this time comes forward and plays into the offside.
Pants back on, by the way.
He's back on. I can tell by the voice. He's got his sweater on there. In goes Jadeja once more, bowls. There's a sweep shot. There's Beats Pant, who stuck a leg out there. And that, I think, will run away for 4. There's a bit of a late bid coming in from the long leg fieldsman, and he's not going to get there. Another boundary. 43 to win, and these two old campaigners are seeing them home patiently, unspectacularly, but with a lot of experience.
And it just goes to show, doesn't it? You know, I mean, population of New Zealand,
yeah.
You know, resources and what have you,
yeah.
Taking on the might and everything of India. Just goes to show that if you get 11 good guys all together and you play as a team and...
Jadeja again. Bowls. Williamson comes forward. He's scored 26 from 58 balls. That goes with that really patient innings in the first innings too.
Yeah, not a lot of rotation going on with this New Zealand side, is there?
No.
You know, there's quite a lot of consistency in selection, isn't there? Or no, we're going to stay.
Good point, Tuffers. Jadeja again bowls, and Williamson drives into the offside. Straight to extra cover it goes. What can India do from here? It's not, I guess, a case of trying to put men back and save runs and everything, because that's pointless. It'll just knock them off. But I think it's got to realise that, at the moment, the game appears to be up. But then in 2 overs, we've seen one explode off a length, another spin about 2 feet. So
keep going.
A bit of luck, you might be all right.
You keep going.
Williamson's now the top scorer in the match. 75 runs he has from 235 balls.
Cool.
And out just once. And we're looking for the difference between the two teams. See, the New Zealand seamers have been superb. Between them, 20 wickets, average 18. India's 7 wickets at 33. India's spinners have picked up 5 wickets quite cheaply, but that difference in the effectiveness of the seamers, well, though India have bowled, seen one of the finest, best balanced seam attacks that's come
Here's
to
Bumrah bowls another ugly ball, which Taylor plays very, very well. That climbed again, and Taylor had to whip the bottom hand off the bat handle there. I think he's picked up another bruise. That really bounced.
Yeah, it's just started to pop off a length, hasn't it?
Yeah, oh, that did climb.
Yeah, we saw Coney get battered and bruised as well.
No, it's as if the pitch has suddenly decided to play a few tricks in the last hour or so of the game. It's always offered a bit, but not this sort of assistance to the bowlers. India getting behind Bumrah now, who comes in once again, hurls it down, and Taylor again whips off that bottom hand. Turns the ball into the leg side, and Bumrah fields. So Jameson's figures, I didn't hear what Andy said, but
unbelievable.
Is it 7 for 60 or 46 overs, 22 maidens?
22 maidens.
Yeah, 7 for 61. Let's not overstate.
61, thank you.
Yeah.
I did it in my head. 7 for 61 or 46 overs, 22 maidens.
And how many fours in that 61, Andy? All told.
All told, 5. I think there were 2 in his first 3 overs, and then only 2. So no, 4. 2 in his first 3 overs, and only 2 more in the remaining 43.
Remarkable.
That is.
Bumrah again bowls. That's a fuller length, and Taylor likes that. He can get forward. Stroke the ball into the covers. There's no run. So it's ticking away. Overs left on the ball. There's hard to see from this angle, but it looks like 16 after this.
Yeah, plenty of time.
43 needed. Shadows lengthening. It's been a beautiful day here. The crowd have enjoyed it. The majority a bit disappointed at the moment with the way the game appears to be going. Bumrah, in bright sunshine, comes in and bowls down the leg side. It's a real faint little tickle. That's 4.
Yeah.
Very faint deflection. 4 more runs to Ross Taylor. He's just drawn on every ounce of experience here. It took him a long time to get going, not to get off the mark.
You just get the feeling now, you just saw, I think that's Ashwin down at fine leg, just jogging after that one.
Yeah.
And beforehand, everyone was scampering everywhere, weren't they?
Yeah, I think they know the game is probably up.
Yeah, I think so now. We're going to need something extra special.
100 up. 100 for 2 in the 37th over. Bumrah, that rather stalking approach. Now he's rushing in and bowls, and Taylor's beaten outside the off stump. And I will say they've had no luck at all, the Indian bowlers. They've had none. They have beaten the bat so many times in this innings. It just hasn't gone for them. There was a couple of overs at Bumrah bowl that it was just
playing this.
Lay bat on him.
No, that was Taylor. You just felt at that time that something might be in the air. They've ridden it well, these two. Immense pressure.
Change to the field. We've got a man coming in who's taking the helmet. He's going into short leg, is he? That's an interesting development at this stage.
Why not?
Maybe let's try some shorter stuff then. Short leg going in.
Or hit that patch. 6 on that patch would be handy.
39 to win. And goes Bumrah. Bowls, keeps low. Hits the very bottom of Taylor's bat. Didn't quite shoot along the ground, but it certainly didn't bounce as much as he wanted, and he's tapping right there at the pitch.
Right.
The trouble is, it gets to a stage where you don't want to tap very hard in case you do something rather horrible to it. It's all getting a bit loose.
Yeah.
100 for 2. 16 overs are left to be bowled. And New Zealand need 39 more runs. And they've got to be scored, but these two came together at 44 for 2. Been together ever since, a few alarms along the way, and they certainly haven't found scoring easy.
Be quite a fitting end if those two are at the crease.
Yes, it would. Drummer's gone quiet.
Yeah, I think he's packed up and gone home.
I think he might have done. Still some shouts, still some noise there, some encouragement. Advice, maybe, being shouted out from the Indian supporters. Jadeja's going to continue. He made one really spin in his last over, and they brought another close fielder in now. So there's 2 slips, really, for Jadeja. Bowling to Williamson on 26. He darts this one in, and Williamson comes forward and just runs the ball away for Punt to pick up. 100 for 2, 39 to win. And Williamson's doing a bit of prodding at the pitch. Jay is ready to bowl, but Williamson not ready to receive at the moment. He looks around, gaps there on the leg side. If you dare try and drag one across there, forward he comes to the next ball, pats it away. Certainly very unhurried, Williamson. Seems to be the way he goes about his business. An accumulator, but a very successful accumulator. Jadeja again. Bowles to him, is on the back foot. That almost goes into his stumps. He's chopped it away. Picks up one down towards third man. Jadeja's smiling. Almost hurried through. 38 to win. Coley strokes his beard. He's still smiling. Not bristling quite as much as he was an hour ago. Taylor looks around, see if he'll take Jadeja on. Jadeja goes in, bowls to him, floats it up, works it into the mid-wicket area. Sweep to Gill. Low run again. 38 to win. Oh, they're certainly eking it out and making full use of the overs available. Be patient so far. Movement behind the arm here now. It's distracted somebody. Cody looks frustrated. Hands on his hips there, saying what's going on. Jadeja again. Moves in and there'll be a run there that creeps away into the leg side off an edge. And arms are raised there behind the wickets and in the slips. But the result is another run to New Zealand. 37 more to win. Taylor moves to 35, and that was a no ball as well, so they get an extra one. He does that, Jadeja. He bowls got a lot of no balls.
Oh, it's a big one.
It is a big one, looking at that. Certainly on the second half of the line, as it were, so 36 to win then. That's floated up. Oh, almost gets through again, but they can take another single. Running it away into the leg side. One more to go in the over. 104 for 2. 35 needed. Taylor 35. Gives the pitch a last prod. Scratches at his guard. Certainly in no hurry. Now he's over his bat. Jadeja wearing number 8. Bowls to him. Oh, that's a leading edge. Looking to turn that into the leg side. That could have popped up anywhere. Could have popped up to Coley. At short cover, but it didn't. It's 104 for 2, 35 more needed, and time for our Radio 4 long-wave listeners to leave us just briefly for the shipping forecast. Williamson 28, Taylor 35, and it's another drinks break. Yes. On they go, the start of the final hour. So out they all come again, scurrying out, sweeping up and so on. Ground staff there with masks on, carrying bits of wood and buckets and stuff.
So, I mean, just thinking about it, it's a great result from New Zealand.
It is.
Fantastic result to push this forward and to even, get to the point where you're actually finally going to win the game.
I remember the first couple of hours when actually they didn't bowl well at all.
No, that's right.
And India's openers put on 62.
Yeah.
And then Jameson clicked.
Yeah.
And Wagner had Gill out. Things have started to happen from that point. Pachara doing 36 balls to get off the mark, hit 2 fours and was out for 8.
Yeah.
W to Bolt. Coley 44 from 132 balls. Again, just showing how awkward it was to score. Rahane 49, played that funny little pull shot and got caught at mid-wicket.
Yeah, lots of different little moments, aren't there?
Yeah, there were 149 for 3.
Yeah.
Bowled out for 217.
Yes, there you go. That's the start.
They lost 7 for 71. Yeah.
I think you can look at the tail end collapses in both innings. They lost their last 4 wickets in 38 balls in the first innings and in 22 balls in the second innings. So that's a total of 10 overs to go from 6 down to all out in the 2 innings combined. As I mentioned, New Zealand managed to have 57 for from the fall of their 6th wicket in their 1 innings. And in a game that's gone down to the last hour, rather careless batting at the end of a game, and that weakness that we highlighted, the differences between the two sides, that weakness in tail end batting between comparing India with New Zealand has ended up being very influential.
It's the old tails' fault again.
You always get the blame. And the bowlers get dropped after this in one of the teams. It always happens. 104 for 2 then. So 35 needed. There's 15 overs left. We're into the last hour. It was always going to go to the final hour on the 6th day, this match. And certainly assisted by the weather, it has done. I don't think we've got this far without 2 complete washouts. Because there's been enough in this pitch throughout to keep the bowlers interested. So they're having a last drink. Tuffers, you'll observe something, what you might think that India might try and do here.
Oh.
It's tricky for them. Simon Mann's coming in here.
It is indeed. New Zealand have weathered that initial sort of onslaught by India. Kane Williamson, the right man for the job, and then he was joined by Ross Taylor, full of experience. Took him a long time to get off the mark, but then managed to get a few away. And they've got themselves in a very, very good position, Simon.
Yeah, what a lovely feeling it must be for these 2 old campaigners out there, Taylor and Williamson.
Yeah.
The final hour of the match, they're just brushing away at the crease there, with only 35 runs required for victory. Welcome back to our Radio 4 Longwave listeners. After the shipping forecast, the players have been taking drinks.
Must have been a nice drink for them.
Yeah, definitely.
Just have a look.
Really almost savour it as well, this position. You know,
exactly.
The World Cup final against England at Lord's, you know, it was so tense, wasn't it, as they moved towards that climax. And the previous World Cup final they played, they were well beaten by Australia. They must have had a sinking feeling for most of the day. But in this situation, they can almost, not quite relax, but you can really relish it. Enjoy every moment out there. Ross Taylor, 37 years of age. You wonder about his Test future. You just don't know, do you? What he's going to plan to do from here. And Williamson, class player, of course. And India must know that they're a beaten side. They won't give up. No, they certainly won't give up. But they know it's gone against them today. They've been outplayed by New Zealand today. Haven't quite been good enough in these conditions. New Zealand's 4-man pace attack. Too good for them.
Relentless.
Yeah. And here is Bumrah. First ball of the last hour. Williamson on 28. And he beats him outside the off stump. Good start.
They've been unlucky. If a few things had gone India's way, a couple of nicks, it could have been different.
Taylor dropped, of course, by Pujara at first slip. Bumrah's got a smile on his face. So we've got 15 overs left in the match. I'm sure India won't bowl more than 15 overs. At 35 runs to win. I had that feeling, you know, we talked about it earlier. You know, 180 would have been a bit of a struggle to get.
Without doubt.
Here is Jasprit Bumrah going into bowl to Williamson. Williamson comes forward and guides that away towards backward point. Jadeja picks it up, and there's no run. In Cardiff, England, remember, playing Sri Lanka in a T20 this evening. There's another one tomorrow. That's on BBC Two. Sri Lanka have won the toss and decided to bat first. I'll bring you the teams in just a moment. We'll be going across there at the end of this match to pick up action from that first T20 of the season, international T20 in England and Sri Lanka. Bumrah moves into bowl to Williamson, who flicks us away. It's a lovely shot with plenty of bottom hand, but straight to mid-on. And there is no run. There are 3 T20s in this series, tonight, tomorrow and here on Saturday, 2:30 in the afternoon. And we'll bring you ball-by-ball commentary on all those games. And then 3 one-day internationals, England, Sri Lanka, starting next Tuesday at the Riverside. I'm very close to bringing those teams. Here is Bumrah bowling, and that one takes off a bit as well, and Williamson head rocks back as he plays it pretty well actually into the offside, down towards backward point, and there is no run. Yeah, well, it is. I mean, we are at 6 o'clock on the 6th day.
Well, yes, I suppose so.
With the grounds, we never prepared a pitch for this long. We missed 2 days cricket on it, but it still, I suppose, sort of, you know, wears over the 6 days a bit. I don't know, to dry out a little bit. I don't know.
Under covers and whatever.
Bumrah to Williamson. Williamson forward, playing into the onside towards mid-on. Sri Lanka, Pereira, Gunatilaka, Avishka Mendes, De Silva, Shanaka, Hasaranga, Udana, Dhananjaya, Chimera and Pradeep. That is the Sri Lanka line-up. Pereira the captain with Gunatilaka at the top of the order. Plenty of all-rounders in there, plenty of bowling options. I'll give you the England side now as well. Here is Bumrah. Goes in and bowls to Williamson, who drives. Oh, it's a magnificent stroke. He's threaded that through the offside. There's plenty of cover there. It's gone out to the extra cover boundary for 4. And New Zealand need 31 more to win. They are 108 for 2. So England, Roy, Butler, Malan, Bairstow, Morgan, Livingston, Sam Curran, Chris Jordan, Chris Wokes. I thought he retired. Chris Wokes is playing an international match for England. Rashid and Wood. So that's a pretty strong-looking England line-up. The first white ball match. Sorry, Andy?
Do you think they'll rest Chris Wokes after the toss?
I would have thought so, yeah. Yeah, when you had that international sub, remember that sub that could come on, just sub him out. Anyway, so he gets to play. 108 for 2. And New Zealand closing in 31 away. Tossed up by Jadeja, driven up towards mid-off by Taylor. There is no run. There are 14 overs left. 31 to win. The overs should not be a problem. The only problem for New Zealand, they lost 2 or 3 very, very quick wickets, but these two have just battened down the hatches and just kept India at bay. Here's Jadeja bowling to Taylor, who blocks that into the offside in the early evening sunshine after some days of frustration down here with the weather. We are going to get a positive outcome to this game. Jadeja bowls, Taylor plays defensively into the onside towards mid-wicket, but New Zealand not taking any chances. Sometimes you get to this situation, side in sight of victory, the runs start to come very quickly. But India are not giving up, making it tough as they possibly can. Here's Jadeja bowling to Taylor. Taylor's forward, playing out towards extra cover. These two, of course, would love to be here at the close as well. There are 2 slips in. There's a deep cover on that offside. So we've got 6-3 offside field for Jadeja, spinning the ball away from the right-hander. Taylor nudges into the onside, tight single. Oh, and there's an underarm throw from mid-wicket that goes over the keeper's head and has to be backed up at backward point. But one more, 30 to win. There will be commentary from Cardiff starting on the BBC Sport website and app from 6:15. If you want that, and Sports Extra listeners will be there as soon as we end here. 30 runs away, or 8 wickets for India, or fewer than 30 runs in 13.1 overs. Williamson 32, Taylor 36th. They came together when Conway was out at 44 for 2. It really felt as if the game was in the balance then. Here is Williamson stretching right forward, pushing it back down the pitch. Jadeja bends down to pick up, and there is no run. But Williamson and Taylor have controlled the situation superbly for their team to meet in mid-pitch and punch gloves. So 30 to win from 13 overs. And Jeremy Coney is here. I'm just suggesting to Tuffers, this is a lovely situation actually for Taylor and Williamson to be in. They're there together, they're in, but also almost a save of the moment. I don't know whether they're thinking about that at the moment, but
that will not be part of their thinking at all. But for us looking on, I think that occurs to us that it's appropriate if that happens. Yeah. I mean, Taylor's been there now, around this team, 108 Test matches. That's over double the ones that I played. It felt long enough then, to be honest. We don't play. To play 108 Tests for New Zealand, Simon, you need to play for a long time, you know, because we don't get as many Tests, say, as England get. We get 2 Test match series generally against most, unless we invite teams to New Zealand, where we'll get 3s.
Here is Ishant Sharma, bowls to Taylor, a bit late on a backward cut shot there, went under the bat and through to Rishabh Pant, who's on the field now. Sahar kept wicket for a while. We told Pant was unwell, but anyway, he must have made a pretty quick recovery. Just remind us, Andy, at what age Ross Taylor started his international career and what year he started.
Was it 2008, something like that? May have been.
I think it was.
May have been before
2007. I'll just get his numbers up.
I think his first test, Andy, might have been at Seddon Park in Hamilton. Or that might have been the place where he got his first 100.
He's got a very good record there, I know that.
Yes, he has. And I think that was the tour when Harmison and Hoggard were dropped in the very next match in the test at Wellington, and that's when Anderson and Broad came in.
Yeah.
It's a very nice background you've got there too. It's on the back of my book.
Yes, the Playing Mantis.
Oh, I see. Right. Oh, I see. That's right. Well, we should just explain this to the listeners that Andy's in the shed, and he's got a backdrop. He's got a backdrop of Jeremy's, the back cover of Jeremy's, but the front cover of Jeremy's.
No, back cover.
Oh, it is the back cover. Yeah, right. And it's called. What is it called?
The Playing Mantis.
The Playing Mantis. Because your nickname was the Praying Mantis, wasn't it?
No, just the Mantis.
The Mantis.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Gangly.
Mantis is God. There's a big banner in a photograph.
There?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Here is Ishant bowling very full. It's driven back, and Ishant falls over and it hits him on the back and deflects up towards mid-off.
It's not cod, is it?
God, you haven't denied it either, Jeremy.
Took me ages to write that.
That was about your playing career, was it? Way back?
Oh, I don't know where it was. I think it looks as if it was Auckland there, looking at the...
No, I mean the book.
The book, the book. Yeah, way back. Probably just in the 80s, late 80s.
86, it says here.
Interesting piece of fielding there from Ishant Sharma as he fell over and it hit him up to mid-off. Anyway, no run, 30 to win. And Ishant Sharma moves into bowl to Taylor on 36. He's with him now, and Taylor flicks that away nicely, through backwards square leg, runs from here, probably two. Yes, Shami goes away to his left, scoops it up before it goes into the boundary rope, and they come back for those 2 runs. So Taylor to 38, and New Zealand to 111 for 2. 28 more runs required for victory. Andy.
Ross Taylor's career began in November 2007. He had a couple of low-scoring tests in South Africa. Then that game at Hamilton that you mentioned, it was his first home test. His 3rd test in all, and he made 120 in the first innings against England, scored a fantastic 154 off 176 on his first tour of England back in 2008.
Oh, Manchester or something like that, was it? Yeah.
Ishant goes in and bowls to Taylor, and Taylor is beaten. We've seen quite a bit of that, but not so many edges found by the Indian bowlers, and Ishant stands in the middle of the pitch and says, this is a very unfair game.
In total, Taylor's passed 7,500 runs during the course of this tour, averaging 45.7 with a strike rate fractionally under 60 runs per 100 balls. As I mentioned earlier on, he's entered the top 10 in this game, most catches by a non-wicket-keeper in Test history.
Just seeing that ball again, he was bowled an absolute beauty there by Ishant Sharma. I mean, it was a magnificent delivery. It went a long way. It pitched on the stumps and left him and beat the outside edge.
Hard to hit those.
Yeah, even Taylor sort of pursed his lips and say, Ishant bowls to him. He's in behind that one, playing that defensively into the offside, and there's no run. Plenty of time available here for New Zealand, and at the moment they're using all of it. 12.1 overs left to get the 28 more they require for victory. Set 139 in 53 overs, and that looks a straightforward equation, but it's been a hard-working pitch throughout. Those of you who've been with us over the course of the last 6 days will know the struggle it's been for batters on this surface. But New Zealand look to have mastered the conditions sufficiently now. Ishant into bowl to Taylor. Taylor drives firmly back. Ishant Sharma stops it again, and his follow through, getting down and blocking it. He gets the pat on the back from 2 of his colleagues there. Well, they're not giving up, India. They're really making New Zealand work as hard as they possibly can for these runs, but it feels an unequal contest now. 28 from 12 overs, 8 wickets in hand. And the New Zealand supporters on the far side of the ground standing up and cheering and anticipating victory, whereas the Indians, I don't know whether some have gone, I think a few have, but they are very, very quiet. You certainly heard them when Coney was LBW to Ashwin. Gradually the noise levels have gone down from the Indians. They know that New Zealand are close.
You wonder whether there's another spell in Shami, because he's been the one quick bowler, and this has been a pitch and a game dominated by the faster men, whether he's got one more little spell in him.
For now, it's Jadeja bowling to Williamson, and Williamson gets a ball down the leg side, tries to flick it away. It's taken by Pant, who whips off the bails. Kept very low on its way through. Just looking at this surface, and you just think 200 to win, 180, 200.
Well, you go back to that first partnership of 60.
Here is Jadeja to Williamson. Williamson stretches right forward, defends.
That was a very important. As it's happened, it hasn't made the difference, but it could have quite easily, couldn't it?
In a way, it was
right
some of the most free-flowing batting of the game.
It was.
It wasn't in terms of great bowling. But here's Williamson turning into the onside towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. If you tuned in for England versus Sri Lanka, the first T20, coverage is starting online now via the BBC Sport website and app. Sports Extra listeners will be there for commentary as soon as we end play in Southampton. Radio 4 long-wave listeners will stay for some reaction from this final. Now, everyone thought the game would be done by now at 6:15 on the 6th day. So the England-Sri Lanka game gets underway without any competition, but we're still going, and we're going further. Williamson dead batting that into the offside, and there is no run. 11 overs left after this. It's 28 more required. New Zealand just making absolutely sure, just not taking any chances whatsoever here. Jadeja bowls. Oh, Williamson stretches forward there, and the ball goes behind him, bounces hard into the surface and up to wicketkeeper Pant, who collects the ball. Williamson spun round there just to see where that ball had gone. It was an odd one. He hit it into the surface and it bounced past his leg stump.
He didn't quite get the length, did he? And then followed it with his hands after it and had it bounce down from the bat over the stumps.
Last ball of the over coming up from Jadeja. 28 to win. And he bowls to Williamson, who skips down the pitch and clips him wide of mid-on for 4.
Boy, that's a nice shot, isn't it? That's the difference between Latham going down and not getting there and playing a defensive stroke, and Williamson comes down, he looks to attack, and he actually got there close enough to that ball. It was more leg stumpish for him, but he got there with some decent stride and then just put it away between mid-on and mid-wicket. Just a lovely stroke.
Yeah, beautifully controlled. 24 to win in the last 11 overs, and Williamson now moves to 36. And these two have been together since 44 for 2, and Coney was out, so 54, 64, 69 they've put on for this third wicket. Best weather of the match now. It's a lovely evening in Southampton. New Zealand enjoying themselves. Ishant Sharma, top of his mark. Taylor on 38 waits for him. Ishant goes into bowl, and Taylor is a bit late on that, but he gets it down towards the boundary. Third, the chase is on. Is it going to be picked up inside the rope? Yes, it is. Jadeja bends down, and they're coming back for 3. Jadeja sends in the return. It's quite a tight one. Williamson sliding his bat. Just bounced in front of Rishabh Pant, the wicketkeeper. And they go through for 3. Jadeja there, did he just slip a bit? That might be the reason he just couldn't get the ball away, and he looked behind him to see where
it was. Still damp down there, isn't it? Right by the boundary.
Just held him up in terms of getting the ball away, so they were able to come back for that third run. So 21 to win now. Taylor to 41. New Zealand 118 for 2. Coney still orchestrating the field, but he knows this is done now. 10 overs left after this one. Now it's Williamson on strike, a second slip and a fifth slip in. Captain, wicketkeeper and slip. Here is Ishant bowling to Williamson, who turns that towards mid-wicket. And there is no run. Yeah, I think looking at the crowd, some of the Indian supporters have left now. It's been great to have the crowds here, actually. I mean, we were here last summer, and it was, the ground was a bit soulless. The cricket was interesting at times. It was a very good first test between England and the West Indies, but even with a crowd of 4,000, it just makes such a difference. Appreciation for the players, the shots, and the Indian supporters have been fantastic in this game, supporting their team and all these levels, the intensity levels, the singing. It's given it a great atmosphere.
Music.
Here is Ishant bowling, and Williamson defends. Is he going to get a single? No, he's not. Fielder comes in, Gill from cover, and so those who are suggesting, okay, what can you do with the final in the future? Where should you play? Saying play in the UAE because you're guaranteed good weather. Will you get any crowd at all? I mean, Test match cricket is not supported in the UAE. You want to play it where there is a crowd.
Yes,
England's an option. Australia would be an option. India would be an option. I suppose it depends who's in the final, doesn't it? Really.
Does. And whether you have a home venue for each of the sides, or whether you play them all in the same place. Obviously, that's cheaper than sending them, one in New Zealand, one in India, and then one in a neutral.
So you have a three-match final?
Well, have to have three, I think, don't you? Got to have three. You can't just have two, can you? What do you want, 5?
Here's Ishant bowling. Oh, beautifully clipped away. Fantastic shot from Williamson through mid-wicket for 4. It was full, and away it went. Well, I was thinking, it's probably going to be a one-off game, isn't it?
You'd think so.
Was it Jeff Allardyce was saying that, he said, I think a one-off game is the viable way for the final, so you have to, where you're going to play it in 2 years' time or whatever.
Well, in that case, it has to be neutral, doesn't it, somewhere? With people who like the game.
Yeah.
So this is a good venue, a good place to play, good country to play.
Apart from the weather.
Apart from the weather. And that, of course, brings up one of the key points of this match, doesn't it? I mean, that's the first point that you would talk about. The turning points of the game is the weather, actually, in this match, and the New Zealand winning the toss before even the ball's been bowled.
Ishant bowls to Williamson, who cracks that away out towards the cover boundary. He's not timed it perfectly. Jadeja's after it. He'll scoop it up inside the rope. They'll look for 3 again. They'll definitely get it because Jadeja has knocked it back. And the runs are beginning to flow now. And New Zealand are closing in on victory. 14 more to win. 125 for 2. And their supporters are standing up there in the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand at deep mid-wicket. About to, close to, saluting a New Zealand victory. There aren't that many of them. They've been heavily outnumbered by the India supporters who've been here. But it has been the counterpoint to just Indian support. Some of them are bare-chested over there on the far side, waving flags, standing in the sunshine. Ishant bowls down the leg side. He tries to turn it away. Taylor misses it. It's through to the wicketkeeper. It's 125 for 2. So 14 runs to win. Williamson is 43. Taylor is 41. And to take New Zealand home, it will be Jonathan Agnew and Jeremy Coney.
So 14 runs required, more by New Zealand. 2 down for 125. Williamson and Taylor both moving into those nasty 40s, which no one really has been able to survive other than Devon Conway, who managed to just sneak past into the 50s. But it's one of the curiosities about this game, really, that there just hasn't been any batsmen who've been able to survive in these conditions for much more than 40. And there have been some very nice 40s, Rahane's and Kohli. On that first day, it's been some good bowling though in this surface. It's been tricky. It's been tricky for the batsmen right throughout.
14 runs from lifting the mace and becoming world champions in Test cricket. The first time it's ever been done. And fitting that Kane Williamson has just patiently and quietly steered his team to this position, along with Ross Taylor. 41 not out. And we've got Shami bowling outside the off stump, and Williamson hits out aerially. It bounced a bit more than he expected. Pumps it off the back foot. There's a bit of bounce.
I think this is the last roll of the dice, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bringing Shami back, and it makes sense. He's bowled a few overs in this innings, and he had to come back because he has been India's best seamer, I think, on display in this match. Others will have their times in other games, but it's been Shami here for me.
125 for 2, 14 to win. There's 2 slips there. Quite defensive looking ring though otherwise as Shami rushes in, bowls to Williamson who pulls that into the leg side, into the shadows it goes. They've run 1, they'll get 2 as the long-legged Sharma goes down there, hurls the ball back in again. And 2 it is, so 12 now to win the match and take the title.
Yeah, you can see Williamson starting to play some shots now, isn't he?
Yep.
You start to get a little glimpse at... We've seen his defensive game right throughout the match. Now we're starting to see there's another component to him as well.
2 slips waiting there. 12 to win. It's the Kiwis you can hear singing in the crowd. As Shami rushes in the sunshine, he's there and he bowls, and that goes down the leg side. Pant rolls over and gathers it. Still 12 to win. 127 for 2. There were 44 for 2 when these two came together. Just played very patiently. It needed a bit of luck. There's an awful lot of playing and missing. Bumrah in particular, and also Shami, bowled absolutely beautifully. They could have done no more. It's been New Zealand's day. There's a horrible ball that climbed from nowhere to hit Ross Taylor on the forehead.
As he was coming forward.
Yes. Shami again, on his way bowls, and Williamson checks a drive there. It was very full. Could have perhaps driven that straight down the ground, but happy just to pat it back to the bowler and say, no, I'm happy at the moment. 9 overs remain after this. 12 to win. Kohli's rubbing the ball. He's doing his best to encourage his troops. Get one last effort, get something, some sort of miracle. Williamson again twiddles the bat. And Shami bustles in past the umpire, over the wicket he goes and bowls, and he's swung it high. He's going to be caught, is he? There's an Indian man running after it there. He's dropped it. Dropped it, running round from backward point. It was up in the air, and we saw Nichols take a brilliant catch. Sort of similar, a skyer spinning and swirling. And that went, well, third man running in would have caught it. There were 2 slips running back, and it's Bumrah who's put it down at backward point. It's not an easy one, but that feels like it's the last throw of the dice, really. Not sure he's got much of a hand on it, really. Kohli buries his head in his hands.
Sun away to our right, is it?
Yeah, well, probably into that.
Yes, exactly.
Shami again bowls, and that's to hit away into the leg side. That'll go for 4. Away into the shadows again. 6 to win.
Williamson 50.
Yeah, well played. Well played, the captain. 51 from 86 balls. He was given out LBW. That was overturned. That was, I think, when he only had 1 too. It was very early in his innings. He was actually given out. 6 to win. So it's unlikely that Taylor could get to his half-century.
Williamson's half-centuries in 86 balls with his 8-4. It's his 57th 50-plus score in Test cricket. 24 of them he's converted into hundreds. He's reached 100 runs for the match. And I think if he'd scored them all in one innings, we'd be talking about it as one of the great hundreds. He's the highest scorer in the match, and this is the highest partnership.
6 to win. Taylor on strike. And it's the long-legged Ishant Sharma running in from the pavilion end, who bowls down the leg side. Taylor can't get anything on it. And Pant gathers that and flicks the ball away. 133 for 2. You and I have sat in this situation 2 years ago.
Yes, we were.
More or less.
Yes, we were.
Well, is it
It was even tighter. It was even tighter then, wasn't it? Really?
Will it assuage it? Will it soothe the nerves and soothe the disappointment winning this?
I've given all that up now. I don't feel as if there needs to be, the balance needs to be sort of righted in any way.
Well, it's a brilliant performance. Sharma on his way bowls, and that's driven hard back at him. In fact, hits him there. There's been a lot of bruises in this match. And Sharma's got one now. It's gone into his right hand. Oh dear, we need the physio.
Turning points in the game. Eggers, what do you think? I mean, I've just mentioned the weather and the rain, and how that New Zealand winning the toss, how that helped New Zealand. I can't emphasise that enough. That winning the toss under heavy cloud.
Good toss.
And they had principally swing bowlers.
Yeah.
Didn't get it right for the first, and it could have been very costly, those 60 runs. New Zealand, by the way, got 70 in their first. Their two openers as well. Looks like Sharma going to go off.
His right hand now. He might as well go off. And someone complete the over. Then you want 6 to win. That's what's going to happen actually.
Someone will complete the over.
Yeah, it looks as if Bumrah's going to come back with 6 to win. No chance to loosen up. But Ishant Sharma's walking off, nursing his bruised right hand. So that's the last we'll see of him.
And I think the first point from New Zealand, Eggers, would be Jamieson coming back and stopping that bleeding for a start, and then claiming the wickets.
Yeah. Was that a really good catch of Southees?
Yes, that's where
the first catch. Yeah. In comes Bumrah then, and he bowls outside the off stump. He's run away down towards third man. Won't go for 4, but they should get 2. And so New Zealand now within a boundary, a clean boundary hit or an edge or anything you like of victory and to become world champions. England-Sri Lanka is online at the moment, but those listening on Sports Extra will be joining that commentary when this is done. So it might be any moment's time. 135 for 2. It's 4 to win. Taylor's over his bat. As Bumrah in the sunshine comes skipping in and bowls to him, and he's a bit late on that, Taylor, and the ball bounces away into the offside. So nothing for him there. 4 to win. Taylor's 43. Williamson 51. But yes, that's sort of the reassessment maybe of New Zealand's bowlers then and getting their line.
Yes,
the line better.
I think that was a key moment, wasn't it? 146 for 3 at the end of the first day. You'd have to say India in charge.
Yeah.
At that point, Kohli's still batting, 40-odd not out.
Indeed. It's 4 to win, and Bumrah is on his way and bowls to Taylor, who turns that into the leg side. Straight to mid-wicket it goes. It remains 4 to win. With 1 ball left in this over, Bumrah stepping in for the injured Ishant Sharma.
Kohli LBW that next day, wasn't he? It was a nip-backer, and then he got punt, if you remember, in the slips.
Yep.
Rahane playing that stroke. Now, that could have been that's a big moment, isn't it?
Certainly.
How he was playing.
4 to win. Bumrah again from the far end, moves in and bowls to Taylor. A lively ball outside the off stump that he ignores. And it's still 4 to win. And on we go with how many overs to go? 8 to go. So plenty of time. It just needs to be finished off now. I'm not sure who's going to bowl it from this end. It's Shami again, so there's no question of Kohli giving any easy options away here.
No. And neither should he.
No, it's the world.
I mean, it's been a long journey for these two teams.
Yeah.
And it's been a closer match than perhaps it will appear. 8 wickets doesn't feel right to me.
Well, not at 44 for 2.
No, and not a lead, a really scratchy lead for 30 runs.
Shami's on his way. Williamson on strike. It's 4 to win, and he comes forward and blocks this. It runs down to the gully, and there's no run. And I can see inside the New Zealand dressing room there, they're all ready for the celebrations.
They're a very tight-knit group of players, know each other well. A lot of them live in the same, in fact, have moved from different parts of New Zealand, all converging on Tauranga.
Yeah.
Where the sun sits, of course.
4 to win. Williamson waits as Shami goes scurrying in again and bowls to him. Oh, he tries to run that to third man. There's no one there, but he missed it. And again, poor old Pants down on his knees. It's been a difficult game for the wicketkeepers. Watling dislocated his finger today, but at least he hasn't had to bat, and a lovely way for his career to finish, at least, with New Zealand winning this. It's his last Test match. 4 to win. The crowd poised as well. All the Kiwis down there taking their shirts off down there as well. Shami's on his way and bowls to Williamson, who again covers up. They're going to scurry a quick single. The throw off the stumps misses. And Taylor urging him through for one there, so he'll be on strike now. Williamson goes to 52. 3 to win. Is it a New Zealand thing, taking your shirts off like that, Jeremy?
Well, it seems to be, doesn't it? Certainly down here. Swirling them around like helicopter, a lot of sort of, I don't know what the collective term for helicopters is, but there they are, going at it madly.
They are, all in perfect coordination. 3 to win.
Some ugly sights there.
In goes Shammy, bowls to Taylor, outside the off stump. Taken by Pant once again. Well, they're not rushing over the line, taking their time. It's the way these two have played. They've just been so in control of it, or appeared to have been anyway, once they got in. Taylor took, 18 balls or so to get off the mark? Long time. Williamson given out on 1. That was overturned. 136 for 2. 3 to win. Shammy's on his way. Bowls to Taylor, who flicks that away into the leg side. That'll be it. Over the boundary it goes. And New Zealand are the World Test champions. And all that disappointment of 2 years ago is forgotten, at least for now, as Williamson and Taylor embrace. They faced a real battle there when they came together at 44 for 2. Really under pressure. And Virat Kohli walks up to them, shakes them both by the hand. It's been a remarkable game, really. 6 days, 2 of which were completely washed out. And yet still here at 25 to 7 on the 6th day, we have a result, and it's New Zealand who have won by 8 wickets. And the celebrations are starting in those dressing rooms now. Many of those, of course, were at Lord's a couple of years ago. That ended very differently. And now it's just broad smiles, respectful handshakes from the Indians
and
too.
Gracious.
Nice to see.
Yeah.
It's been played in that sort of a way, but what a tremendous performance by New Zealand. They've been the last 2 World Cup finals, lost them both, won barely, but they won, well, pretty comprehensively here. 8 wickets looks comprehensive. I think we'd agree it was a tighter contest than that, a low-scoring game. Runs hard to come by. And Ross Taylor, again, we don't know how long he'll go on for, finishing with a flourish, flicking the ball through square leg, and then a big hug for his captain. And Williamson and Kohli having a hug as well.
It's been played in very good spirit, hasn't it, this match? Yeah, a big collective hug going on up in the New Zealand dressing room as well. All the arms raised. It's been something they've been aiming for a long time. It's the end of a very long journey for those players in the sun. You know, they've played their hearts out, those chaps. They've had disappointments along the way, especially some of them who haven't been able to play many games. But a kind of a victory for discipline, really, I think, don't you, Eggers? I mean, over perhaps a team with more flair. But it certainly suited the conditions, the New Zealanders. And down there, coming down the stairs now, to say well done to the captain and to Taylor.
Yeah. Fabulous scenes. Radio 4 Longwave listeners will stay for some reaction, whatever we can get. But our Sports Extra listeners are off to Cardiff now. It's the first T20 International, of course, between England and Sri Lanka. You can join Jimmy Anderson and Atif Nawaz. There they go. Right, well, handshakes continue. It has been a long slog. And
BJ Watling.
Yeah. That's how hard they're shaking his hand. It was dislocated.
Yes.
But just love it. He was able to come back on. I mean, New Zealand actually announced that he wouldn't be able to take the field at lunchtime. But he has done. He is shaking hands there. Ravi Shastri as well. It's all ended in a very good spirit. Begun in a good spirit too. It's been played competitively, but very well all the way through. We needed the 6 days. That was always, I think, important for a final like this. And what else is excellent is that it's been a good advert for Test cricket too. You know, it hasn't petered out into a dull draw or anything.
No.
It's been, you know, the eyes of the cricket world have been on this match, wondering how it would be played, how it would go. Never been done before, and on a pitch that certainly helped the bowlers. With two sets of world-class bowlers performing, it was pretty tricky for the batsmen, let's be honest.
Well, 2 50s in the match, and that's it, and they're the top scores, a few 40s. just every single rung out from this surface has been very important for for both sides. It's the way to play, though, isn't it? I mean, how many days play did we actually get in the end? Sort of about a half a day the first day.
Yeah. Time lost to light. We lost another half hour.
Yes. And then a sort of a semi-day, then even yesterday a bit, was it?
Yeah. So, well, all those New Zealanders who've taken their shirts off are getting their reward now, because the players are clapping in their direction, and they're going mad over there. There's even an Indian flag flying amongst them as well, which is great. But the various presentations will take place. It always takes a while to build the podium. Some enormous pieces of wood there I see coming into view. I think the ICC will be very pleased with the way that this has gone, and that it has been an interesting game. It's been a good game. There's been lots to savour from it, and that is, after all, part of the battle. It's part of what it's all about, and showing that Test cricket remains, I think people might argue with me, but it remains the best format, and has produced an excellent game here, albeit by needing that extra day because of the weather. But they still got there, and it was exciting through to the last half hour when the job was done. So Jeremy and I can a review of this, which will be downloaded as part of a podcast, I suspect, later on at bbc.co.uk/cricket. So New Zealand are the world champions. They managed to overhaul their target of 139 for the loss of 2 wickets, but it was a battle to get there, because Williamson and Taylor put on 96 together for the 3rd wicket after New Zealand were 44 for 2. Conway was out for 19, LBW to Ashwin. Latham, just a few moments before, had been stumped by punt off Ashwin as the pressure was starting to bite. They were set 53 overs, to score 139. And it was tough. It's been tough throughout. This pitch has not been easy at all. And you could just feel the pressure building on those openers, who were both dismissed. Williamson was actually given out LBW on 1, but that was successfully reviewed. Taylor was dropped on 26 with 55 needed. So there's a little bit of good fortune there, and certainly quite a lot in the playing and missing that went on as well. India's seam bowlers were outstanding. Seam bowling throughout this match has been excellent on a pitch that's given them all that little bit of help. So earlier on, India, they resumed 32 behind, and they were bowled out for 170. They lost 8 for 106. And it was Kyle Jamieson again who really excelled for New Zealand. 24 overs, 10 maidens, 2 for 30. So his match figures are 46 overs, 22 maidens, 7 for 61. Extraordinary figures, really. Tim Southey picked up 4 wickets today, but he did drop Pant on 5. He went on to score 41, and the game could have been done and dusted had he taken that relatively straightforward catch at slip. After Kohli was out for 13, it was Jameson who removed him, and also Pujara in very quick succession, and that was what really blew the Indian house down. Ravi Jadeja scored 16. Mohammad Shami had a bit of a swipe and got 13, but 170, setting 139 never seemed likely to be enough, and New Zealand have got there with 8 wickets in hand. So Jeremy Coney's here, and as a Kiwi, Jeremy, how do you feel about that?
Very pleased. I mean, very pleased for these players.
Yeah.
I've sat up in this position as you have for many years, Eggers, and we've seen lots of games together, and it's been a long time for this group, and they've worked hard at their game, and they've gone through some pretty difficult times, and nevertheless. They work themselves. They're a very disciplined group, aren't they?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the hallmark of New Zealand.
Hard work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, even during this match, nothing flashy.
No.
Nothing flashy at all. I mean, the discovery of Jameson has meant a lot to this team.
Yeah.
I think he's just added an extra component. I mean, I'm looking at Tim Southey there, who's speaking to somebody on the telly at the moment. But even you mentioned those 4 wickets he got in that second innings after dropping a catch. To come back from those sorts of things is 30 runs, 30 youthful runs from Tim Southey.
Yeah.
They all just keep putting things together and putting those disappointments aside. And collectively, they've been able to do something and achieve something here. they'll remember this. There'll be lots of memories going on in that room there now, and these are the last 6 days that New Zealand have been here.
And I know we're talking about the one-day World Cup final, but I mean, they were so devastated by that, and you know, he's like Tim Southey and others. I've talked to him about it as well. You know, it's just so good for them.
Well, it caught. Yes, it did. It caught them out. I think that result. They probably felt that they didn't deserve that, but never mind. They've got over it, and they've now come back strongly. I'm glad it's the Test format too, actually, Agnes, because for me it's the most important game.
Yes.
You know, the most important format that we watch. Not for everybody. But I've chosen that, and I think it tests all the skills. It's a longer game, every part of your game, and to do that, I think, is very important. Look at old Ross Taylor there. He can't believe it either. No. But he's had 108 of these, and I only had 50 odd. How many did you have? Not many either. So I mean, it's such a lot of cricket to be playing.
Yeah, it is absolutely, and it's all real to sort of focus on this. The match, but actually this is the end of a long process, isn't it? And as of tomorrow it starts again, and the new championship starts. All the points start. It's slightly revised and so on. But it's a long slog to get here.
Oh yes,
it's not just about winning this match.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely, it has been a long time. New Zealand, some people would say they need to win some more away games.
Yeah.
You know, it was predicated on winning games in New Zealand. But 3 series away, one of them, of course, COVID put paid to in the Bangladesh series that New Zealand were in. That we didn't play any of that. We managed to get 1 win against Sri Lanka and was thumped by Australia.
Let's hear from Tim Southey then. You saw him talking on the telly. He was talking to Simon Dool.
Let's get a little bit of insight from one of the New Zealanders who is now a world test champion. Tim Southey, how's that feel? How's it sound?
Yeah, it sounds pretty good. I guess 2 years ago when you started out this journey, and to be sitting here, I guess the first World Test Championship winners is pretty rewarding. There's a lot of hard work that goes in behind the scenes and over the last 2 years, and to be sitting here, it's a pretty special moment.
What's been the key for this New Zealand side? We talk so much about it. In your mind, what is it?
I think a word that comes to mind is the consistency. Consistency through selection, consistency through performances. Never giving up. Just there's a lot of heart in the side, and the guys thoroughly enjoy each other's company, and we do a lot for each other. So I think it's just satisfying now to sit back and be able to achieve what we've achieved over the last couple of years. So it's it dates back a lot further than the last couple of years to the start of what we sort of when we turned around. But to sit here and be where we are today, it's a pretty special feeling.
How appropriate that 2 of New Zealand's modern greats were out in the middle to see you home.
Yeah, the changing room was a lot calmer, knowing you got 2 experienced guys out there, and once they got themselves in, it was probably the longest 139 runs I think I've ever experienced. But yeah, it was nice to know you got 2 quality players and 2 experienced guys out there in the middle. So that did make it a little bit easier watching, knowing that those two were out there.
Your own performances in the last 18 months to 2 years have been exceptional as well. You just keep finding a way, Tim, to improve and hone your skills.
Yeah, I think as any international sports person, you're looking at ways to get better and looking at ways to continue to improve. So it's no different for me, and I really enjoyed being a part of this group. I think the guys push each other, not only in their cricket skills, but fitness and everything that comes with it. So it's just a great group to be around, and it's a pretty special time at the moment.
Tell me how it feels to be part of this for BJ Watling in his last Test match, because he's a guy you know and have played a lot with.
Yeah, his behaviours and that, they sum up what this team means, and we set out at the start of this tour to send them off on the right note, and I couldn't think of a more fitting way to send out one of our champion blokes and one of our champion players of this Test side. He's been tremendous to be a part of this side for a long time. What he's given to this team is just. He's given everything to it, and I couldn't be happier for him to go out on this note.
Well said, Tim. Congratulations. You're going to go up and join the crowd and take your shirt off?
I don't have to take my shirt off, but I'll go to the change room and enjoy a cold beer.
Good stuff, mate. Congratulations. Well done.
Thanks,
I should think he will. They're up there still in the dressing room at the moment, actually, because they're still erecting this this structure down there, this sort of backdrop. Champions, it says, and no doubt the New Zealand team will be lined up on there, and they'll be presented with the mace. They are the World Test Champions, and there's a posse of photographers waiting there to capture that moment, but the players are all off the ground at the moment, and a lot of the Indian supporters who are here have filtered away. They've given a great deal of noise and enthusiasm and atmosphere to this game, by the way, and it was great to have 4,000 in here. I was just so sorry that 2 days' worth were washed out for those who came, but without the drumming and the noise and the enthusiasm and the instruments, it wouldn't have been quite the same. Let's hear from Ross Taylor then. He finished on 47 not out.
Ross Taylor, congratulations, Ross, World Test Champions. How does that feel?
Yeah, it's obviously still sinking in, but it's been a long way. I guess the journey's been a couple of years coming. A lot of rain over the last couple of days, but I thought the way the team fought from the day one, and to be out there at the end with Kane, who's has been a fantastic leader for this team for a long period of time, and to be out there in a pressure situation there for a little bit, I guess something I'll never forget.
You say this has been a long 6 days. Your career, it's been a heck of a career, Ross, and some ups, some downs. How big a highlight in your career is this moment?
Oh, it would have to be the highlight to say you're world champions. At the start of my career, we probably didn't think we had the side that could do that. But the way the team have built over the years, stuck together. I think this is probably for the fans over there and back home as well. I think they've stuck with us through thick and thin, and hopefully there's a few Kiwis waking up that are very proud at the moment.
I'm sure there will be. We're just watching the winning moment in there. How were your nerves when you went out to bat today, and what were you talking to Kane about through that partnership?
Yeah, I think it wasn't easy to start, and Kane just kept reiterating that it's going to get easier. Obviously, the run rate wasn't a factor for a long period there, so just stick in there and it will become easier. But this is a classy Indian side. They keep coming. They never gave up, and they put us under pressure. And when you add the World Cup, obviously to that, there's a lot of pressure there. But it was nice to be able to stand up to that.
Roscoe Athers here. I was just wondering about that ball that Jasprit Bumrah bowled to you. Thankful you had your helmet on at that point.
Yeah, I said to Kane, I said, I felt like I had to get forward to that, and he was like, no, that was definitely took off. But he's a world-class bowler, and you have to be on. And thanks to my helmet for saving me there. But no, it was something that I'll never forget, and nice to see it through to the end.
You talked about the low points. I wondered whether I could take you right back to that kind of 45 all out at Cape Town and the journey beyond that point. I mean, there have been some incredible highs, some lows as well, but that's what makes it all worthwhile, presumably, at a moment like this.
No, 100%. I think you probably don't even need to go back that far. 2019 World Cup was something that was very tough for us at the time, but this makes up for that in a long time. But I'm sure over time we'll sink in a little bit more. But I guess that's where the family and friends and all the sacrifices they've made over the years, this makes it extra special, not only for us but for them as well.
Family and the wife and kids, I'm sure, are up. Roscoe, you want to say hello?
I'll go to bed. I think they've got croup at the moment, so they've probably been up all night anyway, so not a bad time to be waking up if they are.
What a great day for New Zealand and for yourself, Ross. Congratulations, World Test Champions, and enjoy the night.
Thank you.
There we are, Ross Taylor speaking to Simon Doolan, Mike Atherton, and now we've got Kane Williamson walking down the steps from the New Zealand dressing room, and this is the moment when they're going to be presented with the mace. The players rather hanging back there, actually, allowing the captain to go out first into the shadows of the far end there of the pavilion, and he'll come out onto the grass. I think PJ Watling's just behind him, so a wonderful moment for him, bowing out of Test cricket, of course, after a very long and distinguished career. And he'll have a few thoughts going through his mind, I'm sure, about all of that. But down they come, one by one. The Indians, I think, are allowing the stage to be New Zealand's, and again they wave towards those shirtless supporters over there to our left-hand side who've given them such good support. The coaching staff, of course, all coming down as well to be part of this. And we'll keep an eye on what's happening down there. It is right at the far end of the ground, so it's a bit tricky to describe absolutely what's going on, but I think we can guess for sure that they'll be presented with that World Champions mace anytime now. Before we move on a bit, Andy, any sort of statistical things you want to throw in at this stage?
Well, just a couple of things that highlight what an outstanding team New Zealand have become. And well, two players have come in recently that have turned them from an already good team into the world champion team. They'd lost, as Jeremy said, heavily in Australia. After that series, Kyle Jamieson came in. He's played 8 tests. He's taken 46 wickets at an average of 14, which is the best start to a bowler's test career in terms of average after 8 matches since the 1880s. And it compares favourably with the best 8 matches of Richard Hadley's career. Right at his peak, he took 49 wickets at 13. So Jamieson's up there with the best any New Zealander has ever bowled in Test cricket. And in this game, 46 overs, 7 for 61. The most economical match in England by a seam bowler since 1980, as well as those 7 wickets, including Kohli in both innings, the first seamer to get Kohli out in both innings of a Test since 2014. And Kane Williamson in the match, 101 off 268 for once out. I think, if he'd scored that as one single century, we'd be talking about it as one of the classic captain's innings under pressure in a final, spread over 2 innings. And he blunted the New Zealand's, the Indian seamers who bowled well but couldn't have the same effect as their New Zealand opponents. Williamson averages 66 in his last 50 Test matches, up there with the best 50 Test sequences of any players in Test history. So those and Devon Conway came in 200 on debut, 80 at Edgbaston, and a very important first innings half century. Here he's had one of the best 3-match starts to a Test career of any batsman. But it's been a team effort. All their bowlers contributors. Southey 5 wickets. He's taken over 100 wickets in his last 20 tests. Trent Boult 5 wickets. Neil Wagner only 3. But that 12-over spell today in which he softened up the Indians as soon as he came off, the loose shots came and the Indian tail subsided for the second time in the match. They lost with only a few overs to spare, and those 2 tail-end collapses possibly what cost them a share of this championship.
Thank you, Andy. All presented in a nutshell, as always. We've got a couple of minutes left, Jeremy. I mean, we're going to see more of India. We've got 5 tests against them coming up, against England, and everyone will be talking about the Ashes, but these fellas are going
they're going to test you.
They're going to be really good, aren't they?
They certainly are.
Yeah.
The batting lineup, to me, is just extraordinary, and they'll play on some easier pitches, I think, and surfaces than this.
Yeah.
And so we might see a lot more and some better play, stroke play from them, where they're not having to defend quite so much and they can show us a different part of their game. The bowling, I think they probably would regret having both spinners now, looking back at it.
Yes.
I guess one spinner, Ashwin, did the job. He got 2 and 2 or 2 and 3 and gave the seamers a rest at various times. But, Siraj might have been a better option for them, so that they wouldn't have got that fatigue perhaps at times they had yesterday, especially with the heavy legs on this sort of at that stage a fairly damp outfield.
And having not played either, I mean, that's the point. I mean,
that's right. And coming from T20 cricket.
Yes, absolutely. But that pace attack, and they've got a lot of numbers, plenty of support as well. I mean, 5 tests. There's a bit of a gap between 2 and 3 or 3 and 4. One of the two anyway. There's only 10 days or something.
Right.
But they might be burning through those quick bowlers a bit if the pitches are helpful with the Duke's balls and so on. But I mean, you look at England's side; England have got a lot of improving to do, because if they could be up against the Indian pace attack and anything that helps them, they're real.
England are really going to have to play well, aren't they?
Yeah.
They'll be. And will they have access to all their good players now? I mean, will the likes of the chaps that were sitting out?
Yes, I mean, there might be a bit of rotation going on, which is something that New Zealand, I see,
we don't tend to do that. No.
And it'll be talked about a lot, I'm sure, in the coming weeks.
Yeah.
Before that happens, BJ Watling's giving an interview. He's bowing out, as we know. A beaten up old.
Oh, what a gentleman he is, though.
Is he? Yeah.
Yeah, quiet. quietly, and and just such a determined, hard worker, hard trainer. I mean, he's wonderful for the rest of the players there to see that.
Brilliant. Well, that's where we're going to start to say goodbye. The New Zealand players are still out there in the sunshine. This mace still has not yet been presented. I'm not quite sure what's going on there. I think they're still building this structure down there. Could be still be doing it tomorrow on the 7th day, and probably not. If you want to see highlights of this game, you can watch them now on the BBC Sport website and on the app. Now, over on 5 Live Sports Extra, of course, you can hear the first T20 between England and Sri Lanka with highlights on BBC 2 later, and tomorrow's second T20 is live on BBC 2 from 6 o'clock, as well as on Sports Extra. The next cricket already for a long wave is the first one-day international on Tuesday from Durham. Thanks for being part of our team, as always, Jeremy.
It's lovely to be here.
And I'm so pleased that you're going with a smile on your face this time, rather than last time. Thanks to New Zealand. Thanks to India. We'll catch up with you as well, of course, in August as well. Thanks to Andy Zaltzman in his shed. Thanks to Adam. Thanks to everybody. Thanks to the sun for coming out today. And thanks to Test Cricket for giving us a tremendous match to remember. Talk to you next time. Goodbye.